Chapter 20 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 20. The Spirit of the Age. The Colonel and his wife were sitting alone together in their house at Hampstead. John, although it was getting late, had not yet returned. The servants had gone to bed, and the house was very silent. "Thank God we've each other, darling," said Mrs. Trelawney, nestling close to her husband. "Yes, we have each other," replied the Colonel. "And John," he added, "I wonder why the boy is so late." "I knew he would be late," replied Mrs. Trelawney. "He told me so. Mr. Davenport has asked him to his house to-night. He wanted to talk with him about his invention." "John's a grand boy, Alice. He atones for a good deal." "Yes," said Mrs. Trelawney with a sigh. "And to think that... But that's John's voice in the hall now. He has someone with him. I wonder who it is." "Hello, Dad!" cried John as he entered the room. "Here's Rod Ravenscroft. I met him just now as I was crossing the heath, and made him come in." "Rod, my boy," said the Colonel heartily, "I'm glad to see you. You're quite a stranger." "Yes," replied Ravenscroft somewhat awkwardly. "I've been away. You see, I practice on the Northern Circuit, and I have had some cases at Manchester." "And won them?" laughed the Colonel. "I did very well, sir, thank you," replied the young barrister. "Plenty of briefs?" "Oh, they're coming in fairly well, although I could do with more. Still, I mustn't grumble. Dad tells me that my success is almost phenomenal." Ravenscroft could not help being rather restrained in his manner. He remembered what he had said to the Colonel when he was there last, and he had heard what had happened since. So far the affair had not become a matter of common gossip, but Ravenscroft had been informed that Peggy had been married to Barnes, and that Eleanor no longer lived in her father's house. The Colonel, too, felt sensitive. He wondered how much the young man knew, and bearing in mind Ravenscroft's hopes in relation to Eleanor, he decided to speak freely. "The girls are not here," he said. "Do you know why?" "I suppose so, sir. I'm very sorry." "Perhaps I ought to explain to you fully," said the Colonel. "Please don't, sir. If it pains you, I know how you must feel, and am not altogether surprised." "No? You knew something, then?" "Nothing definite, sir." Both John and Mrs. Trelawney had for the moment left the room, and Ravenscroft went on nervously. "I met Miss Trelawney shortly after I was here last, sir. I went very near making a declaration, but I didn't quite." "No?" "No, sir. I dare say I was very foolish, but I couldn't help telling Miss Trelawney what I thought of her friend, that woman Corey. I couldn't believe she was her friend, and I asked her if she agreed with what the creature said." "About marriage?" "Yes, that and other things, and it led to our parting rather coolly. I thought I ought to tell you, sir. Of course it was a great presumption on my part. I ought to have known she didn't care anything about me, but... "I understand, my boy. It has all been a very great blow to me. However, there it is. We live in a topsy-turvy age. I wonder sometimes what we are coming to. By the way, John looks rather serious tonight. Is anything the matter, I wonder?" "Yes, sir. I think there's some trouble at the works. Ah, here he is. He'll be able to tell you himself." "There's going to be a strike, Dad," said John, in answer to the Colonel's interrogation. "What, another?" "Yes. I don't know yet whether it's to become general or not. But, as you know, our firm employs a lot of men. In addition to our place in London, we have big works in Coventry and Birmingham, and from what I can find out, all the engineers are going out on strike." The Colonel sighed. "Well, we are living in pretty bad times." The two young men and the Colonel discussed the situation for half an hour or so. Then Ravenscroft rose to go. "Wait a minute, Rod," said the Colonel. "I'll walk with you. I feel as though the house will stifle me." Both of them seemed ill at ease, and no word passed between them for several minutes. When they had reached the open heath, however, the Colonel spoke. "Is this trouble of mine known among our friends?" he asked. "I don't think so, sir. I have never heard anyone say anything about it. But then, as I told you, I have been away from home." "How did you know, then?" "My mother told me. I don't know how she came to hear of it." The Colonel sighed bitterly. "I'm awfully sorry for you, Colonel," went on Ravenscroft. "Of course, this kind of thing is constantly happening in these days. Runaway marriages are the order of the day, and I have been told of any number of girls who refuse to live at home. Of course, you remember that fellow Barnes? You saw him at my house?" "Yes," replied Ravenscroft. "I was rather surprised." "Of course you were," answered the Colonel. He did not offer any explanation, however. Indeed, he was angry with himself for having mentioned the matter at all. They walked together in silence for some time after this. Then the Colonel broke out almost angrily. "Of course you have given up all thoughts of what you spoke to me about?" "I've had to, sir. I could see Eleanor cared nothing for me, and I was a fool not to know it before. Besides—" Again there was a silence, and Ravenscroft seemed to be thinking how to end the sentence. "Yes," said the Colonel. "Don't be afraid to speak plainly. I shall quite understand." "Even if she did care for me, I'm afraid I could not introduce a friend of that woman Corey, and one holding her views, to my mother as my promised wife. Forgive me, sir." Ravenscroft appeared to have a difficulty in speaking. His voice was hard and his words came awkwardly. "Yes, yes, I understand. But this must not make any difference to your friendship with John." "I hope not, sir." "And remember," went on the Colonel, "I shall be always glad to see you at the house." "Thank you, sir, and I shall be glad to come. I'm awfully fond of her still, sir. In fact, I have had rather a bad time over the matter. It's not only because she doesn't care for me, but somehow it has altered my ideas of women." The Colonel was silent. "You see," went on Ravenscroft, "I have a kind of belief that when a man ceases to idealize women, he is very much poorer. Morally, I mean. I suppose I'm pretty much like other young fellows, and have all sorts of temptations, but I've tried to keep straight. In fact, as I told you, I have kept straight. I think I idealized Eleanor, and it helped me. But when I heard her listen with approval to what Tamsin Cory said, and when she told me that the woman was her dearest friend, my ideals seemed to be shattered. I don't know if you understand, sir." Yes, I understand. As you may well imagine, the whole thing is bitter to me. God only knows how bitter. But after all, I hope it's only a phase. The girl is simply caught up with the tide of feeling that is sweeping the country. I believe that deep down in her heart she despises such women as Tamsin Cory and all her sayings and doings." Ravenscroft was silent for a few seconds. "I hope I'm not narrow or unreasonable," he then said. "And, of course, like every other fellow who has been in the army, I have had a shaking up these last few years past. But I have always held old-fashioned views about women. You see, my mother has been a great deal to me, sir, and I simply couldn't think of her smoking and drinking liquors and talking like so many of the girls of to-day talk. Of course, there may be no harm in these things, yet I don't like them." "No," replied the Colonel, "neither do I. And yet these things have their meaning. They are symptoms." "Symptoms of what?" asked Ravenscroft. "Symptoms of the spirit of the age, and it's not a good spirit. There are thousands of girls, I suppose, whom this kind of thing doesn't affect either one way or the other. But what troubles me is that they are symptoms of the general lowering of moral standards. We may sneer at the Puritanism of the past, and say that it was accompanied by great hypocrisy, but from what I can gather, it was infinitely better than the immodesty of today, which is naked and unashamed. It's seen in the women's dress. It is seen in the things they delight in, the jokes they laugh at, the kind of books they revel in, their general attitude towards sexual morality, their disregard of religion." "Do you know where Eleanor is now, sir?" said Ravenscroft suddenly. "Forgive me for asking." "Yes, I saw her tonight. She shares a flat with another girl. She has obtained a situation in the city. She earns her own living. Mark you, I admire that, and would gladly support her in it. But as to the rest, good night, Ravenscroft. I'll go back now." "A fine lad," reflected the Colonel as he made his way homeward. "It's hit him hard, that's plain enough. I should have liked him for a son-in-law too, and have been proud of him. But of course he wouldn't marry Eleanor now, even if she'd have him. I know I wouldn't, were I in his place. What kind of wife would she make? But the tragedy of it all! Great God, the tragedy of it all!" End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 21. Her Good Friend. "Well, Eleanor, I hear that your father has become more than ever distinguished. Don't you feel exalted?" "Why should I?" "Oh, after all, it's a great thing to be a general's daughter. I hear he's going to be knighted, too. Then you'll be able to refer to your father as Sir Leicester Trelawney, with a lot of letters after his name, while your mother will be Lady Trelawney. Have you written congratulating him?" "No, of course not." "I think I should. After all, it may not be wise to go too far. Of course, I admire your independence and your determination not to knuckle down to him. All the same, I think if I had a father who had distinguished himself as your father has, I should keep on the right side of him. Naturally, I should go along on my own lines, but there would be no harm in being civil." "I don't think it would do any good now," replied Eleanor. "Why?" "Oh, I haven't seen him nor heard from him for several months. I fancy he has crossed me off his books altogether." "Has he told you so?" "No, It's all the other way, I suppose. But I told him, as I told my brother, that I preferred to be without them. I expect they've given me up." "And yet he was awfully cut up when you left home. I know that because he came to the Amazon Club and tried to find out where you were. He and your brother came asking for my address. I knew he didn't want to know anything about me. It was only that he might discover your whereabouts. But he came here, didn't he?" "Yes," replied Eleanor. "He brought Mother some days after I left home." "And he got no change out of you?" "No," replied the girl. "I told him flatly that I was going my own way." "And quite right, too. I say, old girl, have you got a drop of whiskey here? I'm as dry as a lime kiln." They were seated in Eleanor's room in St. Hildebrand's Mansions. There were 4 of them. Eleanor, the girl who occupied the rooms with her, whose name was Ellen Chellew, Tamsin Cory, and another named Edith Jeffreys. Earlier in the evening the 4 had dined at the Amazon Club, and after visiting a vaudeville show had returned to Eleanor's flat in order to have a chat before turning in. It was not often that they went out in this way. Generally they had male friends who accompanied them to whatever place of amusement they went to, and often to supper afterwards. But tonight, as they declared, they were "on their own." "I have some whiskey," said Eleanor. "I remember the strafing you gave me for not having any the last time you were here, so I bought a bottle. I don't touch it myself, as you know." "Why not?" laughed Tamsin. "A good stiff nightcap helps one to sleep. I say," she went on, after whiskey and glasses had been set on the table, "is it true that Mr. Wakeham has been paying you special attentions?" "No," replied the girl. "He has been civil, but nothing more." "Oh, you needn't be so touchy about it. Why shouldn't he?" "For the simple reason that he's married," replied Eleanor. "As though that went for anything in these days," laughed Tamsin. "Have a cig, you girls?" producing her cigarette case as she spoke. A few minutes later the little apartment was filled with smoke. "But you have been out to supper with him," cried Edith Jeffreys between the puffs of her cigarette. "I saw you with him at the Orient myself, late at night, too. Did he take you home?" "No," replied the girl. She spoke rather sharply, and in spite of herself could not repress the flush which came to her cheeks. "I'm not that sort," she went on. "In fact, that kind of thing makes no appeal to me. If I weren't fond of dancing and music, I think I'd go in for public work." "Public work?" said Ellen Chellew. "What kind of public work?" "Oh, the independence of Ireland, or, for that matter, a general revolution. I was talking with a Russian the other night, and he asked me whether I would do some propaganda work. It would be great fun." "Did you consent?" "Not quite. I was tempted, though. He offered me a good salary, but I should have to work jolly hard, and I should have no time of my own. I should have to sell myself body and soul to some committee or other, and that wouldn't do for me." "Besides, a revolution would never succeed in England," said Edith Jeffreys. "We're too blanket respectable, too fossilized. Not but what I would like to see one. Wouldn't it be fun to have the whole of our so-called civilization smashed up? I'd give something to see Downing Street occupied by men of the Crasson stamp, and the House of Lords in the hands of revolutionaries. And better fun still to see our pukka generals and colonels doing the goose step to the commands of Trotsky. I say, have you read that book by that Tompkins woman?" "Who's she?" "Oh, a social democrat who went to Russia. She says that the old aristocracy of Russia have been turned out of their big castles and are now baking bread and sweeping the streets. Wouldn't I like to see that here? Fancy General Lester Trelawney acting as office boy to Eleanor." "And is her opinion favourable to the Russian Revolution?" asked Tamsin. "Not very. She's old-fashioned, you know, although she pretends to be a socialist, says she's a Christian, and all that sort of rot." "What I like about the Russian stunt," said Tamsin, "is that it knocked all the old religious ideas into smithereens. I hear that among the intellectuals marriage simply doesn't exist. They practice absolute freedom. In England now, we haven't broken away from the traditions of the old-time nursery." "Oh, but we have!" cried Edith Jeffreys, who was on the staff of the Workers' Record. "What thinking man or woman pays any attention to the 10 Commandments now? Who thinks any the less of a woman in these days because she doesn't keep her marriage vows? I don't. By the way, Eleanor, what are you going to do when Ellen leaves you?" "When Ellen leaves me? I don't understand you." "Haven't you told her, Ellen?" "Not yet," replied Ellen Chellew. "What is there to tell?" "Oh, she's going to try the grand experiment like the rest." "But," and Eleanor looked round the room uneasily, "I don't understand. I thought Ellen was a religious girl." "Me religious?" and Ellen laughed scornfully. "I gave that up long ago." "Of course she did," said Tamsin. "Your father was a clergyman, wasn't he, Ellen?" "Yes, I was brought up in a country vicarage. Things were very strict with me, and when I began to know what was what, I kicked over the traces. Of course I had an awful time. You see, Dad was a good sort in his way, but frightfully narrow. Why, we even had family prayers in the house." At this there was laughter. "After a while," she went on, "I went to visit a cousin who lived in Plymouth, and that opened my eyes. When I returned home I got restless, and began to tear up things generally. Then there was hell to pay. Dad began to preach to me, and to tell me what my duties were. I wouldn't stand it, so it ended in my running away from home and getting a government job. I kept pretty straight for a time, and, being desirous of showing my father what I could do, I learnt stenography and shorthand. That enabled me to get the job I have now." "And now you shake a loose leg," laughed Tamsin. "I don't say that," replied the girl, and there was a look in her eyes difficult to interpret. "You see," she went on, "it's a bit lonely here sometimes, and Eleanor is so frightfully straight-laced." "I straight-laced!" Eleanor laughed scornfully. "Yes, you know you are. You're cold-blooded and calculating. I'm not. I hunger for enjoyment and life, and I mean to have it. One can be young but once. There was a curate who wanted to marry me when I was at home. But fancy being a curate's wife. In fact, fancy being a wife at all. I should go mad if I had to settle down to household drudgery." "But," put in Eleanor anxiously, "I thought you were going to marry that man Dingle, who has come home with you several times." "My dear girl," laughed Ellen Chellew, "you can't do here what they can in Russia. Bigamy is a capital crime. George Dingle may not live with his wife, but he's a married man all the same. Still, it's a big risk," she added, "and we women have to think of old age." After her friends left her that night, and Ellen Chellew had gone to bed, Eleanor Trelawney did a little hard thinking. She reviewed her life since she had left home, and wondered whether, after all, she had acted wisely. To be sure, she had rebelled against what she called the absurd restrictions of home, and she grew angry at the thought of what her father had said to her. Nevertheless, she missed the refinements of home life, and realized that there was something beautiful in the atmosphere which had surrounded her childhood. She would not in the slightest degree admit that she was wrong in what she had done. Yet, in a way she could not understand, she felt that there was now something missing from her life. Where was Rod Ravenscroft? She wondered. Did he ever think of her now? She called to mind the evening she had walked with him across Hampstead Heath, and she felt sure that he had been on the point of proposing marriage to her. Of course she would not think of marrying him or anybody. She was not a domestic animal, and would go mad if she were tied down to the drudgery of a housewife. But she admired Rod for all that. He was very honourable, very chivalrous. He was good-looking, too, and clever. In all probability he, like his father, would become a well-known barrister. Perhaps he would go into Parliament and become famous. Yes, she admired Rod greatly, and wondered whether he had heard of what she had done, and what he thought about it. Then her thoughts flew back to her home again, and she remembered what Tamsin Cory had said about the honour which had been conferred upon her father. He was General Trelawney now, and would, in all probability, be knighted. After all, he was a father to be proud of. Of course, she still rebelled against his attitude, and was glad that she had demanded her freedom, but she could not help sighing as she thought about him. Then there was her mother. She was fond of her mother in spite of her weakness and her notions, and felt a stab in her heart as she thought of the pain she and Peg had caused her. What a fool Peg had been to marry that fellow Barnes. She had seen but little of her lately, and Peg seemed sullen and ill-humoured whenever she had called to see her. There had been certain signs, too, that Peg was not happy, although too proud to admit it. She wondered whether Barnes treated her kindly, and whether things were going well with them. Peg had hinted that their flat was very dear, and that they would possibly have to go to one less expensive. "I'd better go to bed," she thought presently, "or I shan't be fit for work tomorrow, and what's the use of worrying about these things? They're done now, and I couldn't stand having my liberties restricted." "Well, Miss Trelawney," said Mr. Wakeham, when she arrived at business the next morning, "you look rather pale. Aren't you well?" "Quite well, thank you." "That's right. You mustn't get ill, you know. I couldn't bear the idea of my little secretary losing her bloom. Where were you last night, eh?" "At the Empire," she replied. "Naughty, naughty! A bad place for a little girl like you to go without a proper escort. Who went with you?" "I went with 3 other girls," replied Eleanor. "Come now, you don't expect me to believe that, do you?" "Believe it or not, it's true." "But some gentlemen friends went along, of course?" "No," replied Eleanor. "Honest Injun?" "Honest Injun." "Ah, I breathe again. When are we going out together again?" "I had never thought of it," replied the girl. "Of course it's very kind of you to suggest it." "Not a bit of it," replied Mr. Wakeham. "I dearly love to take you out. When shall we say? Next Saturday?" "It would be delightful." "That's good. But where?" "I should like to see the new play at the Haymarket." "Oh, that's too tame. What do you say to a vaudeville show, with a little supper and dance afterwards?" No, thank you, Mr. Wakeham. I don't think I would care to."
"But why not? You're young, and a stodgy play won't amuse you. I'm a member of a nice little club where ladies are admitted, and of course I'll be there to look after you. You can get one of your friends to come if you like. What about Miss Chellew and her friend, Mr. Dingle?"
"Thank you," replied Eleanor, "but I'm afraid I could not. Isn't it time for us to get to work? I see you have a big pile of letters there."
"Well, speak to Miss Chellew and let me know tomorrow."
And Mr. Wakeham turned rather uneasily to the pile of letters before him. For an hour he dictated letters.
"You'll get them done quickly, won't you?"
he said as he finished dictating the last. "They'll take me a couple of hours at least," she replied.
"Oh, well, get them off as soon as you can."
He went to the door as he spoke and took his hat. Then he stopped suddenly.
"Oh, I'm afraid I have something unpleasant to say to you, Miss Trelawney," he said.
"Unpleasant, Mr. Wakeham?"
"Well, yes. I'm afraid you'll have to get another situation."
"Why? Don't I give you satisfaction? Don't I do my work well?"
"Oh, yes, it's not that at all. You are simply splendid, but—"
He came back to the desk again and stood there.
"The truth is," he said, "business is pretty bad just now, and there's a big slump all round. I was talking with the directors yesterday, and they informed me that we shall have to cut down expenses. But I suppose that was to be expected. Of course, we've had a big boom, but now we are in for a bad time, and well, you see, Miss Trelawney, you have been a little bit of a luxury, haven't you?"
"I hope not," she replied uneasily.
"It's very difficult for me to talk about it," went on Mr. Wakeham. "But, of course, a little time ago secretaries were at a premium. The army had not been demobilized, and we hardly knew how to get our work done. Now it's all the other way. One can get typists by the score. However, don't trouble, Miss Trelawney. I'll see you're all right. I've been a very good friend to you, haven't I?"
"You have indeed," she replied, looking at his face wonderingly.
"And you have been a very good little girl, I'll say that. And mind, whatever happens, we must continue to be friends, Miss Trelawney. If the directors say they can't keep you, I'll see that you're all right."
"You mean you'll get me another place?"
"I don't know about that. Places with anything like a decent salary are difficult for girls to get now. Anyway, don't disappoint me about Saturday. I must be off now."
And Mr. Wakeham hurriedly left the room. Eleanor felt greatly depressed as she endeavoured to settle down to her work. She was far from easy in her mind. In spite of the liberal salary Mr. Wakeham reminded her she was receiving, she could barely pay her way. Up to now she had managed comfortably, chiefly because she had brought a fairly large amount of money from home. She had saved a good part of the salary she had received while she worked for the government, and had not spent the whole of her dress allowance. But this was nearly all gone now, and she did not know what she should do if she had to fill another position at a lower salary. Still, it might not be so bad as she feared, and although her heart was heavy, she turned to her notebook and began her work. When she reached St. Hildebrand's Mansions that night, she found Ellen Chellew had already arrived, and noticed that the girl seemed very excited. "George will be here soon," she informed her. "George who?" "Why, George Dingle, of course, my George." "Look here, Ellen," and Eleanor's face became very grave. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Of course I do. I'm going to enjoy myself. We're going to the Frivolity to see the new show there, and then we are going to the Orient for supper. Don't you envy me? What are you going to do with yourself?" A feeling of loneliness swept over Eleanor. She had made no plans for the evening, and the thought of sitting alone was almost unbearable. She reflected that if what Mr. Wakeham had told her were true, she would have to save her money, and she could not afford to go to a place of amusement that night. Besides, even if she could, the thought of going alone was anything but pleasant. Something akin to frenzy crept into her heart. She had been working very hard all day, and was nervous and irritable. She felt envious, too. Why should Ellen Chellew be able to go to the Frivolity and the Orient while she stayed alone? There was no need for it either. If she were not what her friends termed so straight-laced, she drove the thought from her mind, however, and felt a shudder pass over her. Still, "All right, Helen," she laughed. "I hope you'll have a good time. By the way, what are you doing on Saturday?" "I have nothing arranged yet. Why?" "Mr. Wakeham asked me to go with him to the Friv, and then to a supper and dance afterwards." Ellen laughed loudly. "You are going it, my dear." "Why, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Because Mr. Wakeham suggested that you and Mr. Dingle should go too." "Did he? I'll ask George. He's an awfully good sport, ready for anything like that. I'll let you know in the morning." When her friend had left her, Eleanor felt more desolate than ever. Never had the flat seemed so dull and dingy, nor life so slow and worthless. After all, what was there to live for? What did the future offer her? She had decided that no woman with self-respect would tie herself by lifelong vows to any man, to become his chattel, the mother of his children, his house drudge. But what was there else? If only some career lay before her. She thought of some of the women she had met at the Amazon Club. One of them was the sub-editor of a great newspaper, and earning several hundreds a year, met important people, and whose life was full of excitement. She would go and see her. No, she wouldn't. She did not feel like going to the Amazon Club that night. Besides, this Mrs. Brashaw was one of the most pessimistic women she ever met. She was sour, too, and unhappy in spite of her career. There was Tamsin Cory, her best friend. Tamsin was associated with several so-called advanced journals, and regarded as being in the swim of things. But would she like to become like Tamsin? She had not noticed it at first, but Tamsin was often quite coarse, and always a little common. But she had her liberty. Yes, she was free from everything like restrictions, and she was earning her own living. But how precarious everything was! Mr. Wakeham had told her only that day that she might lose her place. What should she do if she did? This little flat, shabby as it was frightfully dear, and if Ellen Chellew did not share the expenses, she could not live there. But even if she could, what then? In a few years her youth would be gone, and her good looks faded. What had she to fall back upon? What prospects had she? Of course, she would not think of going back to Hampstead. She would suffer any fate rather than that. Fancy, after all she had said, to go back at the end of a few months and ask to be reinstated in her home. No, she positively could not bear the thought of settling down to the monotony of her former home life. She started to her feet. "I simply cannot stay here alone," She cried aloud. I simply can't. I must go out somewhere. It wanted an hour to sunset, and the evening was warm. Where should she go? Without any definite destination in mind, she found her way into Holborn. I'll have a ride to Hyde Park, she thought. That's what life amounts to for me, a 2-penny bus ride. A minute later she was being swept along the great thoroughfare. The sidewalks were crowded with pedestrians, the street thronged with traffic. For the most part the people were laughing and talking. But she was alone. She wished she had not come out at all. Why could she not have gone to see Peg instead? She had not seen her for several days, and a chat with her sister might, perhaps, cheer her up. No, that would not do. Barnes might be with Peg, and she could not stand Barnes. When she came to Tottenham Court Road, there was a great congestion of traffic, and her bus was held up. She sat still a few seconds, looking at the whirlpool of traffic, and then, acting upon impulse and scarcely knowing what she was doing, she left the bus and made her way to the Hampstead subway. A minute later she found herself in a train which was going in the direction of her own home. When she arrived at Hampstead, she left the train almost by instinct and hurried towards the elevator. Why was her heart beating so rapidly? She was not going home. She would rather die than do such a thing. Nevertheless, she felt excited beyond words. Presently she reached the Heath. Yes, it was better here. The air was purer, and there was a suggestion of country. Children were shouting in their play. Lovers were strolling arm in arm. She was startled at hearing her own name. "Miss Trelawney," said a voice, and turning she saw a girl who months before had been pointed out to her as Jim Barnes' sister. "Forgive me for speaking to you, but I thought you would not mind. You remember me, don't you? I'm Emily Barnes. Are you living at home now?" "No." "Oh, I thought you might be, seeing you up here on the Heath. Jim told me you couldn't stand the old man's temper, so had gone off on your own. Have you seen Jim lately?" "No." "Oh, for shame. You ought not to neglect your relations, you know." And the girl giggled as she spoke. "Do you mind my walking with you? It was a bit stuffy at home, so I just came up here for a breath of fresh air. It's easy to get here by the subway from Camden Town." "Of course, you can walk with me if you like." "I have wanted to see you for a long time," and Emily spoke confidentially. "You see, Eleanor, you don't mind my calling you Eleanor, do you? For of course we're kind of sisters, aren't we? But as I was saying, I wanted to speak to you. I'm not comfortable in my mind about Jim and Peg." "No? Anything the matter?" "I'm not sure. Jim was up at our house 2 nights ago, and he was very glum. He says he's going to get the sack." "The sack? What do you mean?" "Oh, there's a slump in the real estate business, as there is in everything else, and his boss says that he'll have to discharge some of his men, and he gave Jim a hint that he might have to go. Jim's awfully proud, you know, and I fancy he's been a bit cheeky." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Yes, well, there it is. That's the thanks soldiers get for defending their country. It's only the bigwigs that get taken care of. Oh, I forgot to congratulate you. Your father's been made a general, I hear. And that leads me to what I was going to say. I don't think your father's acted like a gentleman at all. Oh, I don't mince words. I say straight what I mean." "How hasn't he acted like a gentleman?" "The way he's treated Jim. Jim asked him fair, to let bygones be bygones, but your father wouldn't even speak to him. Nasty uppish pride, I call it. I say he ought to make Peg an allowance. 100 or 2 a year would be nothing to him." Why can't he be reasonable and let the two families be friendly? If he doesn't, from what I can hear, Jim will have to bring Peg home to Camden Town, and we don't want that. Mother's got enough to do to keep the house straight as it is. And what should we do with Jim home and Peg, with her high and mighty ways? And I shouldn't be at all surprised if there isn't a squalling brat presently. I told him I wouldn't stand for it." Eleanor felt as though she could have screamed. Her nerves seemed raw, and the thought of being associated with this common girl and the rest of the Barnes family was horrible. "I must go and see Peg," she managed to say. "Perhaps things are not so bad as you think." "Well, I shouldn't say they were very good. I don't want to say anything against your sister, but she is extravagant, and never seems happy unless she's either off to a show or a dance. Jim says she won't go to the movies. They're not good enough for her. I give you fair warning. Jim won't stand too much nonsense, and if something isn't done, there'll be ructions. You, Eleanor, I think, might help them." Eleanor writhed as she heard the girl calling her by name, and had difficulty in controlling herself. "How can I help them?" she asked rather sharply. "I have to work for my own living, and have only a small salary." "Oh, tell that to the Marines." "But I haven't." "That won't do. Here you are, living on your own with another girl in a flat. I've heard all about it. Miss Chellew has her fine clothes and jewelry and goes to expensive places of amusement. Does she do it on her salary? Don't tell me." And the girl laughed knowingly. A flush of shame passed over Eleanor's cheeks. "I have nothing to do with what Miss Chellew does," she said angrily. "Oh, haven't you?" Miss Barnes laughed incredulously. "But a friend of mine saw you at the Orient not so long ago. You were there with a gentleman, drinking champagne. Does that come out of a typist's salary? Don't tell me. You can help Peg if you like, and I think you're mean if you don't. Jim knows all about Mr. Wakeham. He's no plaster of Paris saint, and would never get mistaken for a preacher." The girl's evident meaning drove Eleanor Trelawney nearly mad. "Miss Barnes," she said, as her voice trembled, "I came here to be alone. Would you mind telling me which way you are going?" "What do you want to know that for?" "Because I'll go in the opposite direction." "Oh, you will you? I suppose that although my brother's married your sister, I'm not good enough to walk with you. But let me tell you this, miss, I'm as good as you are, and I don't go to fast restaurants with married men." Eleanor looked around her helplessly, and as she did so she wished the ground would swallow her up. Close beside her, so near that he could not have helped hearing what was said, was Rod Ravenscroft. By his side was a handsome, well-dressed girl whom she had never seen before. But whoever she was, it was easy for Eleanor to recognize her as belonging to that class of people with whom she herself formerly associated. Ravenscroft lifted his hat and passed on without a word, but Eleanor saw the expression in his eyes. He must have heard what the girl had said, and have understood the significance of her words. Never had she felt so humiliated. What must he think? What must the girl by his side think? Possibly they were talking about her now. Probably he was telling her that she was the daughter of General Trelawney. She rushed away while the girl Barnes laughed aloud, jeeringly, tauntingly. Whither she was going she did not know, did not care. Oh, it was horrible, horrible. Presently she had time to think over what had taken place, but it was not of what Emily Barnes had told her about Peg that filled her mind. Who was this girl who was out walking with Rod Ravenscroft? What were they to each other? Was she his fiancée? She must get away. It did not matter where, except that she must get away as far from Hampstead as possible. Half an hour later she was back in her shabby little room again, recalling every incident of what had taken place since she left. Her brain seemed on fire. To think that she, Eleanor Trelawney, daughter of General Trelawney, should be spoken to in such a way by this common woman. And then there was the trouble about Peg. Her sister would go mad if she had to live with the Barnes family. How could she bear being in constant association with Jim Barnes's mother and his two sisters? And the worst of it was, she, Eleanor, could not help her. Her own position was insecure. She might lose her place at any time, and what then? She called to mind Mr. Wakem's words. She remembered the looks he had given her. What did he mean by the insinuations he had thrown out? In a way, he had always been respectful to her, yet... Hour after hour she sat thinking. She did not heed the lapse of time, and presently, when she heard Ellen Chellew's voice, she seemed like one awakened out of an awful dream. "Won't you come in, George?" "Not tonight, girlie. Oh, well, then, just for a minute." "How do you do, Miss Trelawney? Sitting here alone? Now that's downright sinful. You ought to be out enjoying yourself. Nell and I have had a jolly time. By the way, I'm good for Saturday night, so we'll regard that as settled. Now I must go. Good night, Miss Trelawney. Good night, Nell. My pet bird, give us another kiss." The man's voice sounded thick, as though he had been drinking more than was good for him. "We've had a glorious time," exclaimed Ellen after he had gone. "The review was splendid, and George and I drank a whole magnum of champagne. We will have a time on Saturday night." "I don't think I shall go," said Eleanor. "Oh, but you must. It's settled. George said he would ring up Mr. Wakeham tomorrow and fix it up, so you can't back out now. Besides, what's the odds? Let's enjoy ourselves while we can." When Eleanor arrived at the office next morning, Mr. Wakeham was not there, for which fact she was much relieved. She did not know why, but she seemed to be standing on the brink of an awful chasm. Her troubles seemed to have come upon her all at once. What should she do if she lost her position? How could she meet the future? And how could she help Peg? Was there any truth in what Emily Barnes had said? As for Rod Ravenscroft, she had driven him out of her mind. At least, she thought she had. What was he to her? She had told him that the very idea of marriage was nauseating to her, and he, of course, he had forgotten her. And if he had become fond of some other girl, what was that to her? When Mr. Wakeham came to the office about 11 o'clock, she was uneasy at the look he gave her, and the way he spoke. "Well, it's all right about Saturday, isn't it?" he asked. "I'm afraid I cannot go, Mr. Wakeham. It's very kind of you, but I don't think I could manage it." "Oh, but you must. Why, it's settled. I saw Dingle a few minutes ago, and he told me you had consented, so I've booked seats. You can't back out now, you know." "I'm afraid I must, Mr. Wakeham. By the way, I hope what you told me yesterday about losing my situation here isn't true." "I'm afraid it is," replied Mr. Wakeham. "Yes, I'm afraid it is. But don't trouble your little head about that. I'm not going to leave my little friend in the lurch. I haven't time to talk with you about it now, though. I can on Saturday. We'll find some quiet corner, and then I'll tell you." "Do you mean that you can help me find another place?" she asked eagerly.
I think I've got it all mapped out," he evaded. "But there must be no backing out, you know. And by the way, I'm just off to Birmingham and shan't be back until Saturday. However, it's all right. The seats are all booked, and I'll call at your place about 7 o'clock." He took a step nearer to her, as if to say something, then apparently thought better of it and left the room. During the next 2 days Eleanor was in a state of mind difficult to describe. But when the evening of Saturday came, she had evidently come to a decision. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 22. The Nightclub Affair. That decision was that she had resolved to accept Mr. Wakeham's invitation. She felt rather nervous about it, but why should she? She could take care of herself. Besides, she had ulterior purposes in deciding to go. She remembered what Mr. Wakeham had said about the possible loss of her position, and of his promise to find her another. At that moment she could not afford to offend him. If Ellen Chellew had decided to leave her, then she must find some other place of abode. But where? Her whole nature revolted against herding with girls of a lower social and intellectual life than those with whom she was brought into contact now. Of course there were thousands of respectable girls in London who earned their own living and stopped at cheap boarding-houses and fourth-rate private hotels, but she could not bear the idea of staying at one of these. Her liberties would be restricted, her times of going out and coming in discussed. No, she had not left Hampstead for that. She had thought, and thought bitterly, about what Emily Barnes had told her about Peg, and she was very miserable as a consequence. After all, she was her sister, and she had some duties towards her. Could she not help her and solve her own problem at the same time? The thought was horrible to her, but if she could join with Peg and Barnes in a flat, she could perhaps help in the rest, and pay enough for her own keep to be of assistance to them. But to do that, she must keep on the right side of Mr. Wakeham. She knew he had told the truth about the slump in trade, and the consequent unemployment which existed. Especially was this true, and increasingly true, with regard to girl workers, and she doubted whether any place of business would give her her present salary unless she had friends at court. Indeed, she would be dependent upon Mr. Wakeham for a reference. Of course she was very angry at Emily Barnes' insinuations, but she could afford to laugh at them. What had she to do with conventions? And what if Mr. Wakeham were a married man? It was quite common for married men to take out single girls. Besides, it was necessary for her to be polite to him. So she determined to be very pleasant, and to that end dressed herself in the clothes she thought became her best, and looked forward to a pleasant evening. She was passionately fond of music and dancing, and loved dramatic displays of every sort. One thing, however, troubled her. Ellen Chellew had informed her that she would not be able to go with her. "But why?" asked Eleanor. "Oh, George and I have other plans," giggled the girl mysteriously. "But it's all right, Eleanor. You go and enjoy yourself." "Where are you going? Why can't you come with us?" "Never mind. We shall be all right." So, in spite of her disappointment in this direction, she dressed herself carefully, and made her way to the Frivolity Theatre. Mr. Wakeham had pleaded hard that he might call for her at her flat, but to this she would not consent,
and at the time appointed she found herself at the theatre entrance. "Hello, Eleanor," Mr. Wakeham greeted her. "Here you are, and by Jove, you look beautiful. I never saw you looking so pretty before. Every man who sees you will envy me." "I didn't know I had given you permission to call me by my Christian name," she said, a little uncomfortably. "Oh, we're not at business now," laughed Wakeham. "We're out for a good time. Of course you're Miss Trelawney at the office. We have to keep up appearances there. But to-night you are my little Eleanor. Won't you call me Dick?" "Certainly I shall not." "Oh, but you will before the night's over," laughed Wakeham. "You know I'm a little bit vexed with you." "Why?" "Because you wouldn't come and have some dinner with me before the show. One can always enjoy the programme better after a bottle of fizz." Evidently Mr. Wakeham had had his bottle of fizz, for his large fleshy face was flushed, and he was very garrulous. "Still," he went on, "you are here, and we're going to have a great time." A few minutes later Eleanor was under the thrall of the performance. She loved this kind of thing. There was something in the bright lights, the gay colouring, the sound of the music, and the whole atmosphere of the place, which intoxicated her like wine. Here, at all events, there was, to her, nothing of the grim sordidness of life. Here the best talent in London laid itself out to amuse her. The orchestra was excellent, the dresses gay, the singing was entrancing. The theatre was filled to the doors. Every sight and sound spoke of wealth and pleasure, and an abandonment to the spirit of the moment. The review itself was tawdry and silly. It did not pretend to be anything else. The frivolity was not a place for serious things. It ministered not to the mind, but to the senses. Often the jokes bordered on vulgarity, if not on the indelicate, but no one seemed to mind. People did not come there to study the problems of life, or to look at life as it really was. The scores of half-drunken youths who had brought their painted inamoratas would have been angry at the slightest approach to the serious. Let us laugh and be merry was the spirit of the whole place. Morality was laughed at, infidelity of wives towards husbands and husbands towards wives, something to make a stage joke about. The play, if play it could be called, went on its way. Scene followed scene, dance followed dance, joke followed joke. Painted, tinselled, half-dressed girls capered on and off the stage. The music was sensuous, ravishing. Light, colour, laughter abounded everywhere. "Now this is the thing I like," laughed Mr. Wakeham. "This is the kind of show that appeals to me. Pretty girls everywhere, good music, beautiful dancing, bright colours. Do you see that girl there at the end of the first row in the ballet? See her diamonds? They're worth 500 if they're worth a penny. Pretty, ain't she?" "Yes, a beautiful girl," replied Eleanor. "Her mother was a scrub woman in Battersea," laughed Wakeham. "Her salary's £2 a week. She lives in a beautiful flat, and keeps her motor car. I know who pays for 'em too, but what's the odds so long as she's got 'em?" At that moment Eleanor almost felt as though Wakeham were right. It was all over presently, and they left the gaily lighted theatre for the streets. Outside the crowds surged hither and thither, but Mr. Wakeham had everything carefully arranged. A motor car awaited them, into which he ushered her. "I would take you to the Savoy or the Carlton," he said. "The grub's good there, so is the wine. But they have their closing hours, and the place we're going to is free from all that kind of rot." A vague sense of discomfort possessed Eleanor, but she said nothing. She was still under the influence of the review that had entranced her. The car threaded its way through the quickly moving traffic, and presently she found herself in a part of London she did not recognize. "This is the way, Eleanor, my dear," said Mr. Wakeham, as he dismissed the car, and although the place at which they stopped was dark and unattractive outside, it was full of light within. "I booked a table in a nice cosy corner," he laughed. "Now then, we'll have a jolly little supper." Certainly the cuisine of the place was excellent. The dishes were prepared by a genius. Whatever else the place possessed, it was able to tickle the palates of its clients. It was filled with a gay throng, too. People of seemingly all nationalities chattered and laughed, what time the orchestra discoursed gay music. "This is something like it, isn't it, old thing?" leered Mr. Wakeham. The waiter filled her glass as he spoke, and she drank almost with avidity. The hot, fetid air parched her throat. She did not think about the kind of people about her. That did not matter. Nothing mattered, it seemed to her, but the pleasure of the moment, and she felt strangely light-hearted. The wine, too, was exhilarating. She felt it tingling through her veins, making sadness impossible. She could not understand why she had been troubling about things. After all, what was there to trouble about? On every hand was laughter and music. In the near distance couples were footing merry music, and she was submerged in the whirlpool of the life she found there. "Won't you have another glass?" asked Mr. Wakeham at length, when they had finished supper. "No, I've had enough," was her reply. "Thank you very much. It has been splendid." "Yes, they do very well here, don't they? I thought you would like it. Now we'll go into the dancing room and have a hop." They passed from the restaurant into a large gilded hall, where the ceiling was decorated to appear as though it were the dome of the blue sky. "Best floor in London, Eleanor," said Mr. Wakeham. "Shall we take it right away, or will you sit down a minute?" Eleanor sat down and watched the revelry, and as she did so, a kind of dizziness possessed her. The wine had flown to her head, and while she was completely master of her movements and collected in her thoughts, she was under its influence. She looked around among the dancers and watched their senseless capering. In fact, it was not dancing at all. Half-tipsy youths gyrated with tipsier girls. Their class was plain at a glance. Some were in their teens, girls of 16, 17, and 18, who had been carried away by the flood of so-called pleasure. How they got there, God only knew. Older women were also there, with womanly modesty all gone. Some could not hide the signs of dissipation and late hours in spite of paint and powder. Evidently Mr. Wakeham was not a stranger there. Acquaintances, both men and women, came up and spoke to him. Formal introductions were unnecessary, and one man, whose character was plainly written in his face, sought to enter into conversation with Eleanor. "The floor's a dream," he said. "Mayn't I have the pleasure?" "No, not yet, old man," objected Wakeham. "A bit later, perhaps, but the first dance is for me. Isn't it, Eleanor?" She was utterly bewildered. She was still under the influence of the theatre, while the wine she had drunk still banished all thought of care. Yet at the background of her mind was wonder, almost shame. She remembered that not one word had been said about a new position, and amid all the wild laughter and revelry it was impossible for her to think clearly. Then something happened which opened her eyes. A man entered whom she knew. By his side was a woman whose class was written upon her face. Eleanor took but little notice of her. It was the man who frightened her. She knew little of him, but his house was not far from that of her father's at Hampstead, and she had more than once met him. "What if he should see me?" she almost gasped, and then she realized where she was. Yes, what if he were to see her and recognize her? What if he were to tell her father and mother? And what if he were to tell Rod Ravenscroft? Of course it did not matter. She had cut off all her old associations, but the thought haunted her nevertheless. Why had she come here? And why had not Ellen Chellew accompanied her? A group of tipsy girls came up to her and spoke familiarly. She could see the paint and powder on their cheeks, and they reeked with wine and tobacco smoke. They claimed her as belonging to their class, the saddest, the most tragic class in the world. Great God, the horror of it! "Come, Eleanor, darling, shan't we take the floor?" said Mr. Wakeham. "Here, have another glass of fizz, and then we'll start." "No, not yet," replied the girl. "I don't feel like dancing now. Besides, you told me that you would tell me about the new position you have for me." "Position?" laughed Wakeham. "This isn't the place to discuss things like that, my pet. This is the place to enjoy ourselves. Come on." Almost without resistance, she allowed him to put his arm around her while they kept time to the music. Then she thought she saw the man she knew at Hampstead looking at her, and a cry of terror escaped her. "I really can't stay here any longer," she cried, almost hysterically. "I want to go. I really must go. Don't trouble to come. I can find my way." "Why, the night's young yet," laughed Wakeham. "Besides, I couldn't think of letting you go alone. When you go, I go." "Then it must be now. I really can't stay here any longer." The excitement caused by the wine had gone, and Eleanor felt frightened beyond words. Suddenly the lights went out, and a frenzied cry went round the room. "The police are here! The place is being raided!" A feeling of terror possessed her. She had paid little attention to the information about raiding nightclubs, but now she knew. If the police took possession of the place, what would happen to her? She dreaded exposure. What would her father and mother say? What would Rod Ravenscroft think? "It's all right, Eleanor," whispered Wakeham. "I know a way out. Come with me. I've been in this kind of thing before." Cloakless and bareheaded, she allowed him to lead her along some tortuous passages. Evidently he was as anxious to avoid detection as she, and that fact gave her some comfort. A few seconds later they were in the street. "Don't worry, Eleanor," laughed Wakeham. "We've dodged 'em all right. My, but that was a narrow escape. It wouldn't do for Speke and Burnham to know that I'd been here." A minute later he hailed a passing taxi, into which he handed her, and then took his seat by her side. "Where to?" asked the driver. "St. Hildebrand's Mansions," informed Wakeham with a laugh. "But take your time." "But really, you must not come with me," pleaded Eleanor. "Of course I must," said Wakeham. "I haven't told you yet of the position I've got for you," and he laughed hoarsely. "Then tell me quick," she almost gasped. "And then you must really get out. I want to be alone." Come now, Eleanor. But yes, I'll tell you." Then he whispered something in her ear. The girl gave a cry of terror. "Now be sensible, my dear," pleaded Wakeham, and began to talk very volubly. "No, no, please stop," she gasped. "Nonsense! That won't do, Eleanor." Then he put his arm around her and tried to kiss her. The girl frenzied with fear and mad with anger, fought him with all her strength and screamed aloud. "You little devil!" cried Wakeham, mad with pain. "You're tearing my eyes out. Stop it, I say!" The driver, hearing the cry, jammed down the clutch and placed his other foot heavily upon the brake. The girl, unheeding Wakeham's threats, managed to open the door and leap into the street. Where she was she did not know. She was filled with a rage and fear and shame. Unmindful of passers-by, and not knowing whither she was going, she ran until she was out of breath. Then she stopped and tried to collect her thoughts. She was aware that two men were speaking to her, speaking in thick voices. It was now past midnight, and she did not know where she was. She was helpless, too. She had brought no money with her. What the men said to her she did not know, but she did know that their presence was evil, and that one of them was a man who had spoken to her an hour before in the nightclub where she had been. "Leave me!" she cried angrily, "or I'll call the police." "You call the police?" laughed the man. "That won't do, old thing. You daren't call the police. If you did, you'd get into trouble, my dear. You're only drunk, that's all." What she said she did not know. She hardly realized what was taking place, except that she was alone in London with two drunken men. She continued to protest, however, to protest angrily and helplessly. Oh, if she had someone to protect her! If only her brother John were there! If only. Then, as if by a miracle, a change came over the scene. Almost instinctively she felt as though a helpful presence were near her. "Miss Trelawney?" said a voice. "Surely that can't be you?"
"Oh, help me, Rod! Mr. Ravenscroft, save me from these horrible men!"
Rod Ravenscroft turned on them fiercely.
"What have you to do with it?" replied the more drunken of the two. "It's none of your business. We know what she is. We know where we saw her an hour ago. She's drunk, too. We saw her running like a mad woman. That's why we spoke to her."
"Take me away," panted Eleanor. "I want to get home. Give me your arm. Will you, Mr. Ravenscroft?" A little later she was hurrying away by Rod Ravenscroft's side, while the men laughed loudly and shouted obscene raillery. "How came you here, Miss Trelawney?" asked Ravenscroft. I don't understand." "Oh, don't ask me," she pleaded. "I want to get back to my flat. I live at St. Hildebrand's Mansions. It's all a mistake. I ought not to be here at all. But please don't ask me any questions. I can't bear it just now." "Let me see you back to St. Hildebrand's Mansions," said Ravenscroft, still bewildered. "Or better still, there's a taxi passing. I'll call it." He hailed it as he spoke, and Eleanor, feverishly, pantingly, entered. "May I come with you, Miss Trelawney?" he asked. "Oh, if you only would! I wouldn't trouble you, but I'm afraid. It's all been so horrible." Without a word, he took his seat by the girl's side, while she crouched in the corner of the conveyance, trembling and fearful. "You're not ill, are you, Miss Trelawney?" he asked anxiously. No, not ill. Please don't speak to me, and She was on the point of asking him not to tell her people how he had found her, but the words would not pass her lips. In a few minutes the taxi stopped at the entrance to the gloomy block of buildings where she lived, and she got out. "Good night, Mr. Ravenscroft, and thank you. Oh, I don't know how to thank you." He watched her as she rushed into the vestibule and disappeared from view. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 23. The Horror of the Awakening. When Eleanor entered her cheerless room, she found it in entire darkness. Ellen Chellew had not returned. Switching on the light, she locked the door. What if Wakeham should follow her? Presently, as no one came, and the silence of the night had fallen upon that part of London, she felt more calm and collected. She was able to think, and to understand what had happened. Oh, the horror of it all! The brutal, naked horror! She felt she had become years older in a day. 100 things which had been mysteries were explained, and the explanation was ghastly beyond words. What should she have done if Rod Ravenscroft had not appeared? It was only a chance in 1,000 that he was passing there at that moment. Supposing he had not seen her, recognized her? She shuddered at the thought of it. And what must he think? He had heard what those men had said, every word of which burned like fire into her brain. He must despise her. He must think her... Then the secret of her life became plain to her in a second. Without warning, and seemingly without reason, her whole nature was revolutionized in a moment. She, who had laughed at the thought of love, knew that for weal or for woe, she loved the man who had rescued her that night. She felt as though she were going mad. Horrible as had been her previous experiences, they were as nothing to this. Suddenly, it had come to her that Rod Ravenscroft was all the world to her, come to her at the time when he must be thinking of her with loathing and scorn. She could not understand it at all. Hitherto she had thought of him kindly and regarded him as a pleasant fellow, but utterly old-fashioned and conventional. On 1 or 2 occasions before her father came home, she had gone with him to places of amusement with her mother's consent and approval. More than once, too, she had had an idea that he was fond of her. But as for caring for him, the thought had never seriously appealed to her. For that matter, she had regarded herself as incapable of love, and had felt a kind of contempt for girls who would sacrifice the liberties and privileges of girlhood to become the wife of any man. And now everything had changed. It seemed to her as though some new part of her being had been called into life, and that everything else in her past was submerged in this new, wonderful passion which possessed her. She did not know whether she admired him or not. She had a feeling that he was strong and chivalrous, and that he suggested safety and confidence, but somehow these things did not seem to matter. He was the only man in the world for her, and all her past dreams seemed like so much mockery. Her heart went out to him in its entirety. All the wealth of her being was given to him. He was her king, her all. She would brave anything for him, do anything to serve him. If... But no, it was too late now. She had made everything impossible by her own actions. What did he think of her? Her mind swept back again over the events of the evening. She saw herself accepting Wakeham's invitation and going with him to the tawdry music hall. She remembered his coarse, vulgar laugh, and his still coarser remarks which she had listened to and not rebuffed. And then there was the horror of the night club afterwards. She had found herself in a place which was the resort of bad women and worse men. It was true many so-called society women went to such places. They went there to see life, as they termed it, but she found no comfort in the thought. The horror of that hour haunted her. She remembered the coarse girls who came and greeted her so familiarly, called to mind their painted lips and cheeks, their coarse laughter, their silly, vulgar chatter. And she had been there among them. She had allowed herself to be accompanied by a man who was a member of the club. Perhaps by this time the police had taken possession of it, while the names of those who had been there would on the following day be published to the world. From what had she escaped? But that was not the worst of it. It was the hour which followed. Wakeham had spoken to her as though she were a thing to be bought and sold. He had made suggestions which made her wish that the earth would swallow her up. She felt demented, horror-stricken. This, then, was the actual outcome, the grim and ghastly logic of Tamsin Cory's so-called advanced views. She felt that her womanhood was besmirched at the thought of it. Then she recalled that other scene when, after a mad struggle, she had managed to get into the street and had fled from what now appeared to her in its ghastly nakedness. She thought of the drunken men who had spoken to her, of the words they had said to her, and then came Rod Ravenscroft. What must he think of her? Yesterday she professed not to care, but today, now, the world had become changed. She hungered for the love she had scorned, hungered for the love she had laughed at, and she had made everything impossible. How wise her father had been, how kind, and she had spurned his kindness. Oh, if he would only come to her now and speak to her as he had spoken to her months before. And then there was Peg. She had aided and abetted her in her mad determination to marry Barnes. She was largely responsible for the tragedy of it all, for it was tragedy. For the first time she saw things as they really were. She saw Barnes as he really was, a low-bred, vulgar outsider, a man who was common to the fingertips. And she had half encouraged Peg in her mad infatuation for him. If what his sister said was true, Peg's whole life might be ruined, and she, because of the attitude she had taken, was largely responsible for it. Hour after hour, heedless of the passing time, she sat thinking. The night was wonderfully still. London was asleep. Presently she looked at her watch. It had stopped. Then she heard one of the city clocks striking. It was 3 in the morning. Why had not Ellen Chellew come? Where was she? She remembered the conversation which passed between them before she went out. She called to mind what Ellen had said. Then the meaning of it all became plain, ghastly plain. She shuddered and hid her head in shame. This was what loose conceptions of marriage really meant. This was the outcome of discarding the old religious beliefs in which she had been reared. And but for what seemed like a miracle, she, at length, tired brain and body could bear no more. She threw herself on her bed and fell into a troubled sleep. When morning came, she awoke with a great weight on her heart. Something horrible had happened. At first she could not tell what, but presently it all flashed back to her. But she was less excited now, and could think of things more calmly. She realized that she had her future to face, and she must think what to do. She counted her money carefully, and as she did so, the grey drabness of her prospects rose before her again. first of all, she determined not to go back to Speke and Burnham. After what had happened the night before, it was impossible. She simply could not sit in the same room with a man who had insulted her pride, insulted her womanhood. The very thought of it made a flush of shame rush madly to her cheeks. She would starve rather than live in the poison of that man's presence. Neither would she go home. That was as impossible as the other. How could she? She called to mind what had passed between her and her father, remembered too what she had constantly said to her mother, for Eleanor Trelawney's pride was unconquered. All sorts of questions would be asked her, and she... No, she simply could not. She had left home because she wanted to live her own life, and although she felt she had been a failure, a miserable failure, she could not go back humbled and penitent. But what could she do? It was true she might be able to find a position in the city, but any respectable employer would want references. If she mentioned Speke and Burnham, they would naturally refer the matter to Wakeham, and she felt sure of what Wakeham would say. Besides, she simply could not be beholden to that man. But she must find work, else she would starve. She remembered the Russian who had offered her, whether seriously or not, she was not sure, a post in some organization which existed for the purpose of Bolshevik propaganda. He had mentioned a good salary, too, but her heart gave no response to the suggestion. These people did not stand for law and order and decency. These Bolsheviks not only scouted the idea of God, but of all Christian morals. She remembered a sentence which this man had said to her. Religion is a sort of opiate, and opiates are always bad. Religion has no place in the life of a thoughtful man. She could not help thinking of her father at this moment. He had given his life to the establishment of order and decency. How then could she work for that which he had offered his life to avert? But what could she do? That was the question which haunted her with grim persistence. A few minutes later she sat down to her lonely breakfast. Outside the church bells were ringing, calling people to worship, but she had no thought of worship. Her mind was too filled with the drab persistence of sordid facts. Almost mechanically she washed the few breakfast utensils which she had been using, and then stood still. "I'll go and see Peg," she said. "I've neglected her." She was on the point of putting on her hat and jacket when she heard a step outside her door. Then someone knocked. Could it be Wakeham? Had he dared to hunt her in this fashion? But she was not afraid now. Daylight gave her confidence, and a score of people were within call. The knock was repeated. Her heart beat wildly. Why, she could not tell. But she went to the door and opened it, and saw Rod Ravenscroft. Instantly her face was suffused with a flush of shame. She called to mind their meeting on the previous night, remembered what had taken place. Then pride came to her aid. Not for worlds would she let him see or even suspect what she felt towards him. "Good morning, Miss Trelawney. You'll forgive my calling, won't you? But I thought you looked ill last night." "You are very kind," she replied quietly. "Won't you come in?" He entered the room hesitatingly, awkwardly. He, too, remembered the previous night's experience, and felt sensitive. As a consequence he tried to find something to say in order to explain his presence, but nothing would come. He was but a simple-hearted fellow, in spite of a brilliant university career, and he was not an adept in talking with girls. Besides, the circumstances were peculiar. By this time Eleanor had been able to obtain control over herself. Somehow Why, she could not say. He had given her a sense of confidence. "Won't you sit down, Mr. Ravenscroft? And will you please excuse me while I get the room into something like order? I did not expect a visitor." She was glad she was able to speak calmly. Not for worlds would she let him know what she felt. Last night she had been mad with fear and terror, and as a consequence she felt abject, penitent. But now the old fighting spirit had come back again. She loved him beyond words, but she would do anything rather than let him know it. For a few minutes they talked on trivial matters, and never once did he refer to the predicament in which he had found her. But Eleanor knew what he was thinking, and while she dreaded explanations, she longed to stand well in his eyes. But how could she explain away what he had seen and heard? "Have you been to Duloe lately?" she asked at length. Duloe was the name of the parish in Cornwall where the original Trelawney mansion was situated, and this had perhaps led General Trelawney to give his house at Hampstead that name. "No, not for 2 or 3 weeks," he replied. "But I sometimes call. You see, John is a great friend of mine." "You have not been there this morning?" He shook his head. "No, Miss Trelawney." "I suppose you have been wondering at the predicament in which you saw me last night," she stammered. "I'm very glad I happened to be passing," was his reply. "I had been spending the evening with some Oxford friends. We all met at the chambers of Dick Pascoe, and I had not left them more than a few minutes before I saw you. I was afraid you were in trouble." Her face crimsoned with shame. She longed to let him know the truth, but she could not. Her mind was torn by conflicting influences. "I suppose you feel it your duty to inform them at Duloe of what you saw," she blurted out presently, and she was angry with herself the moment the words had passed her lips. "I don't think I deserve that, Miss Trelawney." "Come now, confess." And she tried to speak lightly. "Haven't you felt all the morning that you ought to go to General Trelawney and tell him that you saw his daughter under the most distressing circumstances, and that but for you something terrible might have happened to her?" "And if I did?" he flashed back. "Wouldn't it have been natural? Yes, I will be quite frank and candid with you. I will take the liberty of an old friend. I will even go farther than that. I will take the liberty of one who, a few months ago, dared to hope great things. But of course that is all gone now." She misunderstood his meaning, and a kind of despair came into her heart, which was mingled with an unreasoning anger. "And why have you come here this morning?" I hardly know why. I came, I think, because I wanted to help you." "Why would you want to help me?" "Because you need help. I am sure of that." "Yes," she laughed. "I do need help. I need help in getting a position. I've lost my place." Her voice was hard and bitter. "Come, Miss Trelawney," pleaded Ravenscroft. "Isn't it foolish to talk like that? I'm sure your father and mother are longing for you to come home." "My mother may be, but my father—" "Yes, your father," repeated Ravenscroft. "I suppose you'll think me a prig, and be angry at what seems like bad taste in speaking, but I cannot help it. If your father saw what I saw last night, it would break his heart." She laughed defiantly. "My father cares nothing for me," she cried. "He tried to treat me as though I were a child, as though I had no mind of my own, as though I were a little pet dog led by a string." "No," said Ravenscroft, "that's false. I have never talked with your father about your reasons for leaving home, but I know you're not speaking the truth. Of
course, it's not my business, but I tell you plainly I think your behaviour damnable." "What behaviour?" she flashed back. "Your behaviour in leaving your home as you did." "What do you know about it?" Eleanor had become utterly defiant and regardless of consequences. She was more than angry with herself at adopting this attitude, but she wanted to defy Ravenscroft, wanted, in spite of the fact that her heart was even now yearning for him, to assert her independence and to fling back the accusations which she felt hung upon his lips. A score of conflicting passions surged in her heart: love, anger, tenderness, defiance, shame, pride, eagerness to explain, yet a determination never to yield an inch. All worked within her. "What I did after due consideration," she asserted hotly. "My father would not allow me to choose my own friends. He arrogated to himself the right of deciding who my friends should be, where I should go and where I should not go, as though a girl of any individuality will allow herself to be dictated to in that way." "Do you permit me to speak freely, Miss Trelawney?" asked Ravenscroft. "Yes, speak," she laughed defiantly. "Then I tell you this. I think your father was right in insisting on what he did. No girl, if she cares for her own self-respect, should come home in the early hours of the morning and refuse to let her parents know where she has been. No father with right feeling would allow it. And you did these things, Miss Trelawney, and then because your father insisted upon obedience to his will, you aided and abetted your sister in making a mad marriage and left home." "What right have you to say this to me?" And her voice was husky with passion. "The right you gave me a minute ago," he replied. "But that is not all. I have the right of one who once loved you, who months ago idealized you, and who would have given his life to serve you. I know now that my love was hopeless, but I cannot help caring for your welfare. And I say this, Miss Trelawney, you are leading a dangerous life." "What do you know about my life?" she asked. "What I saw last night." "And because of that you came here to insult me?" "No," he replied. "I came as one wishing you well. I came to ask you not to allow yourself to throw away your life." "And because you rendered me a service, you claim the right to dispose of my future, I suppose?" In her mad anger, she scarcely knew what words were passing her lips. "I tell you this, Mr. Ravenscroft, I am fully able to take care of myself, and I could, if I felt so disposed, explain everything you saw last night, even to your satisfaction. But I don't feel so disposed, because you have not the right to know." "Few girls in London are able to take care of themselves," was his reply, "especially when they are as beautiful as you are. If I had a sister, I would rather see her go into a house infected by smallpox than to see her living amid such companionships as you have chosen." "What do you know about my companionships?" "I know the opinions Miss Tamsin Cory holds. I have heard about Miss Chellew, who occupies these rooms with you. I know men who know Miss Jeffreys and her friends, and Mrs. Gracechurch, who was divorced only a few months ago." "How do you know these things?" "Because I have made it my business to find out." And his voice was as defiant as hers. "If a woman lives in infectious houses, Miss Trelawney, the likelihood is that she will catch the disease. But I did not come here to quarrel with you. I came because I could not help it." And there was a catch in his voice as he uttered the last words. She looked at him quickly, searchingly,
There was something in his tones that made her heart throb madly. Again her anger died down, and a great longing came into her heart to defend, to justify herself, to prove to him that she was not what she imagined in her terror he thought she was. "I know you're thinking about what you saw last night," she then said. "Let me tell you this, then. Although the circumstances were, yes, horrible, my mother has no reason to blush for me. I went, where I did, to obtain a post. I went in the hope of helping Peg. The rest was hideous, I know, but as far as I am concerned, you saw the worst." She half stammered, half sobbed the words that came from her with difficulty, and she could not help a feeling of joy as she saw the changed look in his eyes. "Miss Trelawney," he said quietly, "I never thought harm of you that way. I couldn't. But will you not go back to your father?" "No," she replied obstinately. She was afraid she had said too much, and yet did not know wherein she had made a mistake. Her pride was surging back again now, and with that pride a sense of defiance. "I know what my father thinks of me, and I will not go back like a prodigal child, even although he might kill the fatted calf for me." And she laughed bitterly. "All I want, Mr. Ravenscroft," she went on, "is the means to live my own life." "Then you are leaving Speke and Burnham's?" "How did you know?" "I am trying to put two and two together," was his answer. "They are cutting down expenses," replied Eleanor, "and as a consequence some of their staff is being discharged." "That's not true," replied Ravenscroft. "I know young Speke very well. It's one of the most prosperous firms in the city, and there is no thought of cutting down expenses." Then, but she did not say more. The truth flashed across her mind. "I have to leave there anyhow. I must. I could not go back." Again she noted the peculiar flash of his eyes. She felt that he knew more than he said. He rose to his feet. "I cannot persuade you to go back to your home, then?" he said. She shook her head. "May I tell your father and mother that I have seen you?" "No, I hope you'll tell them nothing." "Nothing?" "No, nothing." He held out his hand to her. "Good morning, Miss Trelawney," he said. "I hope you'll forgive my coming, and of course I'd no right to speak to you as I did. Will you forgive me?" Her eyes were drawn to his as he spoke, and something overmastered her. She knew not what. She felt that tears were welling up, that her lips were trembling. He held her hand in his. "Will you not tell me that you forgive me?" he said. "Go, go, please go." And snatching her hand away from his, she flung herself on the chair, and burying her face in her hands, sobbed as though her heart would break. "Miss Trelawney," said Rod Ravenscroft anxiously, "are you not well? Tell me." "Go, go, please go," she sobbed. He stood looking at her for a few seconds as if undecided what to do. Then, with a sigh, he opened the door and passed out, while she continued to sob as though her heart would break. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 24. Peggy's Romance Fades. "Something will have to be done," said Jim Barnes, who had been standing for a long time, sullen and silent, looking into vacancy. Peg did not reply. "Have you nothing to say? Why, we're right up against it. We've got to do something. We owe 3 weeks' rent and this pile of bills. I can see nothing for it but a moonlight flitting." "What do you mean by that?" "Clear it out. We have no money, and you won't do anything." "What can I do?" And the girl's tones were sullen and defiant. "Do?" he said with an oath. "You could do a lot, but you'll do nothing. You're willing to sponge upon me for everything." "Sponge upon you? Be careful what you say, Jim." "Why should I be careful?" he asked. "Besides, it's true." "You didn't talk like that when I lived at home," she protested. "You told me you were earning good money, and that it would be the joy of your life to buy things for me, and now—" She shrugged her shoulders. Barnes laughed brutally. "Yes, and a nice fool I made of myself," he said. "Instead of marrying a girl with money, as I thought, she hasn't got a sou." "I had nearly £30, and I gave you every penny of it." "£30? What's that?" sneered Barnes. "It all went in a week or two. Oh, you throw up that to me, do you? Your dirty £30. You paid me £30 to take you, did you? And a nice bargain I made of it. Spent it all in less than a month in theatres and dinners. Good Lord, do you think I could keep that up? People who have got extravagant ideas should pay for them. You would never go into the balcony. It was always the dress circle or the stalls for you. You would never go to the movies. They were too common for your ladyship. You must have a regular play. You would never go to a Jolly 10 sociable. Nothing but a high-priced affair would suit you, and I had to pay for it. Of course, people who went to ordinary dances weren't good enough for you. Let me tell you this, madam, my sisters go to them, and they're as good as you." Peg did not reply. "Yes, as good as you, for all your fine name and aristocratic connections. Aristocratic connections, indeed. Fat lot of good they are to me." "You were eager enough to get them," Peggy retorted. "Oh, cut that!" cried Barnes. "I'm just sick of it all. Yes, I know I was a tomfool. I ought to have known better than to marry a proud minx like you. But there, we must do something. We can't stay on here. Look at this letter." After this, there was a silence between them for perhaps a minute. Then Barnes burst out. "We shall have to do it." "What?" she asked. "Go home to Camden Town." "I won't!" she cried passionately. "I simply won't." "Won't you? Why, you silly fool, we can live there rent-free. That will mean more than £2 a week difference to us. Mother's got a spare room we can have, and I'll pay her something for keeping us. In fact, we can rub along then." "I won't," repeated Peggy angrily. "I simply won't." "Why won't you?" "I couldn't live day by day with your mother and sisters." "Couldn't you indeed? They're as good as you are, and a jolly sight better. My sisters are self-respecting girls. They earn their own living and keep the house going. That's more than you do." "You may say what you like," cried Peggy, "but I won't do it. You know what they said to me the last time I was there." "That was only their fun," laughed Barnes. "Besides, they're a bit fed up. Who wouldn't be? Of course they thought your father would do the straight thing and come down handsome. If he'd been a gentleman, he would have allowed us, say, £4 a week, and then we could have rubbed along. Besides, what can we do? It's all very well to take the high and mighty style, and say you won't do this and you won't do that, but we've got to pay for these rooms or be kicked out.
and we've not got the money, and there are these bills. Oh, what a tomfool I was to marry an extravagant, useless thing like you." "You were glad enough to get me," was Peggy's retort. "Was I?" sneered Barnes. "It was you who did all the courting, dear. I had no need to do any." "Oh, you mean, contemptible outsider!" gasped the girl in her rage. "Look here, none of that," said Barnes, taking a savage stride towards her. "I'm not going to stand any of your cheek. Mean, contemptible outsider, am I? Well, go and live with your mean, contemptible insiders." Peggy stood before him defiant, her eyes flashing. "Don't think you can frighten me," she cried. "You are a mean, contemptible outsider, or you wouldn't speak like that." Barnes caught her roughly by the arm. "Say that again," he said, "and I'll blacken your eye." And he lifted his hand as if to strike her. All the fighting spirit in the girl was aroused, and she felt contaminated by his touch. Pride of race and all the influences of her early associations surged within her. She felt degraded by passing through such scenes, for this was only a repetition of others of a similar nature. But she was not afraid. Something, she knew not what, caused her to defy him and challenge him to do his worst. "Strike me!" she cried, her voice quivering. "Strike me! It's the kind of thing a creature like you would do. But remember, I'll tell my brother John, and I'll tell my father too." "Bah, you daren't! Your brother John!" And Barnes laughed uneasily. "He's afraid to come near me. He remembers the licking I gave him at the Cosmopolitan Hotel months ago." "Yes, I heard about that," answered the girl. "Why, he thrashed you within an inch of your life. Jenkins told me so himself." "Jenkins did he? I'll pay him out for that." "Now then, strike me." And the girl looked fearlessly and defiantly into his face. Barnes dropped her arm and walked away muttering. Things had come to a crisis. The room in which they now lived was not the place to which Barnes had first brought her. That was comparatively comfortable, but it cost more than they could afford to pay, and after much heart-searching on Peggy's part, she had consented to come to their present abode. It was a miserable, squalid place, and the surroundings were anything but savoury. Still, Peggy had consented. Barnes had told her that it need only be for a little time, as he expected a raise in his wages shortly, and when that time came they would be able to return to more comfortable surroundings. But the raise of wages did not come, and even this shabby little room was more than they could pay for. Peggy, like many other girls of her class, was utterly unfit to be a wife. She was young and inexperienced, and had always refused to learn housekeeping. In addition, although her father was not a wealthy man, the family had always been able to live in comfort. She had but little knowledge of the value of money, and did not realize how quickly what seemed to her a large amount could melt away. Moreover, having been brought up as she had at first protested against going to cheap restaurants and cheap places of amusement, and for a time Barnes had yielded to her. But little by little facts stared her in the face. For the first 2 months after their marriage Barnes still appeared to her a gay Lothario. She was still under the spell of his handsome presence and high-flown talk. But in time she became disillusioned. She saw the kind of man to whom she had linked her life, realized how utterly different he was from those of her own class. She could not help seeing that he was a common, vulgar braggart. They had scarcely a taste in common.
and to all intents and purposes they spoke a different language. But she would not admit this even to herself. By nature she was self-willed and obstinate, and she would not confess that she had made a mistake in marrying. With a kind of doggedness, therefore, which sometimes almost amounted to heroism, she tried to shut her eyes to his real nature and to be a good wife to him. In this, however, she was only partially successful. As the glamour of her marriage passed, and the ugly spectres of poverty and brutalism appeared, she grew hard and sullen. In fact, she was fast awakening to the grim reality of the life she had chosen. Shortly after the visit which her father and mother paid her, she received a letter from the latter, telling her that if ever she was in trouble, she must let her know. She also stated that while her father still kept his doors open to her, they would forever remain closed to Barnes. This man he would neither admit to his house nor recognize in any way. Her mother had also asked her if she might come to see her. The letter was possibly not wisely written. Certain it is that Peggy, angered by the insult which she considered had been offered to her husband, had written defiantly to her mother, declaring that she needed neither the help nor the recognition of any one at Hampstead, and she would not have it if it were offered to her. She also stated that by her husband's wish, seeing her father's house was closed to him, their house was closed to them, and to John, especially to John. Barnes had been very angry when she had told him what she had done. Even yet, that gentleman had hopes of a recognition taking place, and he thought Peggy had made it impossible by what he called her damn silly pride. But now things had come to a crisis. Barnes had received no raise in salary, and debts stared them in the face. With the romance of marriage entirely gone, the shabby sordidness of their surroundings hardened Peggy. A month before this, Barnes had suggested that they should go and live with his people at Camden Town, and she had refused. And as week after week he still harped upon this string, she, while her defence became weaker and weaker, loathed the idea more and more. "We must do something," grumbled Barnes at length, after striding around the room. "There's one thing you can do." "What?" he asked. "You can do with a little less whiskey. Only 2 days ago I asked you for a new pair of gloves, and you told me you couldn't afford it, but you're able to pay 16 shillings for a bottle of whiskey." "Look here," cried Barnes, "I'm not going to do without a drop of whiskey for you or anyone. Besides, a man must offer a friend a drink if he comes to see him, and I tell you this." He stopped suddenly, as if a new thought had struck him, and after a few seconds' silence he went on in more conciliatory tones. "Look here, Peg, old girl," he said, "we are in a bad way. You must forgive me if I spoke to you a bit hasty just now, but I've my pride, the same as you have. Of course things haven't turned out as we expected. I tell you straight, I did hope your father would have been reasonable. I didn't think he'd carry things to such a length as he has, and I thought after he'd got used to the idea he'd have caved in. But he hasn't. Now, I'm as proud as Lucifer in some things, but it's no use being silly." "You told me you were going to have a raise of salary," snapped Peggy. "I thought I was. But business is bad, and I'll tell you straight, I dare not ask for more money. The governor gave me a hint only today that he might soon ask me to get another place, and if he did, I don't know where I could get one. Jobs ain't going begging now like they were. See?" "You mean that you might be out of work?" asked Peggy. "That's what I do mean, old girl, and then we should be in the soup. Head over ears in the soup. I'm sorry, Peg, really downright sorry." The girl looked with abject misery towards the fireplace. "Come, Peg, can't you help me out?" asked Barnes. "How can I help you out?" "Swallow your pride a bit. Of course I couldn't do it after what your father said to me. No man of fine feelings could. He insulted me, while your brother called me names which no man of such a sensitive nature as mine could stand. No, I'd rather die than ask any of them for a penny. But you could, Peg. It's your right. You've done nothing to disgrace them, and I say you have a moral right to a quarter of your father's fortune, whatever it is." "What do you mean by that?" asked the girl. "Peg, be sensible. You wouldn't be asking for charity or anything of that sort. You'd be simply claiming what's your own. It's your father's duty to make you an allowance." Again the girl's temper flared up. "Do you mean to suggest," she cried, "that I go to my father and ask him that?" "I didn't say your father," said Barnes coaxingly, "but your mother. She's still soft on you, Peg, and she would not turn a deaf ear to you. For the love you bear me, old girl, go and ask her for a bit of help." "I'll starve first," cried the girl. "That's your pride, is it? You'd see me, after all you've said to me months ago, go like a beggar to my father's house? You're meaner than I thought." "Then starve!" cried Barnes with an angry oath. He seized his hat from a peg as he spoke, and put on his overcoat. "Where are you going?" asked the girl. "Where I like," was his reply. "Do you think I'm going to stay here to be insulted by a proud, penniless, bad-tempered thing like you? If I can't get comfort at home, I'll go where I can get it." He slammed the door as he spoke and left the girl alone. He came back again after a few seconds, however. "Look here, Peg," he cried. "You'll be reasonable, won't you?" "Not in the way you suggest," she said. "I won't." "Then ask your sister to help us. She's got money." "She hasn't," cried the girl. "She's only her salary, and it's barely enough for her to live on." "That won't do," and Barnes laughed meaningly. "She gets money all right, Peg. I met a man only today who saw her having supper at a gay place with her boss. We know what that means. She's got money right enough, I tell you." But he did not proceed further. There was a look in Peggy's eyes which made him afraid. "Go," she said hoarsely. "Go before I kill you." Why, you little spitfire," he muttered. But he obeyed her. Again he closed the door behind him and left the girl to her thoughts. It was now about 9 o'clock at night, and the neighbourhood in which Barnes had taken up his abode was gloomy and cheerless. When he left Peggy, it was with the determination to seek out some of his pals, as he called them, and make a night of it. "Let her think what she likes," he muttered angrily. "I'm going to enjoy myself." A few minutes later, however, he changed his mind. "I believe it could be managed," he said aloud, "and I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. He's a general now, and all sorts of a big gun. I've gone the wrong way to work in the past. I've taken the high hand, but now I'll do the humble touch." The idea seemed to please him the more he thought about it. When at length he found himself at Charing Cross, his mind seemed fully made up. "At any rate, nothing venture, nothing won," he reflected as he entered the subway. "And if I can once get the thin edge of the wedge in, the rest will come easy." 20 minutes later he was at Hampstead, and then, With a fast-beating heart, he made his way to the house which had once been his wife's home. As he entered the gateway, he saw that several windows of the house were ablaze with light, and in the stillness of the night there came to him the sound of merry music and gay laughter. "They're not breaking their blooming hearts anyhow," he said to himself. "His youngest daughter has to think where her next meal is coming from, while he lives in a style like this." A minute later he rang the bell, which was opened by a maid he had not seen there before. "Is General Trelawney at home?" he asked. "Yes," replied the girl, "but he's engaged." "Have you company?" And he gave the girl a smile, which he thought was very entrancing. "Yes," was the reply. "I'm sorry to call at such an inopportune time," he said in his most lordly manner, "but my business is very urgent indeed. Won't you ask him to see me for just a minute?" The girl looked at him closely and tried to sum him up. He was not quite a gentleman, but he did not suggest the vagrant or the beggar. "If you will ask him to see me for just a minute," he persisted. "What name?" asked the girl. "The name doesn't matter at all," said Barnes, "but my business is exceedingly important, and I'll only keep the General 5 minutes." Barnes stood waiting while the girl went into the adjoining room, and he noticed that the music and laughter ceased. Evidently the General was asking some questions, and Barnes, dire as was the predicament in which he was placed, felt like running away. But before he could do so, the General stepped into the hall. This was dimly lit, and thus, while the outline of Barnes's figure was plainly to be seen, his features were not easily recognizable. "You wish to see me?" And the General gave only a careless glance towards a tall figure which stood waiting. "Will you come this way?" He led the way into an empty room and switched on the light. Then he turned to his visitor. "Oh, it's you, is it?" And a look flashed into his eyes which was anything but pleasant. For a few seconds he stood without speaking further. He seemed to be debating what to do. Doubtless he was angry that Barnes should have called on him. Remembering all that had taken place, it was no wonder. But there was something else expressed in his face. Anger was followed by a look of yearning and tenderness. He remembered the little maid who long years before he had fondled and caressed, and his heart went out to her now. But for that he would have shown Barnes the door, and it was this fact that gave his visitor the opportunity he sought. "What do you want?" he asked. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 25. Trev's Engagement. That had been the happiest evening which General Trelawney had known for some months. Almost for the first time since his homecoming, the house had been a house of mirth. He had laughed like a boy and had thrown off all thoughts of care and sorrow. He had sung old songs with gusto. He had revealed a sense of humour of which few thought him capable, and had entered into the merriment of the evening as though he had not a care upon his heart. "Never knew Dad had it in him," remarked John to his friend Davenport, who was of the party. "Why, he's younger than any of us." "Yes, he's broken out in a new place, hasn't he?" replied Davenport. "Up to now he's always been the dignified pukka officer. Why, he could earn his living on the stage. He seems to have forgotten what a great officer he is, and acts like a kid." And this was true. All that military precision and more than a suggestion of stateliness which was characteristic of him had been thrown aside. For months, in spite of the honours which had been heaped upon him, and in spite of the encomiums which had been passed upon him in high places, General Trelawney's face had revealed a sad, disappointed man. He had a genius for affection. No man thought more for his wife and children than he. He never made a plan but that they participated in it, and before his return to England his one thought was how he could make his children happy. Perhaps that was why his disappointment was so great at the attitude, especially of Eleanor and Peggy. It had come upon him almost like a thunderbolt, and neither honour nor success could atone for what seemed to him the tragedy of his children's lives. He was still anything but a rich man, although his promotion had meant a larger income, but he had enough to live in affluence and to grant any reasonable desire of those he loved. But the things he hoped for had been made impossible. Eleanor had, to all intents and purposes, refused his affections. She had resented what seemed to him the commonest essentials of home discipline, while Peggy had preferred to link her life to a man who was utterly unworthy rather than share his home and his love. His boy Trev, too, had disappointed him. Not that he was a bad fellow. Indeed, in some respects he was proud of him. He was tall and handsome, and made a smart officer. He had also done fairly well in his regiment. But the father had been saddened by his son's selfishness and spendthrift habits. He had lived only for himself, and had run up debts without a thought of the suffering which he might inflict by doing so. But today the General had been happy, even in spite of his 2 daughters, and the reason was that Trev had come home from Ireland. Not only that, he had come home changed, almost out of recognition. For some time after going to Ireland, Trev's letters had been disappointing. Mostly they had been complaints of what a beastly hole Ireland was to live in, and of the expenses which he could not meet. Then, suddenly, the father thought he saw a change in his letters. They were no longer filled with grumbling, and no mention was made of an increased allowance. This was followed by the news that Trev had obtained leave and was coming back for at least a fortnight. He had arrived home on the previous day, and both father and mother had welcomed him with outstretched arms. "This is splendid, Trev," declared the General. "And you say you have a whole fortnight?" "Hope so, Dad," said Trev with a laugh. "But is anything the matter?" "Why, my boy?" "You look a bit seedy and worried, and the little mother doesn't look as rosy as she used to. Why is it?" "Don't you worry about us, my boy." "But I do, Dad," replied Trev. "You don't look nearly so well as you did when I saw you in Plymouth. Is there something wrong? Money, or anything of that sort?" "Why should you think that?" Trev was silent a minute. "I'm afraid I've caused you a lot of bother, sir, and I want to tell you that I'm ashamed of myself. I am, really." "Why, my boy, is anything the matter with you?" "Oh, no, sir," and Trev laughed merrily. "But I was a fool, I know, and a spendthrift fool into the bargain. I thought, but that's all over, sir." "I don't understand you," said the General. "I'll tell you about it directly, sir." The General saw that there was a new light in his boy's eyes, that a wondrous change had come over him. "But where are the girls? went on Trev. "Why aren't they here?" "You don't know? You've never heard?" queried the General. "No. Of course they have not written me, but there's nothing new in that. They never have written me, and I'm afraid I have been just as careless. But where are they? Is anything the matter?" "My boy," said the General, "that's the whole trouble." "What's the whole trouble?" In a few words his father told him. He softened the story as much as possible, but at best it was a tragic business, and the young soldier saw the meaning of his father's drawn and haggard face and the wistful look in his mother's eyes. "Yes, it's a bad business," said the General at length, "and it's blackened everything. But I'm glad to see you, my boy, glad to have you home. Now then, tell me about yourself. You look better, happier." "Yes, I am," replied the young officer. "Dad, I'm ashamed of myself. I am, really. I want you to forgive me." "To forgive you? I don't understand, my boy. Have you done anything wrong?" "Oh, no, sir. No, I've done nothing wrong. That is, in the way you think. But I've been a mean, selfish cuss, and my eyes are opened. I want to tell you about it. Why, when you came down to see me at Plymouth, my one thought of your coming was a sort of pride because you'd won a big name, and because I thought you'd pay my debts. And I can see now how disappointed you must have been. You came back after all those years, and well, we won't talk about that now, but my eyes are opened, Dad. But I don't understand, my boy," and there was a catch in the General's voice. "You will when you have seen her, sir." "Seen who?" "Yes, seen who?" repeated Mrs. Trelawney eagerly. "May I bring her here, sir? She's in England, in London for that matter." "What is it, my boy?" asked the father eagerly. "Have you fallen in love? Are you engaged?" "Fallen in love? I should rather think I have," replied Trev, and his eyes were moist as he spoke. "But engaged? I wish I were. But let me tell you about it, sir." "But who is it, Trev?" repeated Mrs. Trelawney, her voice tremulous. "The greatest, sweetest, best, truest girl in all the world," cried Trev hilariously. "I came home mostly on account of that. It was difficult to get away, but I persisted and persisted until the CO consented. I met her near Belfast, sir. Her father has a place there, and I had to go to Belfast on duty. It wasn't a long job, but I had to go there for a week, and I met her and fell in love at first sight. She comes of a Cornish family, too. Think of that. Do you know the Penryns, Dad?" "I've heard of them, certainly." "They're not very rich," went on Trev, "but they're your sort, Dad. Mr. Arthur Penryn, that's Mary's father, has a little place not far from Belfast, as I told you, and he was sent over to Ireland on some government work. A fine old chap he is, just the perfect type of an old English squire, and keen, too, keen as mustard. As for Mrs. Penryn, mother will love her at first sight. Well, we met at a dance, and I was up to my neck in 2 minutes." And again Trev laughed hilariously. "Of course I was not introduced to her as a nameless nobody," he went on. "When Mrs. Penryn knew I was your son, it was all right. As for Mary, I say, Dad, you must see her." "Of course I must see her," laughed the General, who had followed Trev's sketchy and somewhat disconnected story with great interest. "But tell me more, my boy." Yes, tell us more. Tell us everything, Trev," cried Mrs. Trelawney. "Well, sir, as I told you, I fell head over heels in love, and she's made everything new to me, sir. She isn't the ordinary society girl, although of course the family moves among the best people. She's a real girl, and it was she who made me ashamed of myself. She made me see what a selfish, mean brute I had been." "In what way, my son?" "Oh, I don't know, but when I saw how fond she was of her father and mother, and how unselfish she was, and how she was always willing to sacrifice her own pleasure for them, and how before she did anything, however little, she considered whether it would please them or not, I thought of the way I'd behaved. It was that kind of thing, sir. She made a new fellow of me." "I'm awfully glad to hear what you say, my boy. But did you say you were engaged?" "No, sir. I wish I were. But I believe it's all right. In fact, I feel sure it is." "Well, then, tell me how matters stand." "It's like this." And again Trev laughed happily. "As I told you, I lost my heart at the dance. Of course I didn't say anything. I dared not. But I met her as often as I could, and I got the CO to send me to that district more than once, and as I did my work fairly well, he seemed willing, and every time I saw her, well, you know, sir, how a chap feels. So I spoke to Mr. Penryn." Yes," said the General. "What did he say?" "Well, he asked about you, sir. He asked whether I'd written and told you. He said that marriage was such a serious matter that you ought not to be left out of it. But I could not help letting her know how I felt, and the upshot of it all is, sir, that when they returned to England I got leave, and here I am, and they're in London, and I want you to ask them up here. Will you?" "Of course I will. Nothing will give me greater pleasure. I don't know Mr. Arthur Penryn, but I know of him." "They have a house in Kensington, sir, 36 Parkside Gardens. Can't you ring them up right away?" "Won't that be rather rushing it, Trev?" "It may be, sir, but I don't think so. You have no idea what a splendid girl she is. She's made me see everything differently, and I want you to know her. I'm sure you'll love her. She's not a bit showy or that kind of thing, but she's a true girl, sir, and made me see everything differently." This was the story which Trev had to tell his father, a story which made the General's heart beat with joy. It was not very eloquently told, yet it revealed the fact that Trev Trelawney had been brought to see the truth through the influence of a pure girl, that his love for one who was pure-minded, unselfish, and unsullied had brought to life possibilities which had been long dormant in his nature. Before the day was over, Mr. and Mrs. Penryn and their daughter Mary had promised to dine at the Trelawneys on the following evening, and as a consequence, Trev was in the seventh heaven of delight. When John came home, Trev, instead of meeting him as he had in the past, with a rather supercilious stare and an attitude of patronage, was eager for his brother's company, eager to tell him his story. "I say, Dad," said John, after a long talk with his brother, "you know Dick Davenport had promised to come here to dinner tomorrow night. Hadn't I better tell him not to come?" "Not a bit of it," said the General after a moment's reflection. "Dick's a nice lad, and there's not the slightest reason for putting off his visit." "But you must get home early, you know, Jack," said Trev. "It's going to be a white vest affair, I tell you. You wait until you have seen her, old man." It came about, therefore, that on the night of the painful scene between Barnes and Peggy, that the Trelawney family were on the tiptoe of expectation and delight, and the happiest evening the General had known for many months. Especially was he delighted with Mary Penryn. For once, at all events, the lover had not painted in too bright a colour the woman he loved. As Trev had said, she was not a showy girl, but her quiet humour, her love of laughter, her sweetness of disposition, and the love she evidently bore to her father and mother simply charmed General Trelawney. "Trev, my boy, go in and win," he said, before the Penryns had been in the house half an hour. "You have my fullest approval and consent." "Isn't she splendid, Dad?" asked the young fellow. "She's something better than that. She's a really good girl, and if she says yes, well, you'll have a treasure." "But I couldn't get it fixed up tonight, could I?" "Why not?" laughed the General. "I wouldn't wait 10 minutes if I were in your place. 10 minutes, not 2. "But Mr. Penryn's old-fashioned and believes in the convenances." "Convenances be hanged," laughed the General. "I'll speak to him. It's all right, my boy. I can see it's all right." The Trelawneys had arranged for the Penryns to come an hour before dinner, and 10 minutes before the dinner gong sounded, Trev had managed to be alone with Mary. Trev Trelawney's proposal was hardly in the nature of a proposal at all, because the young people had tacitly settled the matter beforehand, and were only waiting for the consent of the parents. "I say, Mary," said Trev eagerly, "Dad's head over heels in love with you. He is really." "Not so much as I am with him," laughed the girl. "And your father is agreeable if you are," persisted Trev. "I say, Mary, may I? Will you have me?" It was all settled, and when the dinner gong sounded, and as they took their places at the table, the General's eyes were moist and his voice a little husky. As for Mrs. Trelawney, she was sobbing for joy, even although there was some sadness in her sobs, because she remembered the 2 girls who were away. "I say, Dick," said John to Davenport, who had been alone with his friend ever since the latter had arrived, "this is no place for us. We're simply out of it." "I wish I were in it," was Davenport's reply. "If it would make me look as happy as Trev looks. By Jove, he's altogether changed. He's like a new man." "What are you 2 boys laughing at?" asked the General. "Oh, Dick wants to sing it's love that makes the world go round, and I won't let him," laughed John. This was the signal for a good deal of light-hearted laughter, and after that everything went merrily. "I want to give you a toast," said the General towards the end of the dinner. "A speech, a speech!" shouted John and Davenport together. "It's not going to be much of a speech. My heart's too full," said the General. "But I can't let this occasion pass without saying a few words. I'm going to ask you to drink the health of these 2 young people. I have not known Mary 2 hours yet, but I am over head and ears in love with her. Perhaps you'll say I'm speaking impulsively, but I'll say this nevertheless. If I'd searched the world over, I could not have found anyone whom I would rather have for Trev's wife. I have not talked with her half an hour altogether. Trev wouldn't let me, but I have seen enough. She's a good girl, and a sweet girl, and a girl of which any father might be well proud. After all, it doesn't take long to know people, and I can always tell in 5 minutes whether I like them or not, and I'm just in love with Mary, and so is my wife here, and so I say with a full heart, God bless you, my dear, may you be happy, and you too, my boy, and I trust and believe that you'll be worthy of the dear girl you have won, and here the General broke down. For a moment he stood still, smiling, unable to speak, then crossing to Mary's side and putting his arms round her neck, he kissed her. "God bless you, my dear," he said. "I say, Dad," shouted Trev, almost beside himself with joy. "You are coming it a bit strong, you know. Where do I come in? That's what I want to know." Then Mr. Penryn, a bluff squire of the old school, said a few words about Trev, and expressed all sorts of good wishes for him, after which there was general handshaking. It was at that moment that the servant entered the room and came to the General. "A gentleman wishes to see you, sir," she said. "Who is it? What is his name?" he asked. "I don't know, sir." "Tell him I'm engaged. I can't see him tonight." "Yes, sir, but he said he came on very important business. Very important. He said it was very urgent that he should see you, sir, and that he would not keep you more than 5 minutes." "Oh, well, then I'll see him. You'll excuse me, Penryn, won't you?" Then he went out and met Barnes. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Jim's Appeal for Help. "What do you want?" repeated the General when Barnes did not reply. "Why have you come here?" "It's about Peg." "Yes. What about Peggy?" "Well, sir, we're in a bit of a hole." The General looked at Barnes, and a feeling of disgust came over him. He had just left a scene of happiness. He had that night welcomed a prospective daughter-in-law to whom his heart had gone out at first sight. She was a lady, too, refined and cultured, and he had been very proud and happy. Now, as he looked at Barnes, showy, but common to the fingertips, he felt a kind of nausea. The thought that his daughter could have picked up and married a fellow like this almost maddened him. For the General was a proud man, proud of his name, proud of his associations, proud of an unsullied reputation. He had all the instincts of an English gentleman, and thus to have a fellow like this coming to his house and telling him that his daughter Peggy was in trouble almost overwhelmed him. Still, he kept himself outwardly calm. "What have I to do with it?" he asked. "I need not to repeat to you the history of the whole miserable affair, or how I forbade you to seek my daughter's company in any way. You took your own line, you defied me, and now I fail to see what it has to do with me." "She is your daughter still, General, and she loves you still," said Barnes. He had rehearsed what he hoped would be the course of the interview, and he determined to make a strong point of this. He felt certain that in spite of the General's anger, his love for Peggy was as strong as ever, so he adopted this line of attack, and from his standpoint he was right. There was no more vulnerable point in the General's armour than this, and Barnes saw it. "Of course, I know we were wrong," he went on, "but we could not help it. I loved Peg, and Peg loved me. Of course, she was a bit wilful, and liked her own way, but at bottom she's terribly fond of you, General." In spite of the fact that the General knew the fellow was telling lies, his words affected him. So much did he yearn for the love of his child that the words, spoken even as they were by Barnes, brought tears to his eyes. "We were as happy as turtle doves," went on Barnes, seeing the impression he had made, "and we should have got on well but for this money business. You know how dear things are, General, and I'd be the last man in the world to say anything against Peg. But she's not very economical, you know, sir, and she don't know how to manage very well. She wasn't brought up that way. However, I'm not going to blame Peg. I love her too much. But there it is. We're up against it." Trelawney felt sure that the fellow was playing a part, and even although his love went out to his child, he could not help hardening his heart. He felt cynical, too, and more than a little bitter. "Still, again I inquire, what have I to do with it?" "Perhaps you don't think what a bitter pill this is to me," said Barnes, ignoring the General's question, "especially after the way you treated me, and what you said to me when we met last. Of course it was a mistake, and nobody feels it more than my own people. They have reproached me again and again for giving up another girl for Peg. Nice girl she was, too, had a paying little millinery business of her own, and doing well. Why, if I'd married Agnes Parks, I need not to have done a stroke of work. But there, it's no use talking about that. I was in love and married Peggy." The General made a motion of disgust. "Yes, and came to me with the proposal that if I would recognize you, you would, but I dare not speak of it." "Oh, no, sir," broke in Barnes. "I can understand that too. But why did I do it? It was for Peg's sake. I know I tried to deceive you by telling you that we weren't married, but I thought that it was my only way to get your recognition. But it wasn't for myself. It was for Peg. You don't believe me because you don't understand me. But here was our position. We loved each other, and because you put the kibosh on everything, we had to get married without your consent. And I, in order to get your recognition, told you what was not true. I admit it was a mistake, sir, but I did the honourable thing. However, it's no use talking about that. We're in Queer Street, sir. Say Peg has been a bit extravagant if you like. I'm not the one to throw up that against her, but I don't know how we're going to live. I thought I should have got an increase of pay, but times have got bad, and I haven't, and now we can't pay our way. We owe 3 weeks' rent, and Peg is nearly starving." "Starving!" ejaculated the General. "Well, we don't know where the next week's food is to come from, and there you are. Here's a letter I got today, telling me that if I don't pay up the rent at once, I shall be kicked out. And here are these bills. I'm not come for myself. I could manage all right. But it's Peg. She's breaking her heart. Some might say she's a bit unreasonable. I've offered to take her home to Camden Town and live with my mother and sisters. But she won't. She's too proud to associate with them. If she would do that, we might rub along, but if nothing is done for us, we will be on the streets." There was so much truth in this statement that Barnes was able to speak almost convincingly. "What do you owe?" asked the General. "How much is it?" 3 weeks' rent at £2.5 a week. That's £6.15, and there's these other bills that come to £8.4. That's nearly £15. I would not come for myself. It's Peg I'm troubling about." "You should have thought of it before you did this mad, dishonourable thing." "I know I should, and I'm downright sorry. But what's done is done. Besides, it's harder to live than I thought. Prices are going up like mad, and Peg's nearly out of her head." "But why have you come to me?" the General could not help saying. "Come to you, sir?" cried Barnes, with a show of righteous indignation. "Because I didn't think you were made of stone. What I said to Peg tonight was that if you'd allow us, say, £2 a week, we don't ask much, you see, we might rub along." The General did not reply. The whole affair was so sordid, so piteous that he could not. Never did he despise the fellow as he despised him now. He saw through the mask he was wearing, understood the tones of his voice, and loathed his presence. But he could not close his heart against his child. He could not bear to think of her being in want. He realized the kind of furnished rooms which could be had for £2 a week, and felt what Peggy must be suffering by living in them. He knew that Barnes had moved from the place where their last interview took place, and had been informed of the part of the city where they now lived, a common, unsavoury, and squalid quarter. "Come now, General," and Barnes, as he thought he saw the other relenting, spoke eagerly. "Can't you, for Peg's sake, let bygones be bygones? Why can't we live happy together? What's the use of keeping up this bitterness? Whatever you may say, I'm your son-in-law. Why can't you do the Christian thing and own it? Why can't we be friendly like? I'll not disgrace you. I was an officer in the army just as you are, and I could pass muster with any of your fine friends. And I ask you straight, can you, a professedly Christian man, shut your daughter and the man she has chosen out of your heart and home? I mean to get on, and when things have settled down a bit, I'll make my way. Peg shall have her motor car and her fine dresses with the best of 'em, but just now we're under water, and Peg's heart is breaking. What we want is just a little help in money, and a little love and sympathy. I'm willing to forgive all the hard things you've said to me, and it seems to me that it's your duty to forgive anything which I have said in a temper, and I'll admit I've got my pride, same as you have. That might hurt you. Now then, General, here's my hand on it." Barnes imagined this was a very moving speech. He had thought it out while walking from the subway station to the Trelawney home, and he expected a great deal from it. The General had been brought up in an old-fashioned school, and had always maintained the sacredness of marriage ties. He loathed the thought of easy divorces, and had always held that people once married took each other until death parted them. If that were so, his child's husband had become, in a very sacred way, his son, and in spite of the loathing he felt for Barnes, the fact struck home now. Perhaps this revealed itself in his features, for Barnes, who had been watching him closely, went on eagerly. "Yes, I can see you hate me," he said, "but hatred is not a Christian thing, General. To err is human, but to forgive is divine. And what I ask is, can't you forgive us?" Again the keen eyes of the older man pierced the mask of the other, but still he hesitated. "I must think about it," he said, half unconsciously. At that moment there was a knock at the door. "May I come in, Dad?" And Trev entered the room. "Dick Davenport said he must be going, sir, and I thought you might like to speak to him before he went." This was perfectly true, but it was not the only reason why Trev interrupted them. He had an idea that his father had a visitor whom he wanted to get rid of, and as they wanted the General back with them badly, he thought he might help him by going to him. Besides, the 5 minutes which the servant mentioned were far more than up. "I'm sorry, Trev, but I can't speak to Davenport just now. Will you tell him that I'm engaged, and ask him to come again soon? And will you come back here for a minute?" Trev gave a quick searching glance at his father's face, and then looked towards Barnes. He had a suspicion that something was wrong. "Certainly, Dad." He left the room as he spoke, but returned a minute later. "This," said the General, "is the man I told you about." "What, the fellow who yes," said the General. The young officer looked at Barnes intently and quickly summed him up. "Lieutenant Trelawney, I believe," said Barnes. "Glad to see you. Yes, in a way we're relations." And he giggled nervously as he held out his hand, but Trev did not take it. Instead, he looked at his father as if for further information. "It's the old story," said the General, a little bitterly, and then in a few words he described the purport of Barnes's visit. "And he wants you to receive him here as your son-in-law." And every tone of his voice was a sting which even Barnes felt. "Yes, and I am his son-in-law too, and your brother-in-law. You can't get over that," blustered Barnes, whose temper was rising. "I suppose you don't want to see your sister going out charing, do you?" "Father, shall I kick him out of the house?" asked Trev. "I will if you'll let me." "Come, none of that," cried Barnes. "Two can play at that game." "Wait a minute," said the General. "There's Peg to consider. I must think, and I must consult your mother." "But, Dad, you couldn't let that bounder come here. Think of Mary." "Yes, I am thinking of her, my boy, and I'm thinking of Peg, too." He walked to the door as he spoke and opened it. "There, you can go now," he said, looking at Barnes. "Do you mean to say you'll do nothing then? Why, it's downright cruel and unchristian." "That's not your affair." "Look here, I've come to you straight, and I've eaten humble pie because of your daughter, but if anything happens to her, don't you blame me, that's all." "This way, please." And Barnes, noting the look in the General's eyes, left the room and walked towards the front door, followed by Trev. When he had reached the drive, he found Trev by his side. "Now, Mr. Barnes, remember," and there was an intensity in the young fellow's voice, "I know all about you. My brother told me. Yes, I've heard of that affair at the Cosmopolitan Hotel. You lied then. I expect you have been lying tonight. But I shall make it my business to find out the truth. And if anything is wrong, I'll not let you off as easily as my brother did. Remember that. Now get out." Barnes walked some distance in a black rage, yet fearful all the same. He could not understand these people. They seemed to possess a power which took all the fight out of him. His blustering was all in vain, his pleading useless. He made an exclamation in 2 words, which was to the effect that he had given up all hope of salvation. "But I must be careful," he reflected presently. "After all, he may do something, and I must not put Peg's back up until all hope is gone." When the General returned to the drawing room, he found that Davenport had gone, and thus only his own family and the Penryns were there. For a little time he seemed distrait, as though he had something upon his mind which he did not know how to express. Then a flash of resolution came into his eyes. "I have something to say to you," he said slowly. "Something that is painful. Very painful." "Then don't say it, my friend," replied Mr. Penryn. "But I must," said the General. "It affects you in a way. You became a member of my family from tonight, and because your girl and my boy are engaged, you have the right to know, and it's my duty to tell you." Not that, Lester," cried Mrs. Trelawney piteously, for Trev had told her who his father's visitor was. "Yes," replied the General, "I must. I have always believed in absolute frankness, and this is not a matter that I can keep secret. Up to half an hour ago this has been one of the happiest evenings of my life. You remember, however, that I was called out, and it is about that I want to speak." He quickly told the story, gave it in its gaunt, unpleasant outlines. When he had finished, Mr. Penryn held out his hand.
"I'm sorry for you," he said. "It's the kind of thing that's happening on all hands these days. It's seen in different ways in different grades of society. Thank God I know nothing about it myself, as my Mary has never become imbued with these modern notions. But several of my friends are troubled in the same way. They say little about it, but the thing's there." "Thank you," replied the General. "I felt I ought to tell you, seeing that the two families are to become united. But it's a bitter pill to swallow, my friend." "My God, it must be. Still, it's not so bad as it is with some. After all, your youngest daughter is married, while the other, although it must be terribly painful to you, may see her foolishness and come home." "Yes, there's that. But this is the question. What ought I to do? I told Eleanor that my doors were always open to her, that if she comes back and is prepared to accept the life of our home such as it is, she shall receive a daughter's welcome. I have said the same to Peg. But does that mean that I am to accept that fellow? Does the Christian law demand that, Penryn? Tell me." "No," cried John hotly. "No law, human or divine, demands that. Would you let that moth-eaten poisonous worm come here? Think what he did, Mr. Penryn." And, boy-like, he impulsively told of Barnes's proposal at the Cosmopolitan Hotel. "Could we have that thing here? Why, he hasn't the manners of a yard dog, nor the morals of a giraffe." "I agree with John," cried Trev. "You could not do it, Dad. You simply couldn't. Why, think of Mary having to and he looked tenderly at the girl who had become engaged to him that night. "Why, Mary, if you saw him, a common vulgar bounder, you'd understand me." Mary Penryn did not speak. There had been a strange look in her eyes while the General had told his story, a look of yearning and tenderness and pity and something more. She rose from her chair and went to Mrs. Trelawney. "I'm so sorry," she whispered in her ear. "So very sorry. Oh, what you must have felt." And she kissed her affectionately. "I want to do what's right, Penryn," said the General. "I would be the last to do anything that would weaken the meaning of marriage. But can I, ought I, to welcome that fellow to my house? Ought I to admit him here as my son-in-law under any pretext? I ask you as a Christian man." "No," remarked Mr. Penryn after a long silence. "Ought I to help them?" went on the General. "When I last saw Peggy she was still unrepentant, still defiant. Her mother wrote to her telling her that our doors were open to her, but that we could not receive that man, and her reply was that she wanted neither our help nor our recognition, and that she proposed to live independently of us. She also told her mother that her doors would be shut against us. I'm sorry to have to say this, Penryn, on this night of all others, but I want to be absolutely open with you, and I want your advice. I want to help my child. I must help her. But in helping her, I am helping her husband. Ought I to do that? He's a great, strong, coarse individual. He can make his way well enough. That is, he can earn enough for his bread and cheese. But Peg is different. She is my child." "Of course," said Mr. Penryn, "you can't help your daughter without at the same time helping Barnes too." "I see that, and I must help her. I simply can't see my child in want." "But we can't have that fellow here, Dad," cried Trev. I wouldn't let Mary know him. One must have some self-respect, you know." "What kind of a fellow is he?" asked Mr. Penryn. The General sketched him perfectly, yet justly. He made plain to the other the kind of pushing, half-educated fellow who thought it a fine thing to be an officer, and who had all sorts of puffed-up ideas as to how a gentleman should behave, but who, in spite of everything, revealed the real texture of his character,
a vulgar fellow who by his showy good looks and fine physique was calculated to capture an impulsive, unthinking girl, but who had not even a nodding acquaintance with the first principles of honour. A snob, a bounder, and a bully combined, who, under the veneer of a cheap education, tried to pose as a gentleman. "Yes," continued the General, "and then, Penryn, then, it's a ghastly problem to me, as you may imagine. I am as sure as that 2 and 2 make 4, that Peggy, in spite of her stubbornness and wilfulness and rebelliousness, in spite of the fact that she has cared for this man, in a way, will sooner or later understand the kind of fellow he is, and detest him. She will feel that his very touch is an insult. What then? Does a ceremony in a registry office, or in a church for that matter, make them man and wife? I know I have very strict views about marriage, but this business has made me think furiously. Isn't marriage dead when all respect, all honour, all love are gone? But there, we'll think no more about it now. I'm dreadfully grieved, Penryn, that this should have happened." "My dear fellow," replied the squire, "a thing like that might happen to anybody, and is in fact happening to thousands to-day, and the secret of the whole trouble is the lack of the religious instinct." "That is the secret of all our present-day troubles," cried Mrs. Trelawney. "Oh, I did hope during the war that we as a nation were being purified. It was all so fine at first. People of every class were being uplifted. They were doing great things. Millions of young fellows were offering their lives as a sacrifice. Young girls brought up in refined homes were gladly undertaking the meanest and the most painful duties that they might render help. And we were all saying that we were fighting for a great peace, and now that peace has come, there is no peace. The turmoil and the strife and the selfishness seem to be worse than ever. Nothing is settled, everything is in a state of unrest, and we seem to be drifting we know not where." "No doubt you are right, Alice," said the General, "but we mustn't sadden these young people. Trev, you dog, you ought to be a happy fellow." "I am," cried Trev. "I'm the happiest chap in the world. And you, Mary, you are not very miserable, are you?" "Thank God for you, my dear," said the General, as he kissed Mary good night. "I'm happy in spite of everything, Penryn. I feel as though Mary has brought a new interest, a new hope, a new joy to life. God bless you, my dear fellow." "Alice, we must go and see Peg first thing to-morrow morning," said the General to his wife, when their visitors were gone and they found themselves alone. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 27. The Home of the Barnes. Peggy stood in the shabby little room, miserable, ashamed, yet angry and defiant. It was now past 10 in the morning, and Barnes had gone to his work. The breakfast things had not yet been cleared away, and the room looked even worse than usual. When she saw her father and mother, she instinctively rushed to the door to let them in. But when they stood within the room, and she realized the sordid squalor of her surroundings, a flush of angry shame swept over her. For a moment the tears rushed to her eyes, and a sob caught in her throat, but she quickly mastered herself. She remembered what she had said to her father the day before she left her home. She caught herself thinking of their last interview, when they had come to the rooms to which Barnes had first brought her. Her old pride surged back in her. Her old sense of defiance dominated her. Poor as she was, miserable as she might be, squalid as were her surroundings, she would not let her father see any weakness in her. She would hold by the bargain she had made. She would not admit that she had made a mistake. Barnes had not told her where he had been on the previous night. When he had returned, very late, he had not spoken to her, and that morning he had been sullen and out of temper. He had given dark hints as to what would happen if something did not turn up, but he made no direct statement as to what had taken place. She was, therefore, ignorant as to how her father and mother had learnt her whereabouts, and knew nothing of Barnes's visit. "I could not help coming to you, my little girl," said the General. "You are in trouble, aren't you?" She did not reply, but looked at him silently, defiantly. "Now tell us all about it," went on her father. "Let us hear about your difficulties." "What difficulties?" "The difficulties the man you married, told me about last night." "Told you last night? What do you mean?" "Didn't you know he came to Hampstead?" There was a quick flash in the girl's eyes. Instinctively she understood what had taken place, that Barnes had been to her father to appeal for help, and she felt more humiliated than ever. "My darling, I'm so sorry. Tell us all about it," cried Mrs. Trelawney. "There's nothing to tell," replied the girl. "I'm not complaining." But, pleaded Mrs. Trelawney. "Surely, Peg, my darling, you'll tell your old mother." "I'm sorry he went to you," said the girl doggedly. "I knew nothing about it. He had no right to bother you." "But, my dear, we can't know of your trouble and not come to you." "I don't see why not. I took my own course. I forfeited all claims upon you when I left home. I must bear my own burden." The girl's spirit was unbroken. A proud look still flashed from her eyes. She might suffer, but she would suffer in silence, as far as they were concerned. Never would she willingly admit that she had made a mistake. "But he told us that you were in debt, almost starving." "He told you that, did he?" "That's why we came," said the General. "You are still our little Kitty, Peggy." Again the tears rushed into her eyes. The touch of tenderness well nigh broke her down, but again she steeled herself and became defiant. "I ask for no pity," she said. "Won't you come back with us and spend the day at home?" pleaded her mother. "We will bring you back here in time for your husband's dinner." "You'll not let him come home, then?" The question flashed from her with the suddenness of a pistol shot. They were both silent. They had made up their minds on this question. "I see. He's not good enough for you. I may come home, but not he." Still they remained silent, but they stood looking at her, and she could not help seeing the love that shone from their eyes. The girl understood. She saw what was in her father's mind as plainly as if he had spoken. She knew that he regarded Barnes as a vulgar outsider, a man with whom he would not willingly associate, one who was low-bred and contemptible, and she knew they were right, but she would not give in. Something within her rose in defiance of her father's feeling. She saw Barnes almost as they saw him, but something, she could not tell what, made her loyal to him. She would tell them nothing of his brutality, of his meanness, of the things he had said to her. "If he is not good enough to come to your house, I am not good enough." For a moment the General was nonplussed. He could not help admiring her loyalty to the man whose unworthiness he was sure she realized. He was a man of quick understanding, and he knew the kind of things he would say to her, knew of the reproaches with which he would taunt her, but she would not admit them to him. "But Peggy, my darling, we want to help you," cried the mother. "I don't want your help." "But he told your father that you would be thrown into the streets if something was not done." "Then I'll be thrown into the streets." "But we want you, Peggy," and there was a tremor in General Trelawney's voice.
Do you know Trev's home? And he's engaged?" The girl became interested in a moment. "Trev home? Engaged? To whom?" "To the sweetest girl I ever met," cried the General. "He met her in Ireland. Her name's Mary Penryn. She and her people were at our house last night. We all fell in love with her right away. And Trev is such a changed fellow. You never saw such a difference in a boy. The Penryns are a Cornish family. They have a place. It is little more than a farm, just outside Falmouth, and they're awfully nice people." "And what's she like? Is she good looking?" "Perhaps some might not call her so," replied her father, "but she's such a sweet, unselfish, good girl." The words made her realize where she was, what she had done, and again the look of defiance came back. She wanted to see Trev's fiancé more than words could say, for blood was thicker than water, and in her own way she had always been fond of Trev, but her father's words were a reproach. "Sweet, unselfish, good," she sneered. "I suppose she's one of the pious sort." "Yes," replied the General quietly. "She is. She says nothing about it, but she is. If Trev had searched the world over, he could not have found anyone who would have pleased me more." The girl did not speak a word, but looked out of the window on the dirty, dismal street with unseeing eyes. "If you'll come home," said the mother, "I'm sure Trev will go and bring her to meet you. He doesn't need any excuse to be with her, I can tell you." And she laughed as she spoke. "No," replied Peg, "I don't want to see her. Of course you've told her all about me, and I don't want to be introduced to my new sister as the bad girl of the family. For that matter, I'm not the bad girl of the family. I've only done what I felt it my right to do. Have you seen Eleanor lately?" "No," replied Mrs. Trelawney with a sigh. "We have not." "Is there any use your waiting here longer?" asked Peggy after an awkward silence. "This kind of thing doesn't make me any happier, and I don't suppose it's very pleasant for you. I'm not penitent a bit. I'm just the same as ever I was. I'm not going home to be pitied by the servants and patronized. Besides, I have my duty to my husband." She said this as a kind of afterthought, and she flung the words at her father almost insolently. "Very well, Peg," said the General. "Then there's no more to be said, except this. We want to help you if we can." "I refuse your help. I won't accept anything. If you won't recognize Jim, I don't want your help." "Do you think I can recognize him?" asked the General quietly. "Would you, Peg, like me to have him in my house and introduce him as the husband you have chosen?" Perhaps there was something more in her father's tones than in his words that helped the girl to see what his feelings were, and although she wanted to answer in the affirmative, she could not. Something kept back the words. "Yet we want to help you, my little girl," went on the General tenderly. "And I don't want to be helped." "Then we may as well go, Alice. Good morning, my dear. Please remember that your parents' house is always open to you." In spite of himself, he could not help the emphasis which, almost unconsciously, he laid on the last word. Peggy watched them go, saw them get into the motor car which stood near the door, and drive away. Then she stood for a long time motionless, her mind far away. She was thinking about 1,000 things she could not put into words. Presently she realized that there was a packet on the table, and almost listlessly she looked at it. It was a long envelope, and in her father's handwriting she saw the words, "For Peggy." Eagerly she opened it. At that moment she forgot all her pride and her stubbornness, forgot, too, that sense of defiance which she was glad she had maintained. The envelope contained the letter from the landlord of the house,
telling them that if the rent was not paid, they would be forthwith ejected. It also contained the bills which Barnes had shown her the night before. These Barnes had left at the General's house. She saw at a glance that the bills were receipted and that the account for the rent was settled. Then she caught sight of another envelope on which was written the words, "With Dad's and Mother's love." It contained several pound notes. In spite of herself her lips quivered, and again her eyes became flooded with tears. She stood for some time holding the notes in her hand, as if undecided what to do with them. Pride, defiance, tenderness, hunger were all expressed in her eyes. Her father had helped her in spite of herself. The rent was paid, the bills were settled, and he had left her money. She saw the meaning of it. Her father still loved her, and although in helping her he was obliged to help Barnes, he would help him as little as possible. He would not recognize their marriage, but his heart went out to her. Then the floodgates of her misery were opened, and throwing herself upon the shabby, greasy lodging-house chair, she burst into heart-breaking sobs. Barnes did not come home to lunch that day, but at 6:30 in the evening he appeared with a look half of fear, half of expectation in his eyes. For in spite of the mountebank bravado which he exhibited before her, the man was afraid of her. She did not speak on his arrival, but laid his evening meal before him without a word. "Nice loving welcome, anyhow," said Barnes presently. "Aren't you going to have any dinner?" "I'm not hungry." "What's the matter?" he snarled. "That's your pride, I suppose?" And there was a sneer in her voice. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. You went to my father last night and told him about the rent and the bills that had not been paid." "Has he been here?" asked Barnes eagerly. "What did he say?" She took the receipted accounts from the envelope and flung them before him. "There," she said, and there was infinite scorn in her voice. Barnes looked at them eagerly and noted that the bills were receipted. "That's something, anyhow," he muttered in tones of satisfaction. "But is that all, Peg? Didn't he give you anything else? Tell me all about it. What did he say?" "He said enough to make me ashamed." "Oh, what's the use of talking like that? We can't live on air. But surely this is not all. He gave you some money, didn't he?" "I told him I would not have any," replied Peg. "I didn't know he'd paid these things until he'd gone. I never felt so humiliated in my life." "Do you mean to say he offered you money and you wouldn't take it? Why, you bloomin' idiot, can't you see that—" He caught his wife's eyes as he spoke, and in spite of his anger, the sentence hung on his lips unfinished. "After all, what's this?" he went on presently. "The next week's rent will be due on Saturday, and then what are we going to do? If, instead of paying these things, he'd given you the money, it would have been something like. I could have held a part of these bills over for a few weeks, and we should have had something to go on with." "You mean that you would not have paid your debts?" "You can bet your shoes I wouldn't have paid them until I was obliged. But did he come alone?" "No, my mother came with him." "And you didn't ask them for any money?" "Certainly not." "Well, of all the blithering fools! Why, you might easily have got a £20 note out of them, but for your infernal pride. Did they say anything about your going home?" "Yes." "What?" "They wanted to take me back with them." "And you wouldn't go?" "No." "Well, of all the—" Barnes's indignation and wonder seemed to be so great that he could not finish the sentence. "Why didn't you go?" "Because I didn't want to." "Did they say anything about me?" "Not much." "But they said something. What was it?" "They said they would have me, but they would not have you." And what was your reply?" "I told them that if you were not good enough to be received, then I wasn't." Barnes was silent a few seconds. Even he understood something of what was in the girl's mind. "Do you think they will ever relent, Peg?" he asked presently. "No, they never will." "A nice Christian he is," sneered Barnes. "A nice forgiving Christian gentleman, isn't he? He'll not have his own son-in-law in his house. Dirty pride. He's no gentleman, Peg. He may be a general and all that kind of thing, but he's no gentleman, my girl." The girl's anger was aroused in spite of herself. "Of course you would say that," she remarked. "Why shouldn't I say it? It's true, isn't it?" "No, it's not true." "Then what do you mean by talking like that?" "Because you don't know what a gentleman is." She was angry with herself as she spoke. She felt that she was becoming more and more common the longer she lived with this man, felt that she was sinking to his level, and yet she could not help herself. "Look here, none of that!" cried Barnes, starting to his feet. "I'm not going to be insulted." "Very well, then, you shouldn't ask me questions. Yes, hit me if you like, but you dare not. You're afraid." He flung himself into his chair again and went on with his dinner. "Did they tell you that your brother Trev was home?" "Yes." "He's on leave, I suppose?" "Yes, he brought home his fiancée." "Oh, I see. Some swell dame, I suppose. Of course, she could come home, but I'm not good enough. Who is she?" "Her name is Penryn. She comes of an old Cornish family." "Old Cornish family, eh? No wonder the country is turning Bolshevist. I shall turn Bolshevik myself soon. It would do me good to see some of these proud-stomached aristocrats thrown into the streets." Peg did not reply. For some time after this there was a silence. Barnes was evidently thinking deeply. "I'm going out," he said at length. The girl did not speak. "You don't ask me where I'm going, but I'll tell you. I'm going to get a little pleasure, a little comfort. Fat lot of comfort I get in my own home with a wife who won't be reasonable." Still Peggy kept silence. "Have you nothing to say?" "I was only wondering where I should go when you had gone." "Oh, you can go where you like. I don't care." A feeling of helplessness and hopelessness rushed over her, and in spite of all she could do, she burst into a flood of sobbing. "What's the use of that?" asked Barnes. "If you were reasonable, we might get on even yet." "Reasonable? What do you mean?" "Well, we're in a hole. While rents are as they are, we can't live in this way. There must be a change. If we are to stay together, there are only two courses open to us." "Yes, what are they?" "One is that you'll get your old man to help us." "Oh, Jim," she cried, "I can't. I simply can't. Think of the way I left them. Think of the promises you made me, and then ask yourself how I can go back to them and no, I can't do it. I really can't. I'll do anything in reason. Let's get out of London. Let's go into the country somewhere and take a little cottage. I'll work like a slave. I'll do anything. But don't ask me to accept charity in that way." "Catch me leaving London!" cried Barnes. "Catch Jim Barnes getting away from everything that makes life worth living. Besides, you talk like a fool. How can I get anything to do in the country?" "What is the other thing you have in your mind?" asked the girl. "Why, if you'd consent to go to Camden Town and live with Mother, we could save practically all our rent. That would make £2 a week difference to us. We could just manage then." But could we have our own rooms? Need we live with the family?"
I dare say that could be managed, replied Barnes quickly. He saw signs of yielding in Peggy's face, and was pleased accordingly. But you must put on no airs, you know, and you'll have to help Mother with the work. I don't mind work. I don't mind anything, cried the girl, but I do want to maintain my self-respect. Well, there's some sense in that, said Barnes, somewhat mollified, and I'll go up and talk with Mother right away. But you are an awful fool, Peg. Your father could give you £3 or £4 a week without knowing it was gone, and we could be as happy as turtle doves. A week later, Peg found herself installed at 15 Primrose Terrace, Camden Town. It had cost her a good deal to consent, but consented she had, and for a few days after she had taken up her abode there, she felt happier. She did her best to be agreeable to Barnes's two sisters, Edith and Emily, while even Mrs. Barnes was mollified at her evident endeavour to be pleasant. Yes, said Mrs. Barnes to a neighbour to whom she had given a glowing account of Peggy's advent. My son has brought his wife home, and as you may say, Mrs. Simpkins, she has brought a new interest to my life. She is a dear little thing, and of course a perfect lady. I hear her father is a general, said Mrs. Simpkins. Yes, said Mrs. Barnes, and will soon be made a baronet or perhaps a lord. Of course it's a very high family. Oh, it was a perfect love match, Mrs. Simpkins. Well, I hope it will turn out all right, remarked Mrs. Simpkins with a sniff. I hope so, I'm sure, replied Mrs. Barnes. And of course she fair worships the ground Jim stands on. Well, I don't think much of these fine matches. After all, she can't be much of a wife to him. I'll warrant she's never done a day's work in her life, and doesn't know how to cook a dinner. Of course no lady would, was Mrs. Barnes' reply. Then what good is she as a wife? What's the use of marrying into a high family if you get no benefit from it? Now, if the General was to allow her, say, £4 a week, there'd be something in it. But there, I suppose he was not agreeable to the match. My dear Mrs. Simpkins, it's all the other way. He was delighted with our Jim. Then why didn't they go to Hampstead to live? Asked Mrs. Simpkins. You say the General lives in a big house. Why shouldn't they lodge there instead of with you? Oh, my dear, and Mrs. Barnes gave a knowing smile. You don't know our Jim. He's a regular Barnes, he is, proud as Lucifer. Jim, says the General to him, you come and live with me, my house is open to you. But Jim wouldn't. No, General, he says, I've got me pride, I have, and I'll not accept charity from anyone. That's why he wouldn't take an allowance. But of course Emily and Edith will go up to Hampstead sometimes, and very likely Lady Trelawney will come to see me. I shall believe that when I see it, sniffed Mrs. Simpkins. What, you don't believe me? Cried Mrs. Barnes indignantly. Didn't you see the General and his son come here the very day they was married? Oh, yes, I know it was a runaway marriage, and no doubt the Trelawneys were a bit angry at the time, but that was before they knew my Jim. What the General said to me that morning was this: What's done can't be undone, Mrs. Barnes, and I hope the two families will be friendly, he says. You'll see, Mrs. Simpkins, you'll see. In spite of this and similar conversations, however, Mrs. Barnes was greatly chagrined at Peggy's insistent refusals to appeal to her parents for help. What I say is this, she said to her one night. If you love Jim as you ought to, you'll do everything you can for him. That's what I say. What's the use of having silly pride like that? It isn't as though your parents couldn't afford it. Jim told me before we were married that he had no need of my father's help, was her reply.
Oh, that's all my eye. Young people talk like that without thinking. And I'll tell you this, Jim won't stand it forever, you know. I'll admit you're not a bad-looking girl, but good looks don't last long, and you're not as pretty as you were when Jim knew you first." Peggy realized this with a sense of bitterness, realized, too, that her clothes were becoming shabby, and that she saw no means of buying new ones. "Of course," went on Mrs. Barnes, "we were all pleased when Jim told us about you at first, but we naturally thought that your father, when he came home, would be sensible. It isn't as though Jim were a common young man. He might have married well, he might. And when he threw up Agnes Parks for you, I gave him a piece of my mind." "Gave up Agnes Parks for me? What do you mean?" "Oh, didn't you know?" And Mrs. Barnes laughed meaningly. "Did you think you were the first girl that Jim ever kissed? Why, he's had dozens of them, my dear. And Agnes Parks was a good chance, too. She has a nice little millinery business of her own, and makes good money. What I says is it's very hard for a young man to give up a girl with money, and to marry somebody who hasn't got a penny, and who is too proud to get it." "I'm not too proud," replied Peggy. "I have tried to get work." Mrs. Barnes laughed sneeringly. "Tried to get work? Yes, but what good are you? It's all very well to say you went to munitions and made good money before the war was over. That's no good now, you know. You're not fit for nothing, and that's why I say Jim was a fool to marry you. If you'd any sense, it would be a different thing. Besides, why hasn't your mother come to see you like any decent mother ought?" "Because I've not told them where I am," replied Peggy, "and because I would not have her here." "And why not?" asked Mrs. Barnes indignantly. "We're married into each other's families, and there ought to be a friendship between us. If she was anything like a lady, she'd invite me and the girls to come and see her, and the General would drop in here of a night and smoke a pipe. That's what I should like to see. I told him so straight. I said to him, 'General,' I said, 'you ought to set them up in a nice little home,' I said, 'and give them £1,000 as a nest egg, and then let there be friendship between the two families.' That's what I said to him straight. Now then, run away and lay the dinner table. I'm not going to do the work of the house while you sit here doing nothing." What this kind of thing cost Peggy can be better understood than described. Ever since the first day she came to the house, Mrs. Barnes had insisted on her doing the work of a servant. This the girl had done eagerly, almost gladly. Anything was better than sitting brooding over the past and wondering what the future would bring forth. Much as she hated her associations with Mrs. Barnes, this was not the heaviest burden she had to bear. It was when Barnes's two sisters came home at night, and she had to listen to their taunts, that her life became almost unbearable. For, although the first few days they treated her almost with kindness, their attitude presently changed. The girl could not help being proud and somewhat reserved, and the Mrs. Barnes instinctively felt that Peggy regarded them as her inferiors. It was this that antagonized them. "Of course," they said to her, "you stay here all day and do nothing while we earn our living. We've not got any aristocratic friends, but let me tell you this, madam, the name of Barnes is just as good as that of Trelawney, and if either of us married, we wouldn't be a drag on our husbands. And you need not sniff at the young men we bring home, either. They were Jim's friends before you knew him, and are quite as good as you are." As for Barnes, he did not spend many of his evenings at home. In the main, he went out alone, leaving his young wife to do the best she could. "Aren't you ever going to spend an evening at home, Jim?" she said to him one night. "I'll go with you to the movies if you like." "Oh, you've come to that, have you?" laughed Barnes. "Time was when you declared you would not go to such commonplaces." "I'll go anywhere for a little change," was her reply. We might go to the movies, and even to the theatres, if you'd be sensible," he retorted. "But where am I to get money from for amusements? No, madam, when your dirty pride has come down a bit, and when your father comes off his high horse, I may be able to give you some pleasure, but not till then. As for me, I'm going to get comfort where I can." After she had been at Camden Town a few weeks, she wrote to her sister, begging her to come and see her. She was utterly miserable and depressed, and longed for society other than that of the Barnes family. She had not heard from Eleanor for a long time, and she had not the heart to go and see her, but now she could bear it no longer, and although the Barnes girls had hinted to her that her sister was obliged to leave St. Hildebrand's Mansions, she wrote to her there, and was more than delighted when she got a letter saying that her sister would come to her on the following Sunday afternoon. "May Eleanor come to see us?" cried Barnes when she informed him of her letter. "Of course she may. Mayn't she, mother?" "I suppose so," was Mrs. Barnes' reply. "But she must take us as we are. However, I expect that will be all right, seeing as how she works for her living, the same as other people, and I've never been the one to keep up ill feeling between the two families." During the next 2 days, Mrs. Barnes was more than ordinarily gracious to Peggy, and even went so far as to make special purchases at a local confectioner's in honour of Eleanor's coming. Winter was now upon them, and the days were cold and drear, and if there was one spot more depressing than another in the whole of Camden Town, it was Primrose Terrace. A cold grey mist wrapped the whole neighbourhood like a mantle, and Mrs. Barnes complained that the gas Peggy used in her room would drive her to the poorhouse. On the Sunday afternoon when Eleanor was expected, Peggy sat in her bedroom alone. She had drawn the chair to the window and was watching every passer-by with eagerness. The thought of her sister coming to see her was like a ray of sunshine on a dark day. Never had she realized how dear her own flesh and blood were to her. At length she saw her coming down the street, and then, with an eagerness of which she did not believe herself capable, she rushed downstairs and ran towards the door. "Oh, Eleanor!" she cried. "I am glad you've come. This way, quick! Let us get upstairs before they see us." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 28. Eleanor visits Peggy. When they reached Peggy's bedroom, the two sisters looked at each other for some time without speaking. It seemed as though a barrier stood between them, a barrier that both were afraid to pull down. "I hope you're not cold," said Peggy presently. "There's a fire downstairs, but I wanted to have you a few minutes to myself." "I don't mind the cold," replied Eleanor. "Is anything the matter, Peggy? Why have you come here to live?" "I'll tell you all about that presently," replied the girl. "But I want to know about you. These Barnes girls have been saying all sorts of horrible things about you. They aren't true, are they?" "I don't know what they have been saying," replied her sister, "but there's nothing you need to trouble about. Are you still at Speke and Burnham's?" "No," replied the girl. "I've got another place." "Where?" "At another firm in the city." "Good pay?" "The same as I had before." "And that girl, Chellew, isn't she called? She's not living with you, is she? Emily Barnes says, but I won't tell you." "No, she's gone away," replied Eleanor calmly. "But another girl lives with me now, one who is in the same office." "Is she nice?" "She's rather colourless and altogether uninteresting, but she's all right. Tell me about yourself. Why have you come here to live?" A flush mounted Peggy's cheeks. "Oh," she said, "I'm so miserable." "Tell me about it." "Jim said we could not afford to live in a place of our own, and it's too horrible to think about." "Why? Aren't they kind to you?" "It's not that so much. They seem to have different feelings. They don't understand, you know. But there, I'm glad to have you. They'll be calling us down to tea in a few minutes, but I just wanted to get you up here alone first. Have you heard from Father and Mother?" "Not often," replied Eleanor. "They came to see me soon after I left home. I told you about that. They've written to me twice since, and I replied that I preferred to stay where I was, and to be alone. Then John wrote, asking if he might come to see me, and I told him no." Peggy gave a quivering sigh. "Do you know Trev's home?" she asked. "He's engaged." "Is he? Do we know the girl?" "No, but they say she's wonderful." "How do you know?" "They came to see me. That is, Father and Mother did, before I came here." "Tell me about it," cried Eleanor eagerly. "Why did they come to see you? Did they say anything about me?" Then Peggy, unable to contain herself further, told her sister the story of the past few months. "And they asked you to go home?" "Yes, and oh, I did so long to go." "Why didn't you?" "Would you?" "How could I? They refused to have anything to do with Jim. They have insulted him again and again, and after what I had said to them, I could not." "I wish you'd let me know how poor you were," said Eleanor presently. "I would have helped you." "But I thought you had only just enough to pay your way." "Yes, but I would have managed to help you somehow." "Would you? Oh, but I could not take anything. I couldn't really. I say, Eleanor, it hasn't been a great success, has it?" Eleanor was silent. "Why haven't you been to see me?" asked Peggy presently. Still the other girl did not speak. "Oh, you need not be afraid to tell me," and Peggy noted her sister's looks. "I know what you feel. You never liked Jim, I know, and now it's worse than ever." "Do you still like him?" asked Eleanor. "Is he kind to you?" "Of course he's kind to me," lied Peggy, in an attempt to be loyal. "And of course I'm fond of him, but—" "Yes?" "It's being here," the girl almost sobbed. "His mother and sisters are just awful. Sometimes I think they mean to be kind, but they don't understand. They seem to think that Father and Mother should come to see them, and should make Jim an allowance. They laugh at what they call my pride, because I won't write home for help. If I could only get away, if we two could be together. But you have told me nothing about yourself, and I want to know. Do you see much of Tamsin Cory now?" "No." "Why not? Have you quarrelled?" "I don't see anything of her anyhow." "Do you go to the Amazon Club?" "No, I haven't been for a long time." "Why?" "I haven't, that's all." "Oh, Eleanor, I do wish I could go home." "Why don't you?" "I can't. You know I can't. I could not leave Jim, and they won't have him. I say, couldn't we manage to live together? You say you have a fairly good salary, and if Jim could find a cheap place, couldn't you come and live with us? We might manage then." "I must think about it," replied Eleanor after a long silence. "Perhaps it might be managed." "I know you don't like Jim," persisted Peggy, "but I wish you could. I would do anything to get away from these people here. It's not only Jim's sisters, but their young men who come to see them. They're simply awful. They expect me to laugh at their jokes and to be friendly with them, but I can't. I simply can't. You'll see them presently, and then you'll understand. There, tea is ready. Mrs. Barnes is coming for us."
"Come now, you two girls," said Mrs. Barnes, entering the room. "Tea is ready. How are you, Miss Trelawney?" holding out her hand to Eleanor. "Glad to see you, I'm sure. I expected you to come here a lot after Jim and your sister were married. I'm not the one to bear malice. I say let's be friends, but come down right away. Tea's all on the table, and I don't keep it after 5 o'clock to please nobody, especially on a Sunday afternoon." Evidently the occasion was intended to be an important one. A round table, too large for the room, had been placed in the centre of what they called their drawing room, and was covered with a large amount of eatables. Chairs were drawn up all round it as if for a large party. No sooner had Eleanor and Peggy come down than Emily and Edith Barnes, followed by their swains, came out of the back room, while Jim Barnes stood at the foot of the stairs waiting to receive them. "Hello, Eleanor!" cried Barnes with a great show of heartiness. "Now this is what I call something like. I'm sure I'm pleased to see you. How are you? What, not one kiss for your brother-in-law? Come now, I say, I must salute my sister with a brotherly kiss." And Barnes put his hand on her shoulder as if to carry his words into effect. "Yes, and why not?" said Mrs. Barnes, as Eleanor drew away. "I'm sure nothing could be more natural. My husband's brother, Andrew Barnes, he was a clerk in a surveyor's office, he was, always came to see us twice a week after we were married, and he never failed to kiss me. I should have thought it funny if he hadn't." "Nothing doing, Jim?" cried Emily's swain, a young man who rejoiced in the name of Sam Pilling. "I say, that's too bad." Sam Pilling was Emily Barnes's latest conquest. Both the young men who were at Primrose Terrace on the night General Trelawney first returned from abroad had long since been forgotten. "But I think the young lady's quite right," went on Pilling. "Kissing ain't for public, I say. It's a private affair. What do you say, Miss Trelawney?" "Well, kissing or no kissing," interposed Mrs. Barnes, "it's tea time, and I hate tea when it's overbrewed or when it gets cold. Overbrewed tea always gives me indigestion. As for cold tea, it's just horrible. There now, sit down. The table is rather small for so many of us, so you'll have to squeeze up." "Not the slightest objection to squeezing, Mrs. Barnes," laughed Pilling. "Indeed, I think it's okay. There now, we're all snug and comfortable. Plenty of room, haven't you, Miss Trelawney? Tell me if I'm squeezing you too tight." At this there was a general titter, although Emily Barnes was much annoyed that Pilling should have chosen to sit beside Eleanor instead of herself. "Eleanor won't mind," remarked Emily when the laughter had subsided. "Will you?" The girl was saved the pain of answering by Mrs. Barnes asking in a loud voice who would and who would not have sugar. "Look here, mother," said Barnes, after that lady had finished pouring out tea. "This cake and stuff is all very well, but both Pilling and Leatherhead have come all the way from Balham, and they'll be a bit peckish. Haven't you got anything more substantial?" "Oh, yes," replied Mrs. Barnes cheerfully. "I boiled a bit of 'am yesterday, and it's on the sideboard in the other room. If anybody would like to have a bit of 'am, say so. Will you, Eleanor, my dear? Make yourself quite at home. You're one of the family, and I'm not going to call you Miss Trelawney any more. Jim," shouted Mrs. Barnes to her son, who had gone to cut the ham, "there's some mustard in the cupboard, and pepper and salt too, if anybody wants it. But I'm afraid it's too much of a crush to have the pickles out." "Aren't you having any ham, Miss Trelawney?" asked Pilling, who was vigorously plying his knife and fork. His people originally came from Yorkshire, where what they called high teas are common. Eleanor replied in the negative. "Oh, well, London ways are all very well," remarked Pilling, "but give me old Yorkshire. It may be a bit rough up there, but we know what's what." In her endeavour to be agreeable, Eleanor entered into conversation with Pilling, who seemed to find her company vastly entertaining. Indeed, he became so interested in what Eleanor said that he paid but little attention to Emily Barnes on the other side of the table. As a consequence, that lady became jealous. In addition, she had anything but kindly feelings towards Eleanor. She remembered the conversation between them on Hampstead Heath some time before, which had rankled ever since. "She thinks she's honouring us by being here to tea," she reflected, "but I'll pay her out before long." "Now this is what I like," remarked Mrs. Barnes presently. "All the children 'ome and everybody 'appy. Yes, I know things are terribly dear, but dear as they are, I 'ope everybody will have a good meal. That's what my poor husband used to say when people came in to have a bite with us. 'Cut and come again' was his motto. Ah, but things are different now from what they were then." "I say," said Leatherhead, who, sitting next to Edith Barnes, was enjoying himself vastly, "couldn't the whole lot of us do a theatre to-morrow night? Come now, Mrs. Barnes, couldn't you shut up the house for one evening? There's a good piece on at the Lyceum, and nothing would please me better than to pay for 2 or 3 seats. What do you say, Pilling?" "I'm game," said Pilling, "and I've heard the play's a good one. Plenty of fighting and spying and mystery. That's the sort of thing I like. What do you say, Miss Trelawney? I'm sure it will give me great pleasure to take you."
"I'm afraid I can't," replied Eleanor.
"But why? Have you another engagement?"
"Of course she has," said Emily Barnes, who thought she saw a chance of paying that stuck-up Trelawney girl out, as she called it. "The Lyceum is too tame for her. She prefers going to the Frivolity with Mr. Wakeham, and to some place to supper afterwards. By the way, how is Mr. Wakeham, Eleanor?"
Come, come, Emily, that's going a bit too far," interposed Barnes.
"Why is it going too far?" asked Emily, by this time madly jealous at the attention her lover was paying Eleanor. "She does go to the Frivolity with Mr. Wakeham, and a man I know told me he saw them at supper at the Azure Sky, one of those fast night clubs that was raided. Of course, Mr. Wakeham is a married man, but that doesn't matter, does it? Come now, it's no use getting huffy about it. We know what we know." A flush of shame surmounted the girl's face, and she did not know what to say. She felt as though her horrible experiences of the evening to which Emily referred must be known to all London, and she would have given anything to have got out of the room. Her previous experiences during the afternoon were painful enough, but she felt that this was more than she could bear.
"And what if a girl does go out for an evening's enjoyment?" cried Pilling, who evidently admired Eleanor very much. "As far as I know, there's no harm in the Friv, or going out for a bit of supper and a hop afterwards. Everybody does it these days."
"Some people seem very lucky," sneered Emily. "It isn't every typist that can drink champagne with their suppers."
"No, it isn't," laughed Pilling. "I wish I could get it sometimes."
"Now, if we've all finished tea," broke in Mrs. Barnes, "you'd better get into the other room. Peggy and I will wash up the tea things. Now, Miss Trelawney, you must not take any notice of Emily. She's a bit tart with her tongue, but she doesn't mean anything wrong. Go into the sitting room and make yourself at home. There's a nice fire there." "I'm afraid I can't stay any longer," replied Eleanor. "I must go."
"But not yet," objected Mrs. Barnes. "It's only just turned 6."
"Thank you, I really must get back." "Well, if you will, you will," assented Mrs. Barnes after a great many protestations had been made. "But I don't see any reason why. We expected you to spend the evening with us." "I'll see you home, anyhow," said Barnes. "No, no, please don't trouble," replied Eleanor. "I can quickly get to the station from here." "Couldn't think of it," persisted Barnes. "What, see my own sister-in-law go home alone? No, indeed, that wouldn't do." "But I really prefer it," urged the girl. "I couldn't think of your leaving Peg." "Oh, Peg's all right. I often leave her of an evening. You see, she has mother now. I'll put on my overcoat right away." "But I really couldn't dream of it," said Eleanor with a note in her voice which even Barnes could not help noticing. "Do you mean to say you'd rather not have me?" he said with heightened voice. "Very well, I'm not the one to push my company upon anyone." "Oh, please don't take it that way," said Eleanor, who was anxious for Peggy's sake not to have any unpleasantness. "But I really would prefer to be alone." "Of course she would," laughed Emily. "No doubt she has her engagements, Jim, and although you have married a girl without a penny to her name, the Trelawneys think themselves superior to the Barnes." Peggy had listened to all this in positive agony. She had heard a garbled account of what Emily Barnes had said to her sister when they met on Hampstead Heath, but she had no idea that the girl would have said such things before others. She saw how every word had cut Eleanor like a knife, saw the anger and pain which she had tried to suppress. "Emily!" she cried passionately. "I did not bring my sister here to be insulted. Had I known, she should not have come." "Well, we didn't want her," retorted Emily. "We may be common people, but we are respectable. Stick up for your family, Jim. Talk about insult indeed. We don't go to night clubs with married men. Of course, she wouldn't let you kiss her, Jim, but I'll warrant she was not so particular about Mr. Wakeham. Her own brother-in-law isn't good enough for her." "Oh, do let me get out of this," cried Eleanor, losing control over herself. "Put on your hat and come with me to the station, Peg." "That's it, is it?" shouted Barnes. "You wouldn't let me come with you, but you'll drag Peg out. I'm going to have a kiss before you go." What happened after that, Eleanor could hardly tell. She remembered a wild struggle with Barnes, and presently found herself in the street, with Peggy by her side. As they neared Camden Town Station, she grew calmer. "I couldn't, Peg. Really, I couldn't," she said. "Couldn't what?" asked Peggy. "Couldn't live with you and that man. Forgive me, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I really couldn't." Peggy was silent. She realized what was in her sister's mind, and while she felt somewhat angry, she could not blame her. "I hate the thought of you going back to them," said Eleanor presently. "It's horrible, simply too horrible," ejaculated the other. "Look here, come with me to live. We could manage somehow. I need not pay any more for rooms. You shall sleep with me, as you used to when we were kiddies, and perhaps I could find you work." Peggy's eyes flashed at this, and for a moment she seemed as though she would accept her sister's suggestion. She shook her head despondently, however. "No," she said, "I can't leave Jim, but forgive me for asking you there. If I had known—" "Oh, never mind me," interrupted her sister. "I'm all right. It's you I'm thinking about. Come and see me often, Peg. I nearly always stay in of an evening now, and I get home from business at 6:30. "I dare not," replied the girl. "They say things bad enough to me now." When she returned to Primrose Terrace, she went straight to her bedroom and sat there in the dark. Barnes heard her come in, and when she didn't come downstairs and join the others, He went to her. "What are you moping here for?" he asked angrily. "Why don't you come down with the rest and be pleasant?" "I want to be alone, Jim," was her reply. "Alone? Why do you want to be alone? Oh, you're thinking about Eleanor, I suppose. Well, what business had she to be so hoity-toity?" Peg did not reply. "Aren't you going to speak? Aren't you coming down with the others and be pleasant?" Still she was silent. "Oh, hang your dirty pride," he said with an oath. "Well, if I can't have a bit of comfort here, I shall go where I can." Soon after, he left the house. After that, Peggy's life became a perfect misery. Mrs. Barnes upbraided her with being utterly useless, besides being a drag on the family. "If you'd only be sensible," said Mrs. Barnes, "Jim would like you better, but how can he care about a girl who is always peevish and never brings a penny to help? Oh, I tell you straight, we are not going to stand it much longer. The girls are complaining too, and say the place isn't like home any longer. If you want to keep Jim, you'd better swallow your pride and get your family to help you. What would a few pounds a week be to them? Nothing, and it would be a great deal to us." As for Barnes, he seldom stayed in the house at night. When he came home from work, he partook of his food in silence and then went out alone, while Mrs. Barnes and her daughters would look at each other significantly. "Do you know where Jim goes to?" asked Peggy on one occasion. "He won't tell me." "Oh, he goes where he can have pleasant society," retorted Emily. "It's no use saying I like it," said Mrs. Barnes woefully, "but Jim was always that way, and I've always said that he liked Agnes best of all the girls he kept company with. Of course she has a nice house too, and nobody would be pleasanter or more entertaining than Jim when he's a mind to." A little later Peggy realized that an air of mystery prevailed in the house. There was nothing definite upon which she could fasten, but from the sudden silence which fell upon Mrs. Barnes and her daughters whenever she entered the room, she could not help realizing that they were discussing matters about which they did not wish her to know. "Have you seen your sister lately?" asked Mrs. Barnes of her one day. "I've only seen her once since she was here," replied Peggy. "But you should, my dear," urged the woman with a show of friendliness. "We don't want to be a disturbing element between relations. Of course she thinks herself too good to come here again." "And we think ourselves too good to have her," snapped Emily. "Still, I say you ought to go and see her sometimes," continued Mrs. Barnes. At that moment Barnes came back to his dinner, and evidently something unpleasant had happened, for he was in a bad temper. "I was just saying to Peggy that she ought to go and see her sister oftener. Why don't you spend a Saturday afternoon with her? Typists are always free of a Saturday afternoon." "Would you mind if I went, Jim?" asked Peggy, and there was eagerness in her voice. "I don't care where you go," was his reply. "You can throw yourself in the river for all I care." "Come, Jim, you don't mean that," said his mother coaxingly. "Don't mind him, Peggy, my dear. You go and have a chat with your sister. It will do you good." It came about, therefore, that on the following Saturday afternoon Peggy made her way to Eleanor's rooms. "Look here, Peg," said Eleanor, "I'm not going to ask you any questions, but we're going to have a jolly time. I have been very economical lately, and I can afford to give you a treat. We will go to a matinee of Choo Chin Chow this afternoon, and then we'll go to a nice place for tea, and after that we'll come home here and spend the evening together." "That's awfully good of you. You're sure you can afford it?" "Perfectly sure." "It will be lovely," cried Peggy. "But I must not get home later than 9 o'clock." "That can be easily managed. Come on." For nearly 3 hours the girls forgot their troubles in the brilliant spectacle at His Majesty's Theatre, and afterwards, according to Eleanor's programme, they went to a cosy tea room where they spent some time together. "We've had a glorious time," cried Peggy, when at length they reached Eleanor's room. "But, Eleanor, you don't seem happy." "Don't bother about me. I'm all right. And don't let's think of anything unpleasant. Let's talk about old times, when we were kiddies together." For more than 2 hours they chatted together as girls will. Eleanor appeared to be gay, almost hilariously so, while Peggy, forgetting for a moment her associations with Primrose Terrace, seemed something like the Peggy of old times. "Oh, if we could only live together, Eleanor! If we could only spend our evenings like this!" "But we can't," replied the other. "I must say it, Peg. I simply could not stand that man. I know you have married him, but he's impossible. Won't you leave him and come with me?" "No," replied Peggy. Even yet she felt she must be loyal to him. The evening before he had remained at home, and she thought he appeared kinder and more thoughtful. Just before 9 o'clock, Peggy left St. Hildebrand's Mansions for Camden Town, and she shuddered as she made her way through the cold wintry night. It was not raining, but the air was dank and depressing. The streets were muddy and miserable. As she neared the station her mind flashed, in spite of herself, to her old home. Her conversation with her sister had brought up 1,000 memories of those days before the war, when as children they laughed and romped in the great playroom. She thought of a party they had once had, when her father had come into the room dressed as Santa Claus, and had given them all sorts of presents. What fun they had! What laughter! And she had given it all up for this. She was still only a child in years, and yet she felt that her childhood was passing from her, and that she had nothing to look forward to but a lifetime's association with the Barnes family. How mad she had been! Not only mad, but wicked. For she had been wicked. She felt it now. She remembered the look on her father's face as she saw him last, realized how old and how haggard he appeared. And yet he had been kind and loving through it all. Then she thought of her mother, thought also of the way she had defied her and threatened her, and why had she done it? How had it all ended? Would Barnes be home when she arrived at Primrose Terrace? She did not expect him. She almost hoped he would not be. Oh, the horror of the place, the miserable, squalid, coarse, common horror of it all. Yes, she had been a fool, and worse than a fool. She, too, had been common and vulgar. She had been enamoured of people of whom she now felt ashamed. Fancy introducing Barnes to her father's friends. But more than that, she had been wicked. Yes, positively wicked. She had saddened the lives of both her father and her mother. Again her mind flashed back to the old home of her childhood, and she remembered how her father used to put her to bed and listen to her while she said her prayers. She called to mind the words with which she always finished her prayers. God bless Daddy and Mummy and Trev and John and Eleanor, and make me a good girl, and bless everybody and make them happy, for Christ's sake. Amen. She had laughed at all this. Now she was going back to Camden Town, to Primrose Terrace, and to the Barnes family. She left the train at Camden Town and found her way through the dismal muddy streets to Primrose Terrace. When she arrived at number 13, she found the place in darkness. What did it mean? Mrs. Barnes never went out in the evening, although the girls always went to the pictures on a Saturday evening, and generally returned about 10:30 with their young men. She tried the door. It was locked, and silence reigned in the house. The houses on either side of number 13 were also in darkness. What should she do? Perhaps Mrs. Barnes thought she would not be home until late, and had gone with her daughters to the movies. She remembered a picture palace in the main street, not far away. She would go there and spend an hour. By that time Mrs. Barnes would have returned. A little later she had partially forgotten her troubles in watching an impossible story being reproduced on the screen. Then, when it was over, she came out into the street again. A clock near by struck 10:30. She hurried back to Primrose Terrace and found that number 13 was still in darkness. What could it mean? They knew she was out, and she had told them she should return about 9 o'clock. She seized the rusty knocker and rapped at the door. There was no response. She knocked louder. Still no answer. She began to be frightened. Something had happened, and with a kind of frenzy she knocked still louder. Then she heard a movement in the adjoining house, and the door opened. "Who's that?" "It's I, Mrs. Simpkins, Mrs. Jim Barnes." "Oh, it's you, is it? Well, Mrs. Barnes asked me to tell you when you came back that she and her girls had gone away for a bit of an holiday." "But where?" "I don't know nothing about that. She said they might be away several days. I expect this letter will tell you all you want to know. She asked me to give it to you if you should come. Good night. Dark, ain't it?" And the woman sniggered meaningly. Peggy took the letter like one in a dream. She was too bewildered to readily comprehend the meaning of it all. She walked to the nearest lamp post and opened the letter. It was in Barnes's handwriting, but there was no address or signature. "I've had enough of it," she read, "and so I expect have you. If you want your liberty, you can easily get it. I'm going my way, and you can go yours." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 29. Peggy's Betrayal. Bewildered as she was, Peggy had to read this letter more than once before the full meaning of it burst upon her. Presently, however, she understood. Barnes was tired of her, and had thrown her off like an old glove, his family conniving at the action he had taken. She saw now why they were so anxious for her to go see her sister, and understood why they told her not to come back until 9 o'clock. They had made this an opportunity whereby they could be rid of her, not caring what became of her. Oh, the horror, the degradation of it! For some time she did not know what she was doing, or where she was going. She only knew that she was adrift in London, and that she, the daughter of General Trelawney, was alone and unprotected in the London streets, a castaway. What could she do? Where could she go? A sense of utter desolation and misery possessed her, and she was ashamed beyond words. At that moment she scarcely cared what happened to her. She was not yet 19 years of age, and what had the future for her? Up to now she had, in spite of everything, refused to be anything but loyal to Barnes. She had excused his words of cruelty. She had fought against the loathing which sometimes filled her when she realized that she was wedded to him for life. In her way, and in spite of all her faults, she had tried to think kindly of him, and to be loving to him. For his sake she had refused to share Eleanor's offered hospitality. Ay, and more than that, for his sake she had refused to go to her own home. For his sake, too, she had borne with his sister's sneers and jibes, and his mother's constant insults. And now it had come to this. What could she do? Again the question haunted her. She remembered what Barnes had said only 2 nights before, when she had suggested spending the afternoon with her sister. "You can throw yourself in the river," he had snarled. "I don't care what you do." Well, why not? Life had nothing to offer her. She would not go to Eleanor and tell her what had taken place. She simply could not. She could see the look that would come into her sister's eyes, the bitter smile that would curl on her lips. For a long time she walked, unheeding whither she went. Then presently she realized that she had passed from the streets and had entered an open space. The wind had risen, and dark clouds were being swept across the sky. Above her head she saw patches of blue, and here and there a star shining. Why, this was Hampstead Heath! She was near home, not more than 5 minutes' walk from her father's house. Almost instinctively she thought of the morning when her father and mother had come to her, and she remembered the former's words. "Good morning, my dear. You'll remember that your father's and mother's house is always open to you." She had felt at the time that his unconscious emphasis on the last word was an insult to the man to whom she had sworn to be loyal. But now it came to her like healing balm. They still loved her. In spite of everything, she was her dad's little Peggy still. Great sobs rose to her throat, sobs which almost choked her. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" she wailed. "Oh, God, help me! Oh, if they only would! If they only would! But I dare not. I'm ashamed." Her old home seemed like heaven to her now, and the restrictions which at one time seemed so irksome were something to rejoice in. Oh, to have a home, and tenderness, and love, to be with her own people, to breathe the atmosphere of affection and refinement. Oh, God help her, if she only could. What would John say? What would Trev's fiancé say? Did her father really mean it when he told her she might come home? He was a proud man, and would shudder at anything like disgrace coming to his name, and she had disgraced it by becoming the wife of such a creature as Barnes. And yet... Then there came to her memory, like some long-forgotten dream, the words she had read in childhood and forgotten in her girlhood, a saying from the most beautiful story ever told. "I will arise and go to my father, and I will say unto him, Father, I have sinned." But could she? All the time she had been walking, she knew not whither. Then suddenly she saw a light. Yes, it was home. That was her father's house. There was a light coming from one of the windows. She crept wearily along no longer. Her feet seemed to be winged, and she rushed pantingly to the door of her old home. She knocked timidly, like one afraid. Then, as there was no answer, more loudly. She heard footsteps in the hall, firm, decided footsteps, and the door opened. "Yes, what is it?" It was her father's voice. "It's me, Dad. Peggy. Will you let me come in?" "Peggy?" "Yes, Dad. I've come home. I have no home but this. Will you have me?" In a second the General understood. He required no mental process to comprehend everything. His heart leapt to the truth. "My little Peggy!" he cried. "Come in, my darling, come in. You must be cold. Come in. There, let me see your face. Kiss your old dad, my little girl.
I am glad you have come."
He drew her to the warm, well-lighted room as he spoke, and held her close to his heart, while the girl sobbed convulsively. "I didn't know I was so near. Then I saw the light. I didn't know what I was doing, but I couldn't help it. I have come home, Dad. I'm so miserable and ashamed." Her words came incoherently between great heart-breaking sobs. She scarcely knew what she was saying, but the long pent-up feelings which had been buried in her heart for months were trying to find expression. Meanwhile her father held her to his heart. His brain even yet had failed to grasp the situation, but his love made him understand everything. There, Peggy, it's all right. It's your old home, my dear. No matter what's happened, everything is right." And his voice was hoarse because his heart was in a wild tumult. I'm so ashamed," stammered Peggy, but I couldn't help coming. Something drew me here in spite of myself. When I found out what I was, what it all meant, I think I went mad. I didn't know where I was going. I thought I would go to the river and throw myself into the water. There seemed nothing else for me. Then I saw I was on the heath, and I didn't know where I was going, although I kept on walking. Then I saw the light. Will you have me, Dad? I know I've been a bad girl, but I couldn't help coming home. Something made me." "Have you? Of course I'll have you. There, my darling, don't fear anything. Your old Dad is here. He will keep you safe. There, sit before the fire and let me pull off your wet, cold boots. Then I'll go to your mother and tell her you have come home." He drew her to an armchair as he spoke, and took off her hat and jacket. "Are you better now, my little Peg?" he went on, scarcely realizing what he was saying or doing. "You're cold and hungry, aren't you? There now, don't cry. It's all right. I'll go and fetch Mother." No, not yet," sobbed the girl. "What shall I do for you then? I'm so glad to see you, Peg. Is there anything you want? I'll get Mother here in a minute. She'll know better than I what to do." No, not yet," persisted Peggy. "Please, Dad," she sobbed. "Let me sit on your knee like I used to. I haven't sat on your knee since before the war, and "Yes, my darling," said the General, whose eyes were brimming with tears. "That's it. There now, sit on my knee, and put your arms round my neck as you used to years ago, and tell me everything." She laid her head on his shoulder like a tired, broken-hearted child, and then she sobbed out her story, such a pitiful story, so common, yet so tragic. She told it between heart-broken sobs and exclamations of shame and sorrow. "And is that all?" asked the General at length. "That's all, except that I want to be with you, and I want Mother." "Of course you do. It's all right. Your old Dad is gladder than words can tell to have you back. Yes, I understand what you feel. It's all a miserable business. But never mind, you have come home now. There, kiss me again, my dear." But do you really forgive me? Do you really mean to say that you'll have me here, just as if I hadn't been so wicked? For, oh, I have been so miserable, so ashamed, and I do want to be good, and I do want Mother." "Of course you do." The General half laughed and half sobbed out the words. "Don't be afraid, Peggy. We'll make everything right. The old miserable past is over, and in some way
We'll begin anew. There, there, I'll go and fetch mother." He rushed away as he spoke, while the child looked around the room she had known all her life. There were the old books, the old pictures, the old furniture. Everything she saw seemed to bid her welcome. Everything seemed to tell her of an undying love. This was home, the home which in her madness and in her wickedness she had left, but which was now the haven of refuge for which she so longed. She heard murmuring voices and hasty footsteps, and then she knew she was in her mother's arms. She heard her mother's voice, felt the warm kisses on her cheek. She wanted to explain, wanted to, she knew not what. "Oh, mother, he's left me, and it's wrong, I know, but I'm glad he has. I could not go to him again, even if he wanted me. It's all been so awful, so horrible." "Of course it has," cried Mrs. Trelawney. She seemed to know what to do better than her husband. There was that touch of intimacy, knowledge, and innate wisdom which helps to make the crooked places straight and the rough places plain. "Of course you mustn't cry. What is there to cry about? You've come home, my darling. And, Lester, can't you see that the poor child is tired and faint? The servants have gone to bed, but that doesn't matter. Oh, yes, it's no use telling me, Peggy. I know you're hungry. I'll go and get something for you." There was healing in every word, in every tone, in every movement. The child's bitter, wounded, bleeding heart felt it and understood. There were no reproachful questions, no upbraidings, no saying, "I told you so." The time for these things might come later, but now it was heartfelt gladness, a welcome home which her poor little soul longed for. "No, no, I'm not going to let you talk to me about all those miserable things," cried the mother, as Peggy again tried to return to her sordid tale of the past few months. "There's no need for that now, and you must not trouble a bit about the future. We shall be able to talk about that some other time. All that matters now is that you are here, my darling." "I was afraid that you would be away," sobbed Peggy. "It seemed strange that you should be up so late." "I could not go to bed," said the General. "I don't know why, but I felt as though I must sit up." The door opened again, and John entered. "Hello, Peg, old girl," said the boy, rather awkwardly. "Good business. I thought I heard your voice, so I put on these clothes over my pajamas and came down." "Yes, Peg's come home," cried the General. "Come to stay. Isn't it splendid?" "He left me this," said Peggy piteously, handing John the letter which Barnes had written. "I've been staying with his mother, and Jack, don't look like that." For John had read the letter by this time and knew the whole truth as if by intuition. "The mean, dirty swine! But it's all right, Peg. He'll never trouble you any more," said the boy, speaking awkwardly, but with a look shining from his eyes which made Peggy understand in spite of everything. "Of course it's going to be all right," said Mrs. Trelawney. "Of course it's going to be all right," said Mrs. Trelawney. "Are you quite warm now, darling? Will you have something more to eat?" "No, no, mother. Don't mind my crying, but it's all so beautiful. I never knew before how beautiful it was. Dad, you're sure it's you, aren't you? You're sure I'm home, really? Will you let me get on your knee again? And, Dad, you're sure you forgive me, aren't you? I have been wicked, but I do want to be a good girl." The General took her on his knee again. There, there, my little Peggy, snuggle up close to me just as you did in the old days, when I used to tell you stories before I put you to bed. Is that all right?" "It's just beautiful, Dad," she sobbed. "Just beautiful." Unmindful of the time, they sat together talking. Little by little, Peggy became calmer, and in spite of their protests, she insisted on telling her story again, such a mean, miserable story. She seemed to want to unburden her heart, to throw from her life the experiences of the last few months. It might be as though she were a little child again, a little kiddie who had been naughty, but now entered the happiness which comes through forgiveness. But it was more than that, and although they said nothing of it, each knew it. Especially did the General feel that, although his little Peggy had come home, contrite and repentant, that he, with all his love, could never wipe out the past. He saw by her shudders, and by her expression of loathing when Barnes's name was mentioned, the misery and the truth. He could not undo the fact that in many senses his child's life was ruined, and that in the days to come she would feel the pollution of her association with the man with whom she had been madly infatuated. But he would not upbraid her. He would try, as far as in him lay, to destroy the effect of those miserable months. He knew she had destroyed much of her girlhood. She had made her future black with a kind of shame which she could not express, and she would be forever haunted by the thought that her life had been contaminated with evil. She had come back, but it could never be as though she had never gone away. There were still the months which the locusts had eaten. But he kept all that from Peggy. In spite of everything, his heart went out to her with a great, overwhelming love, and the thought of her contrition and her penitence went far to atone for the pain she had caused him. "We must get Trev home," he cried. "I'm sure it can be managed. And we must get Mary Penryn up here too. You'll like her, Peg." "Yes, she's a ripping girl," was John's emphasis. "You must get her up here tomorrow, Dad. I'll bring her up to lunch if you like. I'll run down with the car for her tomorrow morning." "And now we won't talk any longer," said Mrs. Trelawney. "I can see you're tired." "I feel as though I shall never be tired again," sobbed Peggy. "I'll bet you are. I insist on you going to bed now." A few minutes later Peggy was in her own bedroom, the bedroom she had known from childhood. Oh, how beautiful, how restful everything was! She recognized every article in the room. Nothing seemed to have been changed since she left it. It had been furnished according to her own desires and tastes. The colorings were perfect, everything accorded with everything else, and it was all so sweet and restful. An air of refinement prevailed, too. Everything was so different from the vulgar squalor of Primrose Terrace. "Is everything all right, Peggy?" asked her mother. "Kneel with me as I say my prayers," she sobbed. "Just as you used to do in the old days, Mother. I've been a wicked girl, but I will be good. Oh, I will be good." Side by side they knelt, while the mother, scarcely less moved than her child, put her arm around her. "Please, God, forgive me, and help me to be a good girl." It was the old prayer of her childhood which came back to her, and for the moment she felt like a child again. And after all she was but little more. But her childhood had gone, and she knew it, and although she could not put it into words, she felt the tragedy of it. "There now, go to sleep," said her mother, as Peggy nestled among the clean white sheets. "We shall be here in the morning." "May I come in, Peggy?" "Yes, Dad, please come." The General knelt beside the bed and kissed her.
God bless you, my little girl," he said, and his voice broke. "Good night. We'll meet in the morning." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 30. At Spurling and King's. Eleanor Trelawney had said but little to her sister about her own experiences. She had told her nothing of the episode which had so frightened her. Neither had she mentioned Rod Ravenscroft in any way. On the morning following Ravenscroft's visit, she had received a letter from Ellen Chellew telling her that she did not intend to return to the flat again and asking her to forward her things to a given address. As Eleanor read the letter, she felt the tragedy of it, and instead of doing what she had been asked, she wrote a long letter to Ellen, beseeching her to come back. Her eyes were being opened. But her letter was sent in vain. 2 days later she received another epistle from Ellen to the effect that she had counted the cost of her action and that she did not intend to be tied down to puritanical notions. As for Eleanor herself, her mind was in a condition difficult to describe. Her experiences on the night when Ravenscroft had rescued her from a position which she shrank from thinking about had somehow revolutionized her whole being. She could not understand the infatuation which women of the Tamsin Cory class had had over her. The sudden revelation of her feelings in regard to Rod Ravenscroft had changed everything. Never had Eleanor realized the helplessness of her future as she realized it now. For years she had rather gloried in the idea that men had no attraction for her. She had been pleased when she had been referred to as sexless. The whole idea of giving her life to any man was utterly out of accord with her philosophy of life. For that reason she had been largely oblivious to Ravenscroft's real feelings towards her, and if she had known, she would not have cared. Of course she was very young, and had been well nigh carried off her feet by Tamsin Cory, and was under the spell of women who proclaimed the new era of moral and intellectual liberty which had hitherto been denied to her sex. Then followed the events which are outlined in this narrative. With all a foolish girl's confidence in her own powers, she had seen no danger in her associations with Wakeham. Other women had their men friends. Why not she? It was true she did not like Wakeham. He struck her as a coarse, somewhat unpleasant specimen of the man about town. But she reflected that he might be helpful to her, especially in view of Peggy's difficulties. But she was not afraid. Her own feelings were entirely platonic, and she laughed at the idea that she, Eleanor Trelawney, who had always been spoken of as cold as an icicle, would be unable to take care of herself. Up to that time she was as determined as ever not to submit to the restrictions of home life, neither did she repent of the step she had taken. Of course, she missed many of the refinements and comforts of her father's house at Hampstead, but in their place she had her liberty, and she was able to live her own life. Then came that awful moment when Rod Ravenscroft had rescued her from the ghastly position in which she had found herself. She realized the horror she had of such men as Wakeham, realized, too, how they regarded women. Of course, one thing had been made plain to her. She was no longer able to go to Speke and Burnham's. She imagined that in any case Wakeham would make it impossible, but even if he desired her to retain her old position, she could not do so. She therefore wrote to the firm, resigning her position. But what to do she did not know. She had but very little money, and how to live was a question which stared her in the face. On the Monday she diligently searched the advertisements in the newspaper for something that might suit her. Many of these advertisements she answered, sometimes in writing, sometimes in person, but nothing came of them. Positions no longer went begging, and there seemed to be half a dozen applicants for every one that was open. At the end of a week she was well nigh in despair. That she must leave St. Hildebrand's Mansions was evident. Shabby and uncomfortable as her rooms were, she could not pay for them. Indeed, as she looked at the rapidly diminishing contents of her purse, a great terror possessed her. Then suddenly great good fortune came to her. She received a letter from a well-known firm in the city, signed by one of the partners, which seemed to her like a message from heaven. She could not understand it. What could such a firm as Spurling and King know of her? She was not aware that these people were cognizant of her existence. Yet the letter before her was plain enough. "Dear Madam," it ran, "we are given to understand that you have left Messrs. Speke and Burnham, where you acted as secretary to Mr. Wakeham of that firm. As I am in need of a secretary, and as I judge, from what I have heard of your capabilities, you would be able to do the work I require, I shall be glad, if you are open to consider the situation which I offer, if you will call at the above address tomorrow morning at 10:30. Yours faithfully, Alfred Spurling." The news seemed too good to be true. Surely it must be a hoax. But no, it could not be. It was written on the firm's notepaper, and bore every sign of genuineness. Spurling and King was an old established firm of merchants. It was on the highest pedestal of respectability, and was known for its soundness and its old-fashioned ways. She had heard it spoken of as a firm which had fought long against modern innovations, and had for years refused to adopt either the telephone or the typewriter. Of course she would go. There was an old-world courtesy manifest in the letter which cheered her in spite of herself. When she arrived at the offices of Spurling and King, she was impressed by the atmosphere of the place. Everything was quiet and orderly. The furniture of the offices was somewhat old, but it suggested security and respectability. There was none of the rush and hurry which she had seen at Speke and Burnham's. Most of the clerks were middle-aged men. Some, indeed, were quite old, and looked as though they had been there all their lives. "Will you come this way?" said the man who looked at the paper on which her name and business were written. "Mr. Spurling is expecting you." A minute later she was ushered into a spacious office, which seemed so quiet and restful that it might have been far away from the great rushing life of the metropolis. The furniture of the room was rich and costly. Thickly piled carpets covered the floor. Great heavy mahogany desks and cases were placed around the room. Everything spoke of prosperity and order. Seated at a desk not far from a glowing fire sat a portly, white-haired old gentleman who looked at her steadily for a few seconds through his gold-rimmed spectacles. He might have been from 65 to 70 years of age, and had a benign, placid appearance, which reminded Eleanor of the prosperous old-time merchant of 100 years ago. There was no suggestion of the get-rich-quick kind of man in this old gentleman. He was not the sort who would touch risky speculations, neither would he connive at shady transactions. Possibly his father and grandfather drove to the city in the old days before trains and telegraphs, behind a spanking pair of horses, from some comfortable country mansion situated a few miles from London. "Miss Eleanor Trelawney?" he queried, as he looked at the paper which the man had left with him. The girl nervously assented. "Good old-fashioned names, both of them," remarked the old gentleman with a smile. "Any relation of the Trelawney family of Cornwall?" "I believe we are distantly connected," replied the girl, "but we don't know them." "No, but it's a good old-fashioned name anyhow. But you are not old-fashioned, I take it, Miss Trelawney." "I don't quite understand you, sir," ventured Eleanor. "I dare say you don't. What I meant was that you have broken away from the old traditions concerning a woman's place and work. I hear you are an excellent stenographer and typist, that you understand bookkeeping, and have quite an intimate knowledge of affairs generally. I hear, too, that you know a good deal about shipping." "A little," replied Eleanor. "Let me see how much." And forthwith he put to the girl a number of questions, technical as well as general, about the great shipping industries of the world. While he did so, he was no longer the placid, benign old gentleman, but the keen man of affairs, who had his finger on the pulse of the world's commerce. "Yes," he said with a smile, when that part of his catechism was over, "for a young lady you know a great deal. Where and how did you learn it?" Eleanor told him. "I see," he went on, "but even with the facilities you have had, it requires a good deal of intelligence to learn so much in such a short time. But what about your stenography and typing? I want to know something of that. I may tell you that I am very particular about my letters, and about the way drafts of contracts are drawn up. I make a strong point of punctuation and paragraphing. Sometimes, too, I dictate very rapidly, and I require such intelligence and education on the part of my secretary as will enable her to interpret my meaning as well as the exact words I utter. In short, I hate the idea of an automaton and desire an intelligent secretary. Do you mind if I put you to the test?" A minute later Eleanor was seated at a table writing rapidly, while the old gentleman walked to and fro, dictating a technical document. "There," he said, at the end of 10 minutes. "If you'll get that transcribed, I shall see whether you can help me in the way I desire." Eleanor seated herself before the typewriter and commenced her work. At first she was so excited and nervous that she made many mistakes, but before she reached the end of the page she was in full possession of her faculties again. She, therefore, threw the page away and commenced a new one. At the end of half an hour she had the document all ready. The old gentleman read it carefully, word by word, noting each paragraph, each colon, each semicolon, each full stop. "Yes," he said at length, "this will do very well. You work carefully and rapidly. There are no scratchings out, no smudges. There's not only education here, but intelligence. As far as I can see, I shall not have to make a single alteration." He stood for a few minutes as if thinking deeply. "Do you like this kind of work, Miss Trelawney?" "No," replied the girl. "Then why do you do it?" "Forgive me, I did not speak quite accurately," replied Eleanor. "I do like it in a way. The drudgery of typewriting is not pleasant, but there is real interest in the human side of business. It appeals to the imagination. It widens one's outlook. Besides, one must do what one can."
Yes, yes, I see."
It might have been that questions of a personal nature were hanging upon his lips, but he did not ask them. Perhaps his conception of the courtesy due to a lady prevented him.
"I think you may regard yourself as engaged, Miss Trelawney,"
he said presently. "Thank you. I will do my best."
"Yes," said the old gentleman after a pause, "you were on the point of asking me something. What is it?"
"I was wondering if you did not require references," said Eleanor with a painful blush. Something, she knew not what, dragged the words from her.
"References? Ah, yes, of course. But you are a daughter of General Lester Trelawney, are you not?"
"Yes."
"He bears a great name, a good name. With regard to your business abilities, I have satisfied myself. And of course the daughter of General Trelawney should not need to be recommended. Still, perhaps you would not mind my writing to your father."
"I would rather you did not," replied Eleanor.
"Ah, why?"
"I would rather you did not," she repeated.
"I'm sorry for that."
"I want to be absolutely frank with you, Mr. Spurling," said Eleanor. "I have left my father's house."
"Dear, dear, wasn't he kind to you?" "No, no, I recall that question. I had no right to ask it."
"I think you had," replied the girl. "All the same, I'd rather not answer it." She felt ashamed of herself. Why, she did not know, except that there was something in this courtly, old-fashioned gentleman's demeanour which made her feel that she had done something unworthy. In a way he reminded her of her father, although he was altogether different from him. There was no suggestion of military precision such as she had associated with her father. Instead of being tall, spare, upright, the very embodiment of a British soldier, Mr. Spurling was portly and somewhat homely in his appearance, and yet she saw the stamp of the same kind of man.
"Of course you'll be willing for me to refer to Speke and Burnham?"
queried Mr. Spurling. "Yes," she replied, "but I saw little either of Mr. Speke or Mr. Burnham. I was secretary to Mr. Wakeham." And again she flushed painfully.
"And you left there on your own accord?"
"Yes."
"May I ask why?"
Eleanor's lips became tremulous, and she spoke with difficulty. "Because Mr. Wakeham was not a gentleman," she replied. Mr. Spurling was silent for a few seconds. Then he said with a smile,
"Perhaps both Mr. Speke and Mr. Burnham know more about you than you think. However, I feel quite confident in engaging you if you care to come to me. Yes, there is another question you want to ask me. What is it?"
Again Eleanor felt afraid. This old gentleman, pleasant and benign as he appeared to be, seemed to possess a kind of intuition, a power of reading her unexpressed thoughts.
"You were wondering how I came to hear of you," he went on. "But, my dear young lady, you need not trouble about that. People in my position have all sorts of means of finding out things. Besides, I happen to know the firm you were with before you went to Speke and Burnham's. There's nothing else, is there? Oh, yes, I forgot. There's the question of salary. If it is not rude on my part, how much did they give you?"
Eleanor told him.
"I will continue that," replied Mr. Spurling, "if it's quite agreeable to you."
"Thank you," replied the girl.
"And by the way, Miss Trelawney, I have a young lady in the office who has been with me some time. Poor girl, she's very unfortunate. She has just lost her father, and is for the moment without a home. I wonder if you know of lodgings which are within her means. Honeywood is her name. Quite a nice girl."
If she would share my rooms," cried Eleanor eagerly. A few minutes later she had explained to Mr. Spurling how she was situated.
"Ah, I should think that would suit Miss Honeywood very well. But of course you must see her before anything is settled. Living together is a very serious matter, and you and she might not like each other. I think you will, though. Then there is another matter. I must introduce you to Miss Statham. Miss Statham is my partner's secretary. Indeed, she is something more than a secretary, and has very intimate relationships with the firm. It is well that you should know her. She is a very capable woman, very capable indeed. She has been with us something like 10 years. Will you come this way?" He led the way to an adjoining office as he spoke, an office which was almost a replica of the one she had just left. The same air of comfort prevailed, the same quietness, the same order, and the same atmosphere of established prosperity. Seated at a desk similar to that of Mr. Spurling sat a gentleman who might have been 5 years his junior. He was faultlessly attired, and although not portly like Mr. Spurling, suggested the same quiet contentment. Near to him sat a woman of about 35 years of age, with whom he had evidently been conversing on an important matter. "This is Miss Trelawney, Mr. King, the young lady I told you about. She has been with me for the last hour, and I think we have satisfied each other that we shall be able to work together." "I am delighted, Miss Trelawney," said Mr. King, rising from his chair and holding out his hand. "You'll find Mr. Spurling a hard taskmaster, but I will say this of him, he is very just, extremely so, in fact. This is Miss Statham," and he nodded to the lady who sat near him. "She has been with us a good many years now, and knows our business intimately." "Yes, Miss Trelawney," added Mr. Spurling, "as I told you, it will be well for you to know Miss Statham. She will be able to initiate you into the intricacies of our business better than anyone, and we trust her absolutely, absolutely. We have reason to."
Eleanor gave a quick glance towards the woman in question. She was about 35 years of age, but she looked younger, and in a way handsome. 10 years before she might have been beautiful, but now there were lines upon her face, an expression of weariness in her demeanour, and a look in her eyes difficult to define. That she was capable no one could doubt. Proficiency, thoroughness, clear-sightedness, and a keen appreciation of her duties were manifest in her every look and movement. And yet, in a way which Eleanor could not understand, there was something in her presence which repelled her. Perhaps it was because her mouth was somewhat drawn down at the corners and suggested discontent, or perhaps it might have been because of something restless and yearning in her eyes. This did not come to Eleanor as a distinct thought, but as a kind of vague impression which she could neither understand nor put into words. And yet she was strangely drawn to her. That the woman was a lady it was impossible to doubt. It might be, too, that she moved in good society, and certainly if her looks did not utterly belie her, she possessed an intelligence of a very high order. "Have you two finished?" asked Mr. Spurling, after a general conversation about the work of the firm. "We were just finishing as you came in," replied Mr. King. "Miss Statham is of opinion that we should take no part in that Indian business, and I quite agree with her." "Ah, you've come to that conclusion too, have you?" replied Mr. Spurling. "Well, I'm very glad of it, but there are 2 or 3 matters I want to speak to you about alone, King, so you may as well come into my room. Meanwhile, I think it will be well for Miss Statham and Miss Trelawney to spend an hour or 2 together." "I was just going to suggest the same thing," replied Mr. King. "Miss Trelawney will naturally feel somewhat strange, and I am sure Miss Statham will soon familiarize her with what she has to do. Then there is the question of Miss Honeywood.
Have you spoken to Miss Trelawney?" "I have," replied Mr. Spurling. "Miss Trelawney occupies a little flat quite convenient to her work here, and the young lady who has been living with her has lately left her, so it will be to their mutual advantage to join forces. Assuming, of course, that there is a mutual liking. I think there will be, too. Miss Honeywood is not brilliant, but she is an exceedingly nice girl."
"It's now 12 o'clock," said Miss Statham, when the partners had left them together. "We will have an hour's chat, and then go out to lunch together. What do you say?" "I shall be delighted," replied Eleanor, who, in spite of Miss Statham's somewhat rigid manner, began to be drawn towards her. For an hour she explained to Eleanor the broad outlines of the business of the firm and the particular duties she would have to perform, and as one question led to another, Eleanor became impressed by the prodigious amount of knowledge which the other had amassed. As the conversation proceeded, too, the older woman became almost enthusiastic. The firm did business in almost every part of the world, and its transactions were large and important. Eleanor quickly found that Miss Statham's knowledge was not only extensive, but intimate. She was able to explain the locality of shipping centres, of which Eleanor knew nothing but the name. She knew the financial resources of nearly every country in the world, and what those resources comprised. She spoke with assurance of the political outlook, as well as of the constitution of various leading countries, and she seemed to have an intimate knowledge of the markets of the world. "Oh, you are wonderful!" the girl could not help exclaiming after an hour's conversation. "You seem to know everything." "Do I?" replied Miss Statham, with a smile which was a little pathetic. "I had to, you know. The firm, as you can see, has very large connections, and in a way is more or less linked up with nearly all the great commercial nations, and of course I could not occupy a position of trust until I first of all made myself worthy of it. But shall we go and have some lunch now? I happen to know a place where there is a tolerable degree of comfort, and if you don't mind, we'll go there. But let me get off a few things first." She rang a bell as she spoke, and during the next few minutes interviewed 4 grey-haired men and gave them certain instructions. "There," she said when she had finished, "we can be free for 2 or 3 hours now. When we come back I will introduce you to Miss Honeywood. Poor girl, she is neither handsome nor interesting, and it will be an act of charity on your part to let her live with you." This was Eleanor's introduction to Spurling and King's, and her first impressions were confirmed during the weeks that followed. At first she wondered a good deal why she had been employed by such a firm in such a capacity, with practically no introduction, but as time went by this ceased to trouble her. She devoted all her powers to the understanding of the work she had to do, and did her best to carry out her duties according to her employer's wishes. Indeed, as she told herself again and again, she had been marvellously fortunate. Few girls at her age occupied such an important post. As the weeks went by and she understood more and more of the inwardness of the work of the firm, her work became increasingly interesting. It is true her salary was not very large, but it was enough for her to live in comfort and to enjoy a moderate amount of amusement. She found Miss Honeywood just as Miss Statham had described her. It is true her intelligence was somewhat limited, while of imagination she had little or none, but she was good-natured and refined. Her parents had been poor, but she had the upbringing of a lady, and thus Eleanor was far more happy in her private life than she had been for some time. Of Wakeham she heard nothing. It might appear that he was glad of her silence. Certainly he took no steps to renew his acquaintance with her. Little by little, too, the poignancy of her memories of the last night she saw him became less and less. She still thought of it with horror and shame, but she tried to drive it away from her mind the moment it came to her. Why it was she could give no definite explanation, but her friendship with Tamsin Cory and the other women of her set cooled as if by magic. She found no delight or interest in Tamsin's society. Indeed, when they occasionally met, she had something like a feeling of shame that she had once called her friend. Of Rod Ravenscroft she had seen nothing since that Sunday morning when he had visited her at St. Hildebrand's Mansions. Neither by word or sign did he remind her of his existence. She remembered with bitterness the circumstances which led to his visit, as well as the conversation which had taken place between them. She tried to cease thinking of him, but could not, and although she struggled against the feeling which possessed her, she knew that it was impossible for her to overcome it. As Eleanor thought of this, she was overwhelmed by a kind of despair. It was true she was comfortably situated. She had an appointment with a good firm, and she was kindly treated, but life, and the whole outlook of life, was utterly barren. She felt that she had thrown away happiness. Even if Rod Ravenscroft had cared for her, he could never be anything to her after what he had seen and heard. She had, by her own madness, destroyed all possibility of his respect. In spite of her utmost endeavour to fight against it, she found herself recalling the scene when Wakeham poured words into her ears which outraged her womanhood. She saw herself struggle with him, saw herself fighting his would-be caresses, leaping out of the taxicab, and rushing madly through the streets of London at midnight. Oh, the horror of it! She remembered the words those drunken men had said to her. They had taken her to be a lost woman of the streets, and had spoken to her as such. And then, while she had fought against them, Rod Ravenscroft had come to her help. What must he have thought of her? Whatever he had felt towards her in the past, he could only think of her now with a kind of shame. And she had brought it on herself. Still, Eleanor Trelawney was a proud girl, and she determined to fight her way. She was interested in her work, too. Her keen intelligence appreciated the far-reaching transactions of Spurling and King, and she saw that although she had been lately employed, she was becoming more and more trusted. The more she saw of Miss Statham, the more she respected her. She could not help doing so. Her almost masculine intelligence and her grasp of the broad issues of commerce compelled her admiration. Socially, however, she drew no nearer to her. Miss Statham gave her no confidences, and asked for none. She met her in a friendly way, talked to her about their work, but beyond this their acquaintance did not go. Eleanor knew nothing of how or where she lived, who her acquaintances were, or what her history was. That she received a good income there could be no doubt. She dressed well, and from what Eleanor could judge, moved in good society. She could not help seeing, too, that she was deeply in the confidence of both her employers, while her opinions were greatly respected and generally acted upon by them. Compared with hers, Eleanor's was a subordinate position. Indeed, she often had to take orders from Miss Statham, as did others who occupied responsible positions in the firm. Thus days lengthened into weeks and weeks into months. Of her home she knew nothing. She had intimated to her father and mother that she did not wish any communication with them, while she had written to her brother John, practically forbidding him to come to see her, and all the time she was filled with a great heart hunger. It was now 10 months since she had left home. The time was not long, as time goes, and yet it seemed to her as though ages had passed since her Hampstead days. She had made her choice in life, but what did it mean? What had the future to offer her? One day, it was just after she had paid her Sunday afternoon visit to Primrose Terrace, Miss Statham came into the room where she was working. "How do you spend your evenings, Miss Trelawney?" she asked. "Generally in my rooms," replied Eleanor. "Occasionally I go to a women's club, of which I am a member, and now and then I take Miss Honeywood to a theatre, and that's about all, I think. I wish you'd come and have some dinner with me on Friday night, will you?" "I shall be awfully glad if I may," replied Eleanor. "Aren't you well, Miss Statham?" "Oh, yes, I'm very well, I suppose, but never mind about me. You will come on Friday night, then?" "Yes, but where?" "I was forgetting. I live close by Regent's Park, about 7 minutes' walk from Oxford Circus subway station. You'd rather come there than go to a restaurant, wouldn't you? Besides, we can be alone and have a quiet chat. Here is my address." And she handed Eleanor a visiting card. On the Friday evening she found her way to the address Miss Statham had given her, and although she could not explain why, she felt that something important was going to happen. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 31. Miss Statham. Eleanor saw at a glance that Miss Statham's rooms had an appearance of comfort, almost amounting to luxury. The house, which was large and handsome, overlooked Regent's Park, and was pleasantly situated. Years before, the whole row in which the house was placed had been occupied by people of position and affluence. As years went by, however, and the craze for flats had grown, this, with other dwellings of a similar nature, had been turned into self-contained suites, and let, much to the proprietor's profit. "Yes, the position is very pleasant," assented Miss Statham, when Eleanor expressed delight at what she saw. "It's very convenient, too. One is in easy access to everything from here, and yet away from the noise and crowds. But come, take off your things, and sit by the fire. We are nearing the end of March, but the weather is bitterly cold." She led the way into her bedroom as she spoke, and Eleanor saw taste and comfort everywhere. "I am glad you like my rooms," said Miss Statham, as she noted Eleanor's look of approbation. "You see, I have a bathroom adjoining, and also another bedroom, in case I want to entertain a friend. From my point of view, I do not suppose I could get anything better. I can be in the office in 20 minutes, and the people here are very good to me. They have a very good cook, and the service is, on the whole, excellent. Sometimes, of course, I dine at a restaurant for a change, but generally I have my dinner served here alone. I see you are looking at my books," she went on, as they entered the front room again. "Yes, I read a good deal. I am not often in the humour for going out, and I'm afraid I am very extravagant in books. Of course, the libraries do one pretty well, but I buy a good many all the same. Somehow I can never enjoy a borrowed book like I can one of my own." A little later they sat down to dinner, which was deftly served by a quick-footed, silent servant. Everything was cooked to perfection, and showed that Miss Statham could command all that money could give her. It was evident, too, that she was a woman of taste. Every piece of furniture was a work of art. Indeed, every article in the room suggested a person of culture and affluence. "And now," said Miss Statham, when they had finished dinner, "draw up your chair to the fire and let us talk. Will you forgive my saying so? I took a liking to you the first time we met, and I have for a long time wanted to ask you to come here, but I kept putting it off. As I get older, I am afraid to act on impulse. I want to think out everything again and again before acting." "I expect that is because of the responsible position you hold in the firm," replied Eleanor. "Perhaps so, but I'm inclined to think I am getting crusted. Do you know how old I am?" "A little over 30, I should say." "I am nearly 37." And there was a touch of bitterness in her voice. "Miss Trelawney, I want to tell you that you are winning golden opinions from both Mr. Spurling and Mr. King. I am saying this to spite myself, for I honestly believe I am a little bit jealous of you." Eleanor laughed incredulously. "It's true," replied Miss Statham. "Women are like that. At least women under certain conditions are, and they get jealous in spite of themselves. Do you mind my speaking freely to you?" "I shall be delighted if you will." "Well, I think old maids are nearly all in a state of arrested development. If a woman does not marry by the time she's 35, her nature, instead of mellowing, kind of shrivels up. That's why old maids are sour and vinegary. Would you mind telling me, what are your hopes and prospects?" "That's rather a difficult question. My prospects, you know them better than I. If I please my employers, and business continues good, perhaps I may advance a little more in their confidence. But my hopes? The hopes of a girl are ofttimes very silly, aren't they?" "Are they? I'm not sure. I don't want to depress you, Miss Trelawney, but you asked me the other day whether I was ill. No, I'm not. But I think I am rather miserable." "I'm sorry," replied Eleanor politely. "Some people have a genius for friendship," went on Miss Statham. "I have not. I had years ago, I think, but that part of my nature has become atrophied. But I have taken a liking to you. I feel that I can speak to you. Perhaps there's something akin in our natures. I want to speak confidentially to you about myself. It's an awful confession to make, isn't it? But I do. Is it because I'm getting old, or is it a woman's whim? I am 37, and you are just over 20, I suppose?" "Nearly 22," replied Eleanor. "Then there are 15 years between us. Do you ever expect to get married?" "No," replied Eleanor. "But you will. At least, I hope you will." "Why should I?" Miss Statham was silent for a few seconds. "Miss Trelawney," she said at length, "I suppose I am what you might call a well-educated woman. My father was a barrister, and sufficiently successful to be able to send me to a good school, St. Andrew's, in fact. When I finished there, I went on to Girton, and was supposed to distinguish myself. You have some idea of what Girton is, and how a number of girls will talk when they get together. I got mixed up with what was called the advanced set, and we discussed in our own way what a woman's life ought to be. We greatly believed in woman's rights, and we scorned the idea that a woman should in any way live a life inferior to that of a man. Of course, we were angry that we could not take our degrees in the same way men could, however much we might be superior to them in intelligence and attainments. We claimed that no position should be open to a man which was not also open to a woman. In the abstract, I suppose we were right. Anyhow, my mind was filled with all that sort of thoughts. A number of us laughed at marriage. We scorned the idea that any woman should give herself to a man. Indeed, there were many who declared that marriage was a defunct institution, and that while it might be necessary in a condition of serfdom, it was an outrage in these days of intellectual advancement. You understand the sort of thing I am referring to. I suppose I was among the most advanced of our little coterie. I scorned the idea of falling in love and laughed at marriage." She hesitated a little while and then said with a nervous laugh, "I'm afraid I'm boring you, aren't I?" "Oh, no," cried Eleanor. "I'm deeply interested." "When I was 22," went on Miss Statham, "a man proposed to me." "Did you like him?" asked Eleanor, as Miss Statham again hesitated. "I suppose I did. Yes, I'm sure I did. He was a nice fellow. He took his degree in the year I was a fresher, and went to the bar. He was not brilliant, just a plodding, hard-working fellow, but he was a gentleman, and I liked him. But I refused him. I calculated the sort of life I should have to live. I knew he would never be a great man. He would earn a few hundreds a year, perhaps 1,000 or two, if he were fortunate, but nothing more." "And you refused him?" "Yes, I refused him. I asked myself about the future. Why should I be tied to a man who would take me to live in some little suburban villa where I should have to be a household drudge and the mother of squalling babies? I wanted liberty. I wanted to travel. I wanted to have a career. I wanted to be free from the responsibilities of home life. And, as I said, I refused him. I had professed to scorn the idea of love, and I had accepted what we called our advanced thinking very eagerly." "Yes, and then?" asked Eleanor with wide open eyes. "My mother died when I was about 12, went on Miss Statham, "and just after Harry Prideaux proposed to me, my father died. He was not in the front rank of successful men, but he left me just over 200 a year, enough to support me. I felt awfully lonely, but I would not lower the flag of the set with which I had become associated, for we had formed a kind of cult. I had dreamed of taking up some public work, of distinguishing myself by being in the vanguard of some advanced movement. So I settled down to work. I wrote a novel, a kind of problem novel, the thing that was fashionable 15 years ago. It was not a great success, although it brought me a number of complimentary reviews. Then for a time I edited a weekly paper, the New Woman kind of thing. It died in a few months. Presently Mr. King, who had been a friend of my father's, offered me a post in his firm, and being at a loose end at the moment, I took it. I suppose I had some aptitude for business, for I was able to please both members of the firm, and got more and more trusted. It's not much of a story, is it?" And she laughed a little bitterly. "It is very interesting," affirmed Eleanor. "Of course, I had other offers of marriage," went on Miss Statham, "but I did not regard them seriously. What love I had been given to Harry Prideaux, and I had refused him." A silence fell between the two women, a silence which was almost painful. Presently, however, Miss Statham burst out almost angrily. "Why have I told you this? I'm a middle-aged woman now. In 3 years I shall be 40, with my youth and whatever beauty I had, all gone, while you are a young girl just over 20. Why should I bore you?" "But you are not boring me," cried Eleanor. Miss Statham started to her feet, walked to a window, pulled aside the curtain, and looked out into the night. Then she came back. "Miss Trelawney," she said, "I am telling you this because I have been a fool. Oh, such a fool!" Eleanor was silent. She did not know what to say. "Yes, I suppose I have been a successful woman," went on Miss Statham. "I have a position of trust and responsibility. I earn a big income. In a way, I am interested, deeply interested, in the enterprises of the firm. There's nothing sordid about them. They touch the big things of life. They bring me into contact with people who occupy high places. I have a great deal of liberty, too. Sometimes I travel. More than once the partners have commissioned me to go abroad and deal with big things. For 2 months in the year I can do pretty much as I like, and during the past few years I have gone to the most interesting places in the world. I am a member of the best woman's club in London, and having the advantage of a good name, and being what is called well connected, I am invited to all sorts of good houses. As you see, I have surrounded myself with pretty things. I can afford to do so. Mr. Spurling and Mr. King, who in spite of their old-fashioned ideas are both broad-minded men, pay me just as they would pay a man in my position, and if I wanted more money I could have it. I live, as you see, in comfort. I have no need to trouble about money at all. And yet, Miss Trelawney, I am not happy, and I have been a fool." "Why? How?" asked the girl. "Because I would give it all up, gladly give it up to be in that suburban villa I used to scorn, the drudge of a man, the mother of squalling youngsters. I would give anything now to see little children coming into a room, putting their arms round my neck and calling me mother. I would give years of my life to be the house-frau that I used to despise." "But think of your position, your freedom," persisted Eleanor. "Position, freedom," cried Miss Statham. "What is it worth? What are my prospects? What have I to look forward to? I'm 37. In a few more years I shall want to retire. Well, I shall be able to do so in comfort. But what then? What are the prospects of a loveless old maid? What lies at the end of it all? What is the value of all this silly jargon about careers for women? Mind, in a way, it's all right. I fully believe that careers should be open to women, and there are some women who are obliged to live single lives. But speaking for myself, I have played a fool. I have realized through the years that I did love Harry Prideaux. Oh, yes, he's still alive. He's married for that matter, and I suppose has difficulty in making both ends meet. But he is happy. His children are growing up around him. He has all the amenities of home life. And his wife, I met her some time ago. Her dress was a little shabby, but I knew by the light in her eyes that she possessed the secret of which I knew nothing. Why did you leave home, Miss Trelawney?" The question came out like a pistol shot. "Because, I wanted to be free," replied Eleanor. "Because I had contracted all sorts of ideas during the war, and I hated the restrictions of home life. You know how things have been these last few years." "I met your father some time ago," said Miss Statham. "One of the most delightful men I think I ever saw." Eleanor was silent. "I imagine that he was somewhat of a stickler for old-time views, though," and Miss Statham watched her companion closely as she spoke. "Yes," replied Eleanor. "You see, he had been away from home for several years, and while he was away, new ideas came to the front. Conventions are broken down. The custom of a girl having a chaperone when she goes to a dance is laughed at. Girls demand latchkeys and resent being questioned as to where they have been and what they've been doing. And I suppose when your father came home he insisted on home discipline." "I suppose in his way he was very kind," said Eleanor slowly. "But he would have obedience. He forbade certain of my friends to come to the house. He would not consent to my going to a dance, except in accordance with his ideas. He protested against girls going out to supper with men after theatres. But, you know the sort of thing." "So you left home?" "Yes, I left home." "And what is it all worth?" "What do you mean?" "I mean your so-called liberty, Miss Trelawney. Isn't home life, the comforts and the refinements and the love of home life 1,000 times more than what you have got." "Have you heard anything about me?" asked Eleanor. "Not much, but Mr. Spurling told me you had left home, and that you had asked him not to write to your father. It was easy to guess the rest. I can see the kind of girl you are. But, Miss Trelawney, when you have said all that can be said about the higher education of women, and careers for women, and all that sort of thing, the true career for a woman is to be married to a good man, to have the cares of a home, and to become the mother of children. There is nothing higher, nothing holier in all the wide world. Oh, if only I had a home and brothers and sisters and children! I tell you, it's not only insanity, but rank blasphemy to talk as some do about marriage. I have heard women talk about their right to have children without marriage ties. All that sort of thing was born in hell. I've thought about it all, heard all the arguments about it, and I tell you, marriage is a sacred thing, and if ever it is destroyed, the best things in life will be destroyed. Oh God, what fools we women are, especially those of us who are called intellectual. Have you any religion, Miss Trelawney?" Eleanor made no reply. "It's all part of the same thing. We women think we know better than God, think we can do without God, and all the rest follows. After all, the happiest people in the world, and the most useful people in the world, are those who find new avenues of usefulness along old paths." For hours they talked, the woman of 37 and the girl of 22. No further reference was made to Eleanor's leaving home, yet every word the other spoke made Eleanor realize the inwardness of what she had done, and presently, when she made her way back to St. Hildebrand's Mansions, she was in a very thoughtful mood. The next day Peggy came to see her, and after taking her to the theatre, the two girls had returned to Eleanor's rooms and had talked long and earnestly together. She did not tell Peggy a word about her visit to Miss Statham. In fact, she had been extremely reticent about her own thoughts and feelings. Nevertheless, after she had gone, and she found herself alone, she sat for a long time thinking hard and wonderingly. When Miss Honeywood came back, she wondered at Eleanor's silence, wondered, too, at the strange look in her eyes. "What are you doing today, Miss Trelawney?" asked Miss Honeywood on the Sunday morning. "Nothing in particular," replied Eleanor. "Why?" "My cousins have asked me to go and stay with them at their house in Enfield, and I thought you might like to come with me. They have often asked me to bring you to see them." "It's awfully good of them," Eleanor made answer, "but not today, thank you. I don't feel in the humour for seeing people. I think I want to be alone." When Miss Honeywood left, however, the girl found herself in a very unsettled frame of mind. Miss Statham's words haunted her. Of what use, after all, was the freedom she had gained? It was not as though she had no home, and was obliged to live as she was doing. Had that been the case, she thought she could have been tolerably content. But in spite of everything, the thought of home made a strong appeal to her. She could not help remembering what Miss Statham had said about her father. Yes, in a way she was proud of him. He might be a little puritanical, but he was a gentleman still, a gentleman of the highest order. He was lovable, too. In her antagonism to his restrictions, she had declared she had not a particle of affection for him, but as she sat thinking about him that morning, something seemed to rise up in her heart, something which she could not understand. Not that she intended to go back. Her pride, if nothing else, forbade that. She could not conceive herself confessing that she had made a mistake. And yet, where was Rod Ravenscroft, she wondered. Since that morning, after the awful night which she still shuddered to think about, she had never seen him, never heard of him. Of course he had forgotten her. Probably he had become engaged to that girl she had seen him with on Hampstead Heath, or if not her, another. Oh, what a fool, what a blind fool she had been! Her heart ached at the thought of living her life without him, and yet she would have to. Suppose she should succeed even as Miss Statham had succeeded, and suppose she were to receive a salary sufficient to enable her to live amid such surroundings as Miss Statham lived, what then? Then the other side rose up before her. After all, marriage was a sordid, miserable thing, and men in the main were brutes. Peggy had married the man she said she loved. Yet think of her spending her life with such a creature as Barnes. Think of the intimate associations which a wife must have with such a husband. The thought was nauseous. And all men were essentially the same, mean, selfish, mere animals who looked upon women as their playthings. No, on the whole she was glad of what she had done. She, Eleanor Trelawney, could never become the orthodox wife. She could never submit to a lifetime association with any man, even although her heart were at that moment aching for Rod Ravenscroft. She took a book from a shelf and tried to read, but the thing would not hold her attention. She found her mind wandering. What was Peggy doing, she wondered. The child's misery had saddened her, and she instinctively felt how Peggy loathed the thought of going back to Primrose Terrace. She herself became heavy-hearted and miserable at the thought of it. She threw aside the book. She could not stay indoors. But where could she go? The day was a wild and stormy one, and the dark clouds which had swept across the sky were in accord with her feelings. Yet she felt anxious about Peggy. Somehow or another she was possessed with the idea that all was not right, that something more than ordinary had happened. She remembered, half with a laugh of amusement and half with a feeling of disgust, her experiences at Primrose Terrace, and she could not think of going there again. All the same, when afternoon came she made her way towards the tube that would take her to Camden Town. Yes, she felt she must go. She wanted to assure herself that no harm had happened to her sister. A little later she stood at the door of 13 Primrose Terrace and knocked. There was no reply. She knocked again and again. Still there was no answer. The house was empty. What could it mean? She was about to turn away when the door of the adjoining house was opened. "You want to see Mrs. Barnes?" asked a slatternly woman. "I want to see young Mrs. Barnes, yes." "Well, she ain't here. Mrs. Barnes and the girls are gone away for a bit of an holiday. Where Jim Barnes is, I don't know. Are you the sister of the young lady what married Jim Barnes?" "Yes." "Well, then you can't see her." And the woman laughed meaningly. "I don't understand," said Eleanor. "Is there anything wrong?" "It's not for me to say nothink, although I am a next-door neighbour. But perhaps I ought to tell you. Young Mrs. Barnes went out yesterday about 1:30, and no sooner had she gone than Mrs. Barnes and the girls left the house. Mrs. Barnes says to me, 'Mrs. Simpkins,' she says, 'me and the girls are going off for a bit of an holiday, and we shan't be back for a few days, while Jim is off on his own. If that young minx of a wife of his comes here knocking, as I expect she will, you can give her this letter. It will give her full explanation,' she says." But what do you mean?" asked Eleanor. I'm telling you as fast as I can. I went out to the movies last night, went out about 8 and didn't come back until after 10. I hadn't been back long when I heard the knocker of number 13 going like anythink, so I just opened the door, and there was your sister. It would seem that she didn't know anythink about Mrs. Barnes and the girls going away, for when I told her, she seemed all stunned like. I guv her the note which Mrs. Barnes had left, and that's all. At least that's all I know for certain, although I've me thoughts. I ain't lived here for nothink. Mrs. Barnes have told me a lot, she have. More than once she says to me, 'Jim's wife may be a lady,' she says, 'and have a lot of aristocratic connections,' she says, 'but she don't bring a penny with her, and Jim ain't going to stand her tantrums.' When she came here first, Mrs. Barnes kind of crowed over me and made out that she was superior to me and was going to be invited to the General's house and all that sort of thing. But I told her what I thought then, I did, and when I sees how things were going on and heard what the girls said, I was able to put 2 and 2 together, I was." "But you gave my sister a note." "Yes, I give it to her just as it was guv to me. I'm a respectable woman, I am, and didn't open it, nor nothink." "And she? What did she say?" "She didn't say nothink. She seemed all stunned like, and as she had never been friendly with me, I just closed the door as soon as I gave her the letter." "Is that all you know?" asked Eleanor. "Well, it is and it isn't. Just out of curiosity like, I opened the door again and watched her, and I see her go down the steps and walk away by herself. She didn't seem to know where she was going or what she was doing. Then I see her stand under that lamp post and read the letter I guv her. I watched her for 2 or 3 minutes while she stood there, and then she kind of staggered away." "And is that all you know?" "That's all I know. It wasn't my business, and she never even condescended to speak to me, so why should I trouble? But I have me thoughts all the same." Eleanor left Primrose Terrace almost frenzied with anxiety. She had heard enough to tell her the whole miserable story. What had happened was evident, but what had become of Peggy? Where had she gone? She had a few shillings in her pocket, she knew. She had given her some money herself. But where had she gone? What had she done? If the Barnes' door was closed against her, where could she go? Where had she passed the night? The thought of Peggy wandering through the miserable streets of Camden Town late at night, homeless and friendless, was horrible to contemplate, and yet that was what must have happened to her. Almost unconsciously she made her way back to St. Hildebrand's Mansions. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to think out the whole situation. The thought was maddening. Peggy, her sister, to be placed in such an awful predicament. She, a young girl, to be homeless, friendless, deserted. She thought she saw the reason why Peggy had not come to her. She was too proud, too ashamed to confess the ghastly truth. She dismissed the thought that Peggy had gone home to Hampstead with scarcely a moment's consideration. She remembered that her sister had said only the previous night that she could never go home again. But where was she? That was the thought which haunted her with ghastly persistency. She made herself a cup of tea, and then, having hurriedly swallowed it, went out again. The room seemed to stifle her. Presently she found herself in Holborn. Sunday evening though it was, buses rushed thither and thither, while pedestrians thronged the sidewalks. Unheeding whither she went, she turned her face eastward, and presently found herself in the city. She had no reason for going there. She simply followed a blind impulse. The traffic was much thinner here, and she was able to think more calmly. As she walked, the church bells began to ring. They were calling the people to worship. She had told herself again and again that that kind of thing had no meaning to her, that it had gone with 100 other effete institutions, and yet these church bells had a meaning. All over the land they would be ringing, calling the people to prayer. There was something beautiful in the thought, in spite of everything. Why should one pray? And why was it that what people called religion still appealed to people when intellectually they had given up the creeds of their fathers? Of course, too, religion was associated with some ethical code, and after all, the best and the most thoughtful people in the world had declared their need of it. She, Eleanor Trelawney, was a living being with all sorts of hopes and longings and desires. What was life after all? What did it mean? Was there anything after death? Of what she saw and heard during her walk back to St. Hildebrand's Mansions, she knew nothing, cared nothing. When she saw the great block of buildings, of which her little rooms formed a tiny part, she almost shuddered. It might be hours before Miss Honeywood would return. How could she bear to pass the time alone? She entered the vestibule with a heartache such as she thought she had never felt before, and then suddenly she started back like one afraid. The place was dimly lit, and the man who attended the lift did not appear to be near, but she had a kind of consciousness that she was being watched. "Eleanor, it is you, isn't it?" It was Peggy's voice. "Peggy!" The word was a gasp. Is it you?" "Yes, can't you see?" Then the floodgates of Eleanor's heart were opened, and throwing her arms round her sister's neck, she sobbed convulsively. "Oh, thank God! Thank God!" she cried, but why she said it she did not know. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 32. Peggy pleads with Eleanor. They were seated alone in Eleanor's room. Peggy had thrown off her hat and jacket, while Eleanor looked at her again and again, as if to assure herself that it was really her sister. Perhaps she had not yet recovered from the experiences of the day, but she could not understand the look in Peggy's eyes. She had feared that some awful calamity had befallen her. Even now she was afraid of the revelations which might be made to her. That was why she wondered at the look of joy which she saw. "Peggy, tell me," she cried. "I don't know why it was, but I went up to that awful place to see you this afternoon, and the door was locked, and the woman in the next house told me such a horrible story. Tell me, where have you been? What has happened? What is the meaning of it all?" "Don't you know?" cried Peggy. "But of course you don't. How could you? I forgot." And then the child poured out the miserable story of the past few months, told of the things about which she had, in the past, been silent, showed her sister her heart. "I didn't know anything could be so horrible," she sobbed. "Oh, I was mad. I did not understand. I did not realize. But I had not been married to him long before I saw what he was, knew what it was to be the wife of such... You don't know, Eleanor. You can't think. But still I fought on. I would not give in. I would not confess that I had made a mistake. I said I would be loyal to him, and all the time... Oh, I can't tell you. You know what it was like on that Sunday afternoon, the kind of house, the kind of people. When I got back last night, the place was empty, and that horrid woman told me that Mrs. Barnes and her daughters had gone away, and then she gave me a letter. Here it is. Read it." "And you know no more than this?" asked Eleanor after she had read. The child shook her head. "But what did you do? How did you spend the night? Why didn't you come back here?" "I didn't know what to do. I think I was mad. I remember wandering round the streets, not knowing where I was going. If I thought anything at all, it was that I would find my way to the river and throw myself in. I did not feel as though I could come to you, somehow. I didn't think you would understand, but I kept on walking, and then suddenly I found myself on Hampstead Heath, and "Yes?" cried Eleanor eagerly. "I don't know how it was, but I heard myself saying, 'I will arise and go to my father,' and I found myself at home, and there was a light in the window, and I rushed to the door, and Dad came out and brought me in. Oh, Eleanor, Eleanor!" "Then you went home?" "I couldn't help it. Do you know what he said to me when he came that morning I told you about? 'The door will be always open to you, Peg,' and his words have remained in my memory ever since." "And they received you kindly?" "Oh, Eleanor, you don't know. You can't think how good Dad is, or how beautiful he was. Of course, in a way, I expected that Mother would. But, oh, Dad was just lovely. He took me on his knee, just as he did years ago, and I found myself with my arms round his neck, telling him everything." For a moment a feeling of anger shot into Eleanor's heart. A sense of pride rose up within her, a horror of failure. "Then you swallowed your pride?" she found herself saying. "Eleanor, what pride had I? What had I to be proud about? Why, as you know, I had been a bad, wicked girl. We both had. And I could not help going home. Oh, if you knew how splendid Dad is! Why, in spite of everything, I went to sleep feeling happy. Just the knowledge that I was in my own bed again, and that I was home, and do you know when Dad came into the room and knelt down by me and said, 'God bless you, my little Peg,' I felt as though, oh, I can't tell you what I felt. It's all been so horrible, and I've been so wicked. But I'm glad I went home." "Then you've gone home to stay?" "Where else could I go? Besides, after all that common, tawdry, shabby vulgarity, to find myself at home, where things were beautiful and pure and clean, it was just heaven. I don't know how it was, but last night when I read that letter, something seemed to break, and I saw things as they really were. Oh, how could I have done it, Eleanor?" "And you've come from home now?" said her sister, bewildered at what had taken place, and hardly understanding Peggy's incoherent story. "Yes," the child replied. "And do you know, I did not wake until midday today, and it was all so beautiful. And then Trev came home, quite unexpectedly. He isn't going back to Ireland again, and of course it was all so wonderful. You see, Trev's so changed. And then he insisted on bringing Mary Penryn, that's the girl he's engaged to, and I think I forgot everything except my own happiness. All those horrible months seemed as though they never existed, and they were all so good to me, Eleanor. Mary Penryn is just lovely. No wonder Trev's fond of her. No one upbraided me, and they've been so kind. Oh, it has all been so wonderful, so horrible, and yet so beautiful. I hardly know what I'm saying. Then Trev mentioned your name, and immediately I felt I must come and tell you. Dad wanted to come with me, but I wouldn't let him. Then John insisted that he would come, but I felt as though it wouldn't be right somehow. I wanted to see you myself, and I told them that I would come alone. And when I got here you were gone, but I wouldn't go away. I knew you would be home sometime, so I said I'd wait, and I have waited, you see. I could not help coming for you, dear." "Coming for me?" "Yes, coming for you, for of course you're coming back with me." Eleanor shook her head. "No," she replied, "I can't do that." "But why? They are waiting for you." "How do you know? Did they tell you anything? Oh, you really must come home with me. You must." "And confess myself a failure? No, I won't." "You can't mean that." "Yes, I do." The girl spoke defiantly. "Now I know you are safe, I shall be all right. Perhaps it was right for you to go home. You are different, but I cannot do it." In vain Peggy pleaded with her. Eleanor longed to do what her sister asked. Her heart ached for a sight of her father and mother, but something forbade her. Her pride rose in revolt. She could not go back and confess she had been wrong, for she knew she had been wrong. But to go back and confess it was too humiliating. "Then I suppose I must go without you," said Peggy sadly, "or they will be thinking that something has happened to me, and I did hope you'd come with me." At that moment there was a knock at the door, and a man who was employed by the owner of the flat appeared. "A telephone message for you, miss." "Yes, what is it?" "It's from Miss Honeywood, miss. She phoned to say that her friends at Enfield wanted her to stay the night, and thinking you wouldn't mind, she consented. That's all, miss." "There now," cried Peggy when the man had gone. "You can't stay here after that. Oh, Eleanor, why be lonely and miserable?" "I am not lonely, and I am not miserable," replied the girl. "I have my work to do, and I am going to live my own life. Do you know, Peg, I have got a splendid position, and I shall have all sorts of opportunities for advancement. But it's no use talking. I'm not going back." Peggy made her way to the door. "Good night, dear. Is there any message you would like me to give them at home?" Eleanor shook her head. "Shall I ask Trev to bring Mary Penryn here? I know you'd like her." Again she shook her head. "There's nothing you'd like me to say to Dad and Mother, is there?" "No." "Then good night." There was something pathetic in the child's tone, something which appealed to Eleanor strongly. A great weight had been lifted from her heart to know that Peggy was safe, and yet as she realized that her sister's life had been ruined, that the past few months had meant, and must ever mean, an irreparable tragedy in her life, she felt a horrible remorse. It was her fault. Peggy had been greatly under her influence, and had she acted differently, her sister's life might have been saved. But because she had been under the spell of such women as Thames and Corey, and had listened to her unhealthy talk, she had allowed Peggy to go her own way, and this was the result of it. Still, she steeled her heart against her sister's pleading. She could not, no, she simply could not go back to her home after all that had taken place. She opened the door, and Peggy passed out onto the landing. As she did so, a sense of utter desolation swept over her. Peggy would go home, while she would be left there in loneliness. After all, what had she to stay away for? What had she gained by going away? And was not Peggy right? Hadn't she too been a bad girl? Her heart ached with a great hunger. She longed for the life she had forsaken, longed with an unutterable longing. Why should she stay there in loneliness and misery? Besides, it was her duty to go home. At that moment she realized something of what her father and mother must have felt because of her action. Perhaps they had spent sleepless nights thinking about her and Peggy, and she had been careless, indifferent about them. She had thought only of herself, nothing of her duty. "Honour thy father and thy mother." The words came to her mind. All the influences of her early years were at work, all those things which she had learnt when her mother taught her to say her simple prayers. Her innermost soul was calling out for something which she had discarded, forgotten, and yet which was the great secret of life. It all came like a flash, and although it has taken me some time even to suggest her feelings, Peggy had scarcely passed from the door before the truth came to her. "Peggy!" she called, and the word was like a gasp. "Yes, dear, what is it?" I'll go with you. Wait, no, don't say anything. I can't bear it. But wait." Almost feverishly she put on her hat and jacket, and they left St. Hildebrand's Mansions and went into the street. "Dad told me," began Peggy. No, don't speak," interrupted Eleanor. There's a taxi." Almost frantically she stopped the driver, who drew up at the curb. Neither of the two girls spoke a word as the taxi made its way towards Hampstead, but Peggy, who had nestled close to her sister's side, sobbed quietly. As for Eleanor, she sat perfectly still, gazing with unseeing eyes into the streets. The taxi had barely reached the door of General Trelawney's house when it opened. It might seem as though someone were waiting, listening. "Hello, Peg, you've got back. Splendid!" It was the General's voice. "And you too, Eleanor. Splendid! Run in, will you? I'll pay the man." A minute later the General entered the house and saw Eleanor standing in the hall alone. He was an understanding man, and knew that what might appeal to Peggy, and for that matter was absolutely necessary to her, would be repugnant to his other girl. The two were entirely different. Peggy was impulsive, emotional, easily moved, quick to manifest her feelings. Eleanor, on the other hand, was outwardly cold. She dreaded scenes. She was not given to evidence her feelings. For a few seconds the two stood looking at each other, as if trying to read the other's thoughts. The father saw that his eldest daughter's eyes were hard and defiant, even while they were yearning, saw that she was fighting a great battle, and that a wrong word on his part might do infinite harm. "Eleanor, my dear," he said, "I am glad to see you. This is simply splendid. You have just come in time for supper, too." Not a word of reproach, not a suggestion that she had come back as a disobedient child, only a glad welcome, just as though she had been away for a long holiday and had returned. She did not speak. She could not. But she seemed to be waiting for something. What? Neither of them could have told. Then the General, scarcely knowing what he was doing, held out his arms, and the girl, almost as unconsciously, threw herself into them. "Dad," she said, "it's awfully hard for you, but will you forgive me?" There," cried the father. "It's beautiful to see you home again, my dear. Ah, Alice, there you are. Eleanor's come just in time for supper." It was all so natural, yet so wonderful. Instinctively she knew what her father felt, knew of the thoughts which were surging through his mind at that moment, realized the nightmare of the last few months, and yet he never hinted at it. He seemed to know by some wonderful wizardry what her feelings were, knew that she could not bear the words which might seem natural under the circumstances. And because she understood, she felt as though a great healing power had passed over her. It was as though the thought of his love, although she felt more than ever her own wrongdoing, brought joy instead of reproach in her homecoming. Yes, Peggy was right. Her father was wonderful, and she knew, as she had never known before, what a daughter's love meant. Somehow the crust which had encased her heart was broken, and the cold pride in which she had rather gloried was melted. How it was she could not tell, but Eleanor felt like a new girl. For the first time in years she wanted some manifestation of affection, wanted to hear words of tenderness. "But, Dad," she said, "you'll try to forgive me, won't you? And, oh, I do love you." There was a catch in her voice as she spoke, and the General felt the tears well into his eyes. "But not as much as I love you, dear, not half. But there, it's splendid to have you home." A few minutes later Eleanor had recovered herself. She wondered how she could have so given way to her feelings, but she was not a bit ashamed of them. Some strange alchemy had been at work that had changed everything. Then there was Eleanor's meeting with her brothers and Mary Penryn. Everything passed off in the most ordinary way. It might seem as though everything had been arranged beforehand, and the General had told his children what they were and were not to say. But this was not so. He simply knew how to lead the conversation into right channels, knew by a kind of instinct and intuition what words ought to be said. Nevertheless, the joy of it all was beyond words. Instinctively the General's mind swept back to that first Sunday night after those long years of absence, and he realized what that night had meant in their lives, realized the antagonism which existed, and how it had embittered the whole of the succeeding months, and must throw a dark shadow upon the future of all of them. But he said no word about it. Words would be worse than useless at such a time. What he felt may be guessed, but cannot be described. "For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful," repeated the General as they sat down to supper. Old-time words, repeated oft-times without meaning, yet somehow each felt them to be something more than a mere matter of form as they passed his lips. The whole atmosphere of the place was that of thanksgiving and quiet joy. "What do you think of Mary?" asked Trev, who sat next to her at the supper table. "Isn't she fine? I tell you I'm the luckiest beggar in the world. I shall be able to see her nearly every day now. You do like Mary, don't you?" "Of course I do, Trev. She's a dear sweet girl." "I knew you'd say so," cried Trev with all the fervour of a young lover. "I can't get over it, you know." "Get over what?" "What she should see in me. And do you know, things are turning out splendidly too. I was made captain during the war, and then afterwards I went down the scale and had to be contented with being lieutenant. But they are putting me back again." "Back again? What do you mean?" "I'm captain permanently now. Mary's mightily pleased, I can tell you. And as for her father, you must meet the squire. He's just the bluff old chap that one reads about in stories. But he's nothing to Dad. Isn't Dad great? Do you know, when I first saw him, I was awfully proud of him, but "I know," replied Eleanor. Oh, how beautiful it was to be among her own people again, to breathe the atmosphere of refinement and understanding. She had felt afraid. All sorts of forebodings had filled her mind. More than once on her way to the house, she was on the point of telling the driver to stop. But her father had made the difficult places easy. With his old-fashioned courtesy and his wonderful knowledge, he had made everything so easy for her. She did not deserve it. She knew she did not deserve it. And while his kindness made her past disobedience harder for her to bear, she felt thankful for it. There were only two awkward situations during the whole evening. One was when the clock was striking 10, and she had declared that she must go back to St. Hildebrand's Mansions. "Back to that place, my dear? But why?" asked the General. "Isn't your room ready? Alice, isn't Eleanor's room ready?" "Certainly it is." "Then of course you'll not go back," said the General, as though he took the matter for granted. "But I must get to business to-morrow morning," she urged. "Then go to business from here, my dear." He took her position at Spurling and King's as a matter of course, and whatever he may have felt about it, he offered no opinion. "Do you really want me to stay, Dad?" And she spoke to him in a husky voice. "Want you to stay? Why, Eleanor!" That was all, but it was enough. And Eleanor, although she felt everything differently from Peggy, realized that she was at home, and that the old foolish, wicked past was as if it had never taken place. The other awkward situation was when, shortly after 10 o'clock, Rod Ravenscroft was ushered into the room where the family were sitting. Eleanor had expected nothing of the sort, and so when, without warning of any sort, he stood before her, she felt as though she could not speak. Ravenscroft, who had not seen her at first, spoke to Mrs. Trelawney, then to the General, after which his eyes swept quickly round the room. Seeing Peggy, he moved towards her. But no sooner did he catch sight of Eleanor than he stood still, as if not knowing what to do. For a moment an awkward silence prevailed, but the General, with that keen intuition which made him understand what ought to be done, spoke as naturally as if nothing had taken place. "Yes, we're all glad to see you, Rod," he cried. "It's the first time we have all met together since I left home years ago. Isn't it lucky that Trev should be able to come home and find Eleanor and Peg here? I think you have met Miss Penryn. Yes, I see you have. A good job for you that you approve of his engagement. If you hadn't, there would have been pistols for two and coffee for one to-morrow morning. Ah, Trev is a lucky young beggar. Splendid, isn't it?" This speech of the General's gave the two girls time to recover themselves, and enabled Ravenscroft to act naturally. For the next hour, laughter and good feeling abounded. Both the General and Mrs. Trelawney seemed to be as light-hearted as children, while from John's eyes a light shone which told how happy he was. "By the way, John," said Ravenscroft, "I really called in about that patent of yours. It's all right. Nothing like it has been placed on the market, and the patent is as sound as a bell." "Splendid," laughed the General. "What a good thing it is to have a friend who is a lawyer, and especially as he happens to be specializing in patent acts." "It's going to be a great thing, General," said Ravenscroft. "Anyone to look at John wouldn't think he's got it in him, would they?" At this there was general laughter, especially as the boy looked shy and confused. "No use blushing, John," cried the General. "You can't keep it a secret any longer. The engineering world will soon be shaken to its foundations, while motorists everywhere will be talking of Trelawney's non-gear changing invention." "Yes, John's going to be a millionaire," laughed Ravenscroft. "On every hand there will be a demand for the thing, and he's going to have a royalty on every one that's sold. No, John, old chap, I'm not going to tell you how much. Somebody will be telling secrets to the income tax people. Think of John having to pay super tax. You'll have to get married, old chap. I hear there's going to be a big percentage taken off in the case of married men." "Also reduction for each child," shouted Trev. "Look here, John, it isn't fair, old man. Here shall I be, a poor soldier with a captain's pay, while you will be rolling in riches."
"And where will the poor barrister come in?" asked Ravenscroft. "No need to trouble about lawyers," retorted John quietly. "They always manage to annex a big share of the booty." But although no apparent notice was taken of the return of Eleanor and Peg, the influence of that return was felt by everyone, and Ravenscroft, who did not know of all the circumstances, found himself wondering as to the meaning of what had taken place. Presently, however, just as he was leaving, he had an opportunity to be with Eleanor alone. "I want to see you very much," he said. "To see you alone. May I?" "I am at business all through the day," she managed to reply. "Are you going to retain your post?" he stammered. "Certainly," was her reply. "But you leave Spurling and King's at 5:30. You'll be free after that time." "How do you know?" "Never mind that. I know you will be. Shall I find you here tomorrow at 6:30? "Perhaps," and her reply was almost a whisper. "Oh, Eleanor!" cried Peggy, as the two girls sat alone in the latter's room later. If I'd only known." Her sister was silent. "In a way I'm so happy," sobbed the child, "and yet it's all so ghastly." Still Eleanor did not reply. She knew what was in the other's heart. "To think that I ever became the wife of that man! To think that Oh, Eleanor, I can't bear it. And I've my life all before me, too. Isn't there some way out of it, I wonder?" "If there is, Dad will find it," was Eleanor's reply. "Yes," cried Peggy. "There's always Dad, isn't there? And if he only could, if he only could." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 33. Love Wins Out. Rod Ravenscroft had hurried to Duloe immediately after his day's work was over, and found his heart beating wildly as he was ushered into an empty room. "General Trelawney is not yet home, sir," the servant told him. "Neither is Mr. John. Mrs. Trelawney has gone out for a ride with Captain Trelawney and Miss Peggy." "But Miss Trelawney is at home, isn't she?" he asked. "Yes, sir. She came in a few minutes ago." "Will you ask her whether she will see me?" The servant left the room with a meaning smile on her lips. Perhaps she guessed what was in the young fellow's heart. When Eleanor entered the room he saw that her face was very pale, and that her eyes had a cold, unnatural look. For a few seconds they regarded each other in silence. It seemed as though neither was able to speak. "I couldn't help coming," Ravenscroft managed to say at length. I wanted to tell you how glad I am, for you have come home for good now, haven't you?" "I don't know," replied Eleanor. "But of course you have, and I'm so glad." "But why should you be?" she asked coldly. She had difficulty in restraining her feelings. Her nerves seemed raw. Her whole being was wrought up to an unnatural pitch. Surely you know," was his response. "I'm afraid you give me credit for more knowledge than I possess," was her response. "But I forgot. I want to congratulate you on your engagement." "On my engagement? What engagement?" "I was informed today that you were engaged to Miss Ongar, the only daughter of Mr. Fleming Ongar, K.C., the famous barrister. Did I see you with her on the heath here some time ago? Ah, I see it was she. Well, I congratulate you." "Your congratulations are premature," was his reply. "Why? Isn't it settled yet?"
She was able to speak calmly and coldly now, as though nothing had passed between them. "No, it's not settled," replied Ravenscroft. "Have I spoken too soon? I'm sorry. I was told you were engaged." "I'm not," he replied. But I want to be, Eleanor. Don't you understand?" "Understand what?" "There's only one girl in the world I can become engaged to, and her name is not Ongar. I want to be engaged to her. I mean to be too, if she'll have me. That's why I am so glad you have come home. Don't you understand?" Eleanor was silent. Something rose up within her which seemed to destroy all power of speech, but there was a glad look in her eyes. "I don't know who told you such a silly story," went on Ravenscroft. "I never thought of Miss Ongar in such a connection. How could I? There's only one girl in all the world for me, and her name is Eleanor Trelawney. Can't we begin again where we broke off? Nearly a year ago." I don't understand." "Oh, yes, you do. That's why I'm so glad, and more than glad, that you have come home. It's been a nightmare, hasn't it? I was horribly pained, but I couldn't help loving you all the same. I say, can't we begin again?" "But how can we when "Everything is possible now, Eleanor, if you love me," pleaded the young fellow. "Everything. If you had stayed away, nothing could have been possible. But now you've come home. I say, I know I'm a bungling fool. I was months ago, just before you left home. But I do love you, and I say, tell me I'm not mistaken. Tell me I haven't been thinking what can't be. For I want you, my dear. I want you. Heaven only knows how much." Her heart was throbbing wildly, throbbing with joy such as she had never felt before. But that awful night," she began to stammer. Yes, I know all about that. That's nothing. You can tell me as much or as little as you please about that. I know that was only a part of the foolish business of your leaving home, but that never really troubled me. I always knew you were not that kind of girl." "Did you? You're sure?" "Of course I did." "Oh, I am ashamed," cried the girl. "I must have been mad. No, I'm not afraid to tell you everything about it. Thank heaven you were in time to see me back safely," she ended tamely. And you care for me, dear?" There was a tremor in his voice. She nodded her head. Yes, but that way. I want to hear you say so." "Yes," was her reply. "But oh, I shall never forgive myself, never." "For what?" "For my madness, for my disobedience to my father. It's made everything impossible." No, laughed Ravenscroft. "Nothing is impossible now." "But it is. No, I've done nothing wrong, and yet somehow I feel my life has been sullied, as though I'm not worthy of anything beautiful and good." "But you love me? Tell me that again." "Yes, I love you." "Then you'll marry me?" No, I can't. At least, not for a long time. I feel as though I am not worthy, as though I must atone." "Atone be hanged!" almost shouted Ravenscroft. There, I've got you now. All that mad business is over. It's all over. We're going to begin anew. You have come back home, and we are engaged, you see? No, it's no use your trying to get away. I've got you. We're engaged. You have promised to marry me, and it will have to be soon." "But I couldn't. I must keep my place at Spurling and King's." "Hang Spurling and King!" laughed Ravenscroft. They will understand. I know Mr. Spurling well. He's a grand old chap, and when I tell him, he'll understand all about it. I could not tell you before, but I got you that place, Eleanor, and now I'm going to take you away from it. You are going to be my wife, do you see? I've told the General all about it, and little by little Eleanor yielded to her heart's promptings, and as one explanation followed another, both the man and the girl entered into that joy which, although it may be the lot of all, is ever new, ever wonderful. "Yes," said the General late that same night, after Ravenscroft had gone back to his home and Trev had returned with Mary Penryn to Kensington. "It seems as though my heart is full, Alice. I never expected such joy to come to me." "It's very wonderful, isn't it?" said Mrs. Trelawney. "Oh, Lester, it seems as though the last few months have been a ghastly nightmare, and we have woken up to find it was only a dream." "In a way," assented the General. "In a way, yes. We have a great deal to be thankful for, and I trust I am thankful. Perhaps I needed all this to make me understand. Perhaps I, too, was forgetting the deep things of life. But it's wonderful. Fancy John turning out a genius, for I'm sure that invention of his will be a success. Bless the boy, I am proud of him. He has been a world of comfort to me, and to you too, Alice." "He has indeed. I don't know what I should have done without him during those dark days. And Trev, too. Trev has become wonderfully changed, hasn't he? What a good girl will do for a young fellow. And he seems so happy, too." "Who wouldn't be with such a girl as he's got?" laughed the General. "Were you surprised," said Mrs. Trelawney, "about Eleanor and Ravenscroft?" "Surprised? Not a bit. I knew it all along. Oh, at one time I was terribly afraid. It's come out all right, though. He told me about it tonight. Eleanor insists that she'll go to Spurling and King's for the remainder of the week, but he tells me he has persuaded her to give notice at once. I'm perfectly happy about her now. I had a long talk with them both. I had no idea she was really so affectionate." "Oh, God has been very good to us. If only little Peggy were and Mrs. Trelawney's words ended in a sob. "Yes, yes, I know," said the General sadly. "Nothing can undo the past as far as Peggy is concerned, and it's a terrible business. Her life will be frightfully saddened, no matter what we may do. I cannot save her from the results of her madness. But Peggy's really a better girl now, and in a way is much happier than she was before." "Yes, I believe she is," assented the mother. "But, oh, my dear, it's awful to think about. She's only 19, and can't we do something, Lester?" "Of course I've learnt all about him. There will be no difficulty whatever in getting a divorce. The fellow is not only a bounder and a poisonous creature, but he has openly admitted to me to-day before witnesses that he has given Peggy the right to demand her complete freedom from him. Indeed, he wants it, and boasted to me that within 3 days of his freedom he would marry the woman for whom he gave up Peggy. Just think of it. I had difficulty in restraining myself, difficulty to keep my hands from him. But there, we'll get rid of him with as little publicity as possible, and then Peggy will be free. Perhaps, who knows, there may be a happy future for her after all." "I pray God there may be," sobbed his wife. "Oh, yes," and the General spoke cheerfully, "and please God there shall be, if love can make it so. My little Peg shall be happy, and thank God for it, Alice. None of the children were ever so near to us as they are now. Never did they love us so much." "No," replied Mrs. Trelawney, "and knowing that, I am happy in spite of everything." End of chapter 33. End of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking.